Hey, um, okay. Say that again.
You have the baby at your house?
We have two. Yeah, we have the two granddaughters
So I
living with.
met the one, didn't I?
You met. Yep, you met
You said
Avea.
yes,
Yep,
yes.
and so Avea is now 7. Uh,
No, I met a little one.
you met the tiny one. Then that would be Esme.
Esme.
She's about to turn 3 on December 28th, and she is so hilarious because in on October 25th is was Avea's birthday, and just ever since then it's like been a birthday, my birthday, my birthday, and so it's just been so hilarious.
Well, that's funny.
And she's just she's like such a delight.
I thought there was another baby about to be born.
Arame, yep, Arame was born, and I am live streaming to all of the internet right now. And so my oldest daughter Sasha has now, and so we've got 3 granddaughters. We're up to 3 granddaughters. Avea and Esme are staying with us for right now, and but Sasha's a great place, doing good, and we're super grateful for that too. So yep.
I just have Dina on the line.
Yep.
Okay, the next thing you can do is tell me what is the date today.
Today is the 17th.
Thank you.
Yep. Dina says I look sleepy, Mike. Well, I've slept outside in a tent the last couple of nights, and it's been okay. It's been all right. But it is true. I'm sort of feeling it a little bit. So
Been warm enough?
I've been okay. Thank you so much. You're so great. You're so great. Thank you.
We've supported Jan for so many years. I wanted to know, so we so appreciate it.
Well, and we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep being here until Jesus comes back, or there's no more homeless people, because there are no disposable humans. Everyone carries the image of God, and everyone is loved by God, and our job is to make sure that they know that as best as is in our power, right?
In your scope.
Yep, exactly. Merry Christmas. And so thank you. Thank you. You want to hear two quick encouraging little stories? Okay.
As long as I can be warm, yeah.
Yep. Okay. So last night, I was supposed to have one of our county commissioners spend the night with us. It turns out it didn't work out because his dad had a cardiac event and he needed to be with dad, right? But we ended up with 2 17-year-olds coming and bringing a tent and spending the night down here with us. Yep, from Trinity Family Fellowship's youth group. And then another thing that happened yesterday is this mom comes walking out with this like a Vea aged little girl, like probably 7 or 8, and she has 3 $1 bills, and she puts them in the tin cup and says, I'm sorry we don't have more. And I look at her and I said, like, you just fed a homeless person, right? Like $2.77 a meal at the mission means that. And I look at the little girl. I'm like, it means that you just gave someone dinner who couldn't have had a dinner otherwise. You just fed them. Thank you. And she was like, she stood up all, and she was so proud. And then the mom stood up and she was like all proud of her daughter. And off they went, just beaming. And so it is being passed to the next generation. It is being passed to the next generation.
We had Deuteronomy in church this morning talking about when I walk and when I sit down and when I lay down.
Yep.
When I rise up, to pass it on to our children, basically, to the next generation.
Yep.
Who that is. So
Yep.
That was good.
And
right.
Yep. So be encouraged. It is being passed on to the next generation.
There are spots of discouragement, but there are
of course
too.
Of course. This time out here has really, Pat, it has rejuvenated me personally. We took a lot of beating in the paper, earlier in the year, and even lost a few of our leaders, and then I took a beating in the social media over that, and And yet this has been just unremittingly positive. Like one person came by to tell me that they used to support and now they don't because this, right? One. But almost every other person is like, oh, you need gospel mission? And out comes the wallet and out comes a $20 bill. And they didn't even need to hear anything else. And so there continues to be a really healthy, good community here that looks out for and cares for others. And there is much to be grateful for. And yes, there are things to be discouraged about too. But
that's if you're in the human condition, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so Kevin is Restoration Church, right? I've only gotten to like be around him a couple of times. Dang, I like him. I wish I got to spend more time with him. Yeah, I've been.
Lots of energy.
That's great though. I just like him so much.
And Dottie, of course, is our neighbor.
Yeah. Well, we gave Dottie our essentially this new thing we invented called the Roger Phillips Enduring Impact Award, and at our staff Christmas party because she was just super crucial at that point at which we were transitioning from sort of mom and pop ways of doing stuff into professional ways of doing stuff, and an important part of all of that. I'm a huge fan. And friend and lover and miss her. And but I went to visit somebody that she introduced me to when I first moved here. A sweet lady who's now in Fieldstone, and she asked about Dottie, and I said, well, Dottie's sort of retired from the mission, and I'm not sure what she's going to do next, and she said, oh, and I said, but when I come back, I'll drag Dottie along. So I texted Dottie, I'm like, hey, you want to come with me next? And she was like, oh, I would love to, and so maybe Dottie and I'll get to do stuff together anyway.
She is terrific, absolutely. Just quick,
yeah.
Can you tell me what's happened with the lawsuit?
So in October, our district judge, the federal district judge we were assigned to, is like a recent Biden appointee, so brand new district judge, dismissed the lawsuit. So granted the state's motion to dismiss on the basis that she said that we weren't actually experiencing direct harm yet, and therefore we didn't have the right to be in court. That is not the legal standard.
I wouldn't think so. No.
There is a defined standard whereby you can do what's called a pre-enforcement action, and the Ninth Circuit has been really effective in explaining what that standard is. We meet it, and so in October we filed our appeal with the Ninth Circuit, and like within days we got a briefing schedule. It was astonishing. They were like, yeah, we want your briefing by November 8th, and State of Washington, we want your response by December 8th, and then Mission, we want your response to theirs by December 22nd. I mean, like they were just on it. Well, the state asked to kick it in the new year because of the holidays, right? And so that's okay. But what it means is that we'll have our briefings in fast. I mean, like the 9th was on it, and it is interesting because if whoever at the 9th that was receiving our request for appeal, if all they wanted to do was kill it, all they had to do was leave it, right? They didn't have to jump on an expedited review, and so it's obvious that somebody at the Ninth Circuit sees that there's an issue here. And even our district court judge, it was so interesting reading her judgment. She said that the mission has succeeded in demonstrating that we have a constitutionally implicated behavior, which is our hiring, right? That we intend to engage in that is now at odds with state law because of the I know, but that we hadn't succeeded in demonstrating, that we had the harm to be there and stuff. But even she sees, yep, you've got some constitutional behavior. They've got a law now. Those things are in conflict. But as a brand new federal judge, she's like, gosh, but I'd really rather not have to do this one, And so God is in charge, and so we're confident, of course, that our appeal has a very high likelihood of success, and our case, I would expect, would be reinstated sometime late spring, April or May, and then we'll be off, onto the merits. My concern, perhaps, if anything, is just that we could end up getting a ruling on the merits sometime like really close to the election, and that's just when everybody's already going to be all keyed up anyway, and so I'm a little little just concerned about the timing of that, right? But again, God's in control. Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So,
Well, this is exciting to see what will be.
yep. I don't know if you saw a headline December 1st, December 3rd, something like that. A case very, 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 very similar to ours that turned entirely on the same legal principles out of Seattle, World Vision. Let's go over by the heater. World Vision, Dina says, iPad. World Vision was sued. Hey, thank you so much. Merry Christmas. We're very close to meeting the goal. Like, we're going to get it. We're going to get there. World Vision didn't hire someone who was in a same-sex marriage, and for a customer service position, and the federal judge in this case, ours is a problem with state law, but in this case it was a federal judge, essentially applied the exact same reasoning that the Washington State Supreme Court used to say, in this case, yeah, that's not really a religious job. That's an administrative job. Even though the job description includes praying with donors over the phone, like asking folks if you can pray for them.
They're not using logic and truth. They're using prejudice and bias.
Yeah. And so they just lost that case in the merits issue, and so they're appealing that to the ninth, the exact same time our appeal is going to the ninth, right? And so it's entirely possible that at some point we end up getting bundled and up to the high court. We'll see how that all works out, but it's going to be very apparent to the Supreme Court. Merry Christmas. It's going to be very apparent to the Supreme Court that there's something going on in Washington that needs to get addressed, because it's
Lots.
So I'm hopeful. Yeah, I'm true. I'm authentically hopeful, and I'm not scared or worried.
Wouldn't do any good, would it?
Well, A, it wouldn't do any good, but B, like, if there is one thing you can bank on, it is that God will not forsake the poor.
Nor his children.
Like there is so much Bible on that, like a humble and contrite heart, the broken spirit who comes to him, he will not turn away. And so if he comes back in the next week, I want to be found standing with the poor, in his name. And so I'm not worried about that. I think our community is coherent. I mean, it's a community, and so it's diverse, and not everybody, agrees or even likes each other all the time. But you'll remember during 2020 when the BLM riots were happening all over the place, and Minnesota police stations were being burned to the ground. None of that happened here. And I believe that this election cycle will be messy, like the last one, like the last presidential election cycle. But none of that will happen here. And there's several reasons for that, and they're real and they're structural, and so we live in a great place.
We do.
We live in a great place, and so I'm not worried. It'll be good.
I agree.
Thank you.
Amen.
It's so fun to see you.
Good to see
Okay.
you. I'll tell Rod all about our conversation.
Yay! Thank you.
Give Dina.
Okay, we'll do. Thanks, Pat. Hi, Dwayne, Sam. Francis Real. Thanks, guys. Okay, so I got to do some math here. It's 4:00, basically, which 4 p.m., which means I've got 6 hours. Yeah. So I've been out here for 54 hours out of the 60, and we're very close to making our goal. If we can go over our goal, that will be great, right? Because all our goal is going to do is going to right the ship from November, and I'm sure that December will be soft too, and so. So it'll be really exciting to see what happens here. At some point, I'll have to pack up the tent and get that going. But I'm so excited that it's that at 4 p.m. we are just within just our stone's throw of making it to 60. Autumn Bernier, who was here earlier and sharing her testimony about how God brought her to the mission and why. Took away our last run of deposits, and so we'll get that added into the thermometer count on the giving page and see and then we'll see how that adds up. But it's definitely gonna be close. Hi, Kelly. Kelly Whitnell was saying hi to Pat. Don't you love Pat? She's just so sweet. I'm just so thankful for her. And yeah, and I need to let someone know that that I got their message, and so thank you everyone for watching. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for sending me encouragements and sometimes the encouragements to shut up and all that stuff. So thank you guys so much. Whoop whoop. Okay, one of the folks at work needed some information. Got that one done. I got to remember to check my texts every now and then. And I lost Dan Skilperord. He had to go get his crew ready for work. He actually has a business. So let me get up here and get to talking to folks. Sean Gutierrez asks how we're doing at the goal, and we're super close, Sean. I think we're probably around 58 and change maybe. So we're probably maybe only 1,500 away, which means that I think we're really likely to get there tonight as long as folks keep showing up and making it happen. Sean, thank you for showing up last night and helping to make it happen, man. It was really nice to get to spend some more time with you. Yeah, real delighted with that. I got to tell you, Ray's has been an incredible host. Not just Chris Brown, the owner, but just the staff even. The barista girl, Lynn, has been so cute. She's come out every now and then to check on us and ask us if we need anything. And it's just such a great store and such a great community. And yeah, some of the pharmacy staff, if they've come in and out to work, have checked in and been encouraging. And but wow. Oh, there he is. And Brian Hubert's been amazing from West Side. Thank you.
So what types of positions are for volunteers? They know there's a website that's got full of that stuff, and you're probably very far removed from the needs for volunteers.
No, not entirely. I'm pretty plugged in on that stuff, actually. Let me get you another.
Getting audio?
Yeah, let me get you some audio here.
Okay. Because I'm finding myself with more time lately to come and just sit out here on the sidewalk and feast at that.
Yeah.
During this wonderful conference.
That is so beautiful of you.
There aren't enough Christmas parties to do sound out.
That's so funny. That is so funny. Okay. All right.
Oh, for me.
Yep.
Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 3. I love these little Rode microphones.
They're really nice.
They work very well. very well.
Yep, they're really nice. Okay, so the question, I got to sit this way so I can keep an eye on the door and the stuff and everything.
Should we move that over here? Or?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Well, why don't you sit here so you can kind of keep an eye,
actually,
and I will
You're
sit
right.
over here.
Yeah, let's trade.
Because that way you can.
Yep, that way I can
Keep your kneecaps
keep a
warm.
direct eye on the.
Do you have lined
cup, too.
jeans like me? These are now my favorite jeans because I got
Oh man,
Barbara just bought these for me, and
wow.
they're so comfy.
No, I don't. And I actually wish I had some long johns on, and I don't. Yesterday I was wearing jeans underneath these, and
Long johns are so great.
Yeah.
Over at Bimart, they've got affordable long john type stuff.
okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
So Brian asked,
Here,
"Merry Christmas."
Frame the picture.
Merry Christmas.
By the way, if you ever do an event like this and it's more like, we need a couple of camera things and somebody to switch and put the logo and run video, and let me know because I've got a portable kit for doing stuff like that.
Okay.
That would be fun.
Yeah. Well,
we do YouTube and Facebook.
Cool. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. Okay, so Brian asked the question, what opportunities do you have for volunteers? And the answer is nearly unlimited. And I'll explain. But not all of those things are going to be obvious when you go to our website and you create a volunteer account. Not all of those, not the fact that the opportunities are nearly unlimited isn't going to be immediately obvious. So you go to the website, you create a volunteer account, and based on it's going to ask you some questions about your interests and things like that, and then it's going to offer you some opportunities to volunteer. So not all the opportunities to volunteer are even listed because some of them are almost by invitation only because of the
you need special skill set.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're sensitive. They're like really central and core to our mission. In terms of expressing the gospel or things like that. And so, so some of them are not all of them are immediately listed.
It makes sense.
Yeah, they're like ones you sort of graduate to a little bit, but some of them are not listed because we don't know about them, but you do. And I know that doesn't make any sense, but let me wish Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. And here's what I mean. What I discovered with the mountain climbing thing with folks from the mission is the real incredible power. Merry Christmas. Of relationship occurring around recreation, and the recreation itself is valuable, actually, because a lot of our folks, I've talked a little bit about our friend who started using pot when he was 9.
That was inconceivable.
Yeah, well, nobody was taking him camping, right? There's just a bunch of things that are really neat for kids to do for their own development that he just didn't get to do. Merry Christmas. And so the recreational opportunities are legitimate in their own right and fun in their own right and valuable in their own right because they are contexts for development and growth and and so that our folks didn't get, right? But what I learned in the mountain climbing program is that what really made it wasn't nature exactly, though that's good. What really made it was the relationships that were being developed and nurtured in the context of mountain climbing and nature.
So let me back up. Is mountain climbing somehow a part of Union Gospel Mission?
So when I first got here,
Yeah.
I still had a really active mountain climbing program, and my first year here, we climbed Mount Rainier with 2 or 3 folks from the Yakima Union Gospel Mission,
Okay.
and some folks from the Tacoma Rescue Mission and Seattle. And so I've done eight climbs of Rainier with men and women from recovery programs. We've gotten 43 recovery climbers to the summit. In those 8 climbs.
Wow.
Merry Christmas, ma'am. Thank you. We're almost there. I've been out here for 56 hours, but we're doing 60 hours outside to raise $60,000 for the Union Gospel Mission, and we're probably at about 58 and change right now. We're actually going to make it. Yep, I'm super grateful. The community has been so encouraging and supportful. So. We've been very lucky. It was like 28 degrees overnight, which is chilly, but at night you're in your sleeping bag, so it's not too bad. And Brian brought down this cool heater, and so this warm heater, so that's been nice too. And we really haven't had to deal with nasty wind or rain, and so it's been awesome. Or snow or anything like that, so it's been good. Yep, we've really had a blessed year. It's been nice, and it's been so encouraging. The response of folks to support the mission has been super encouraging. I'm the CEO of the mission, and yes, my name is Mike Johnson. Nice to meet you.
Yes, I'm on your email list.
Well, great.
Yeah, so I donate. I already donated.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, thank you.
I used to volunteer down at the after school program.
Madison House.
Not Madison.
Yep. Wow. What'd you do down there in volunteering?
I worked in the younger kids room after school.
Yeah.
School program.
Well,
Is that still going?
it's about to restart. It laid fallow for a couple of years. It started with COVID, and it was just hard to get it back aligned. But it's about yep. You're on the other side of the window, and I can't.
Did he retire?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 5 years ago, actually.
Oh, God.
Mike is now headed over to the car.
For what it's worth, about any given time, we've got 25 kids in our family shelter. Our family shelter at North First. And so, we've got a dozen units for homeless families down there. And pretty normal to have 20 to 30 kids at the mission.
So are you is there a tutoring program there?
There's a thing we do a couple times a week that we call Kids Club in the evening. But my understanding is that if there's some after school homework help that's happening with those kids, that I'm not aware of it. But we just were able to pick up a kid specialist into the family shelter. Can I just have her? Can I connect her up to you and see if there's a volunteer? Okay. Sandy, what's your last name?
Hargrave.
Oh, great. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dave, relationship. Okay. Piece of cake. Yep. Okay. Thanks, Sandy. Well, if you have donated the mission, I might have it. Let me check. Let me just check real fast, and that'll save us all a step, right? You're married to Stephen. Yep. Okay. Then I have an address, but not a phone number. Can I? I've got a home number. Let me get your mobile. That'd be great. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello.
Awesome. You're gonna get
Merry Christmas.
you'll get a reach out from Teresa Sherby. Let me make sure I'm saving the. Okay, let me just make sure that actually saved and got in there. Yep. Okay. So Teresa is our child specialist
Okay.
in the shelter. Her husband runs and owns Mac Daddy coffee shops. Yep. So Mark. Yep. Awesome. I'm so glad I ran into you.
Yeah, I think that daddy's place.
You want me to take care of that? Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Yay. How fun. Sean Gutierrez says, hi, Brian.
Hi, who's that?
Sean is the guy that.
Oh, hi,
Thank
Sean.
you so much, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Sean shared his testimony last night.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Yep. Our paths cross quite a bit.
Yep. Okay, I need to follow up on this, or I'm going to
Do that.
forget. Sandy, it was a delight to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you guys.
Thank you, too. Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Oh, sorry.
You keep going. I'll do some magic tricks. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
What cracks me up is that you come with your own music. You know,
I wish I could say it was original.
Too funny. Too funny. Oh, there it is. Okay. You're insane. Absolutely insane. Okay, looks like
I ran out of magic tricks.
that's going to be the way to do it. Okay. Hey, Merry Christmas, sir. Thank you. Okay, got to get this off to Teresa. Oh, maybe the problem is there's no H. There's no H.
No H?
There's no H. That's the problem. Okay,
be
that's
a
why it
problem.
wasn't coming up.
Uh-huh. How are you tonight?
Good, how you doing?
Doing
Doing
great.
well.
Merry Christmas.
Very
What
well.
up to?
Well, I've been out here for 57 hours.
Okay.
Spent both of the last nights out here in my quest to raise $60,000 in 60 hours
Yeah.
for the Union Gospel Mission.
Oh, cool.
I'm privileged to be the CEO of the mission,
Okay.
and it's just been a sort of a slow giving season. So I'm out here raising awareness and slept in that tent last couple of nights. And this is
Can you
Brian
believe
Hubert.
that?
He's a friend. And,
Yeah.
I went
Merry
home and
Christmas.
slept. You slept here.
I did a commercial for the Union Gospel Mission.
Really?
With Mr. Jones.
Debbie
it was
Jones?
in the 90s.
Okay.
Quite a while, but we did a commercial for them. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, how
Wow.
fun! How
So-
fun!
So, you just taking donations? or-
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, right in there. And we're trying to raise $60,000, and we're actually pretty close.
Well, good.
Yeah.
They deserve it.
They are it's so well run, and there's
Thank
so
you.
many people that are being
Well,
blessed by
a lot of people
that.
helped by that. And a lot of people don't realize how many people are
Yeah.
helped by that.
How many beds for overnight
Steve
accommodation?
Gunning, we can. I mean,
It depends on the need,
it's
doesn't it?
yeah,
Yeah.
sure, but but like probably 220 to 250 is our
Wow.
total capacity if we really had to.
Uh-huh.
We typically run between 175 and 215, 220. Depends on what time of the year it is and what time of the month it is.
And that takes a pile of support staff just to keep that
Well, you've got to have at least 2 people on duty all the time just for
right.
safety.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
it takes a lot of funds to
Yep.
keep that.
And then there's
free
the
anyway for folks.
yeah, and then there's the clinic and the
Mm-hmm.
the cooks and the case managers and the addiction recovery guys
And feeding them.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's nice
exactly.
to have that kind of facilities available. anyway,
Yep.
so. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Well,
I'll
thank
keep
you.
in mind when
Thank
I
you.
go through the line.
Fantastic.
Hey, I got the message that Steve Gunning is watching, and Scott Davidson and Sean Gutierrez and Ashley Jager. Thanks for watching, guys. We're getting pretty close. And what's your first name, brother?
I'm Jim Henson.
Nice to meet you, Jim.
You too.
It's a pleasure, Mike Johnson.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, thank
Glad
you.
You're doing it.
Thank you. It's been a real joy. It's been surprising, actually. I'm feeling a little frog in my throat. And Liesel, who is that? That is Lupe Mendoza. What are you guys doing out in the cold?
Yeah. What are we doing?
What are we doing out in the cold? Well, we're out in front of Ray's at 56 and Summit View, trying to make up for some shortfall in the mission's donations. Merry Christmas. We're actually really almost done here. I've been out here for almost 60 hours.
Isn't that amazing?
Yep. And trying to raise 60,000, and we're like at 58,000 right now. Yeah, it's just been so encouraging. And so, remember Dave Calhoun in Operation Tin Cup? That's Dave's Tin Cup.
No way.
So then Dave McKinney did it, right? And so I guess I'm Tin Cup number 3.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Yep, thank you. So that's what we're doing. And since you asked, and we're putting the whole thing up here on the internet, and people can watch and pray. I want to Kimberly Pinch. Hey, how are you? I'm know that you and your family are in our prayers. We love you. And I want to check in on the thermometer here, the giving thermometer, to see how. Oh, I just made it go away when I shouldn't have. To see how it's doing, and I got to log back into, get back into. Is that the best way to do it? I'm just muttering at this point. I know the best way to do it.
Sleeping outside in a tent in the winter can do that
for
to you.
two,
It can
for,
slow your brain
for
down.
60 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not
The
the
finger dexterity.
Well, I'm
way
not.
down.
I can tell. I can actually tell.
Yeah.
I'm not as sharp mentally as I usually am. Okay, yeah, they haven't necessarily gotten that latest poll updated in yet. So the thermometer is showing at 55, but I'm absolutely confident that it's more like 58. We're super close, and it'll be interesting to see if in the next update on the thermometer how close we're getting.
Brushing the top of the thermometer. Oh, here comes.
Oh, thank you so much. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. I'm going to put this in here.
In
Thank
the
you.
coffee pot.
Thank you, brother. So Brian asked, what? Hey, Kim. Brian asked, what are the volunteer opportunities? And I said, well, you wouldn't necessarily know this, but they're actually nearly unlimited. And so the reason is because what I learned through my hiking and mountain climbing thing with folks is that it's really about the relationships that are formed during the activity, which means whatever
there's a lot of spontaneity or
whatever you do for fun,
yeah,
right, is conceivably a volunteer opportunity.
So you're enabling enabling somebody's gifts or their talents or their interests to build the relationship, fostering just whatever it takes to foster a relationship.
Yeah. So let's say you're Rob Vickers and you really like to golf, right?
Okay.
Or you're Brian Stevenson and you like to golf even though you're not very good at it. That was fun.
That's pretty good.
That was pretty good.
Or you're Sean and let's not talk about Sean.
Yeah, but let's say you're Brian or you're Rob and you're a golfer, right? Whether you're good at it or not is irrelevant. Right. Most of the folks that we work with, they've never had the opportunity to golf. It requires equipment and all kinds of stuff, right? So those are just things they've never gotten to do. Merry Christmas, sir. I'm the CEO of the Union Gospel Mission, and I've been out here now for about 56 hours. All together, spent the last 2 nights, and we've been doing the whole thing on the internet too, and so folks can watch. And we're trying to raise $60,000, and we're very, very, very close. We're probably 57, 58 out of 60. So it's just been so encouraging. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Because
I don't think of that when I think of the Union Gospel Mission as something that, again, you took people up the mountains.
Right.
My wife and I, we square dance out in Moxie.
Okay,
I don't see a lot of what.
Okay, but that's perfect, right? Okay, so you see your wife and you square dance out in Moxie. Okay,
how would that work?
Well, so the way it would work is we'd put you in touch with Jason Johnston, who's our residential programs manager, right? And then we'd probably invite you to come down sometime for a community meeting of the programs and introduce you. And hey, everybody, this is Brian Hubert. He and his wife go square dancing in Moxie, and they're just inviting anybody who actually wants to come try it out once. If you want, he can bring you along. Brian, when do you go? Right, and you tell them about it and a little bit about yourself, and maybe nobody raises their hand.
Probably not.
But it has nothing to do with square dancing.
Right.
Okay. It really doesn't. It has to do with the unknown. And so in the lives of our folks, the unknown was always bad.
Okay.
So their families were chaotic very often, right? Sean talked about his family last night. His mom's whatever third husband, boyfriendy person,
showing him how to
make drugs when he was in 7th grade, right? And so stepping into an environment where I don't know what all the variables are is dangerous. How Sean grew up, right? And so what they learn is just stick to what you know. Don't put yourself vulnerable into new spots, and because you just don't know what bad thing's going to happen. Even if it's just as bad as you being embarrassed and ashamed because you don't know how to square dance, right? And that's going to be silly or whatever, and you're going to look silly. And so in missions around the country, in programs, there's this joke that when it comes to recreational stuff, for folks in the recovery program, you practically have to mandate it. You have to make it mandatory fun. And but that if you make the fun mandatory, right?
Right.
You know, then almost always what happens at the end of it is folks are like, you know what, I was sort of nervous. I didn't know what to expect, but I'm really glad I did it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so, you know, maybe the second time you come down and make the square dancing pitch, you're less unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Some people that, okay, you know, they've seen you. And maybe the second time you come down, one person who is intrepid says, I'll go with you learning how to square dance. Let's see, Stephen Gunning says, I've been logged in throughout the weekend. I just wish you could have gotten over there. Oh, man, thank you, guys. Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you, Steve Gunning. And I hope you have a great trip. And that when you're visiting family on your trip, it's just lovely that you're going to be down there for Christmas. So bless you. Thank you. Thank you for your support in this process of getting here. Thank you, Steve. Okay, so you know, back to square dancing, right? So the second time you come down, someone's like, okay, I'll give square dancing a try, and they come out and they give it a try, and have fun, and they come back and they tell people, you know what, that was sort of fun, and then the next time you come down to pitch square dancing,
Mm-hmm.
maybe a couple people try. Okay, so what happens over time is eventually folks in the recovery program learn that there's this guy named Brian, and him and his wife go square dancing in Moxie, and they come down every now and then to talk about it. And you guys should give it a try. It's sort of fun, you know. And maybe you only do it once, but you know what? It was really fun.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, and you start developing relationships.
That's it, huh?
With folks, and yeah, exactly. And it's actually the relationship that really matters. And here's what folks are going to get out of it. They came into the recovery program at the Union Gospel Mission to get drugs and alcohol out of their life, right? And
Mm-hmm.
to finally, you know, get on their feet. And they didn't come in to square dance.
They did not.
They did not expect at any point that while they were in the recovery program at the Union Gospel Mission, someone was going to invite them to go square dancing. Okay, but they did. And it was sort of fun, and maybe they went back a couple of times even,
Mm-hmm.
and they got to make a couple of friends, and as a result, you know, accepted an invitation to church or something like that. What they learned is that, you know what? Not all the unexpected things that happen in life are bad. Sometimes some of the unexpected things that happen in life are good.
Okay.
And
Uh-huh.
you know what? God has things in his pocket that I don't know anything about and would never have guessed, like square dancing, you know, and some of them are really neat,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and they start like developing a different and more optimistic view of the future. That it's open, that it's not just closed, and that they can actually, hey, Nan, I have been, hey, thank you. Yep. Thank you so much. So we met that one time. I'm Mike. I'm the CEO of the mission.
Oh, hi, I'm Bunker Frank. There's my-
Mike,
Oh,
back
that's
there
right.
behind the
Yeah. So
QR
thank you
code
so
here.
much for your support.
So you're out there to do an additional fundraising?
Well, we're running a little behind, right? And so we had to come up with some fun, interesting ways to do things. You know, yeah. And we're actually really close to our goal, as you can see. Yeah, we're actually really close. So I'm supposed to be out here until 10 p.m. I've been out here for 56 hours.
Really?
Yep, I've spent
Oh my God.
I've spent the last 2 nights out here. Yep, exactly. Yep, Brian Hubert's a friend, and he's does
Hi, Nan.
Bunker Frank. So Bunker, how did you end up with the Bunker's a nickname, right?
It has to be a whole other fundraising.
Okay, all right, that's fun. I from the side, I thought it was somebody else, but then as soon as she turned around, I realized who it was. Okay, so they end up like maybe the future is actually open.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like change and adventure can actually happen in my life, and then the next time
Mm-hmm.
some somebody comes along and says, "Hey, anybody want to,
And it starts building
exactly."
relationships.
Yep. And so
And trust.
relationships and trust. And so, like, I'm still friends with folks that I've been up the mountain with years and years ago.
Mhm.
And like real relationships got built. But the most, I think, the most durable thing in all of that is learning how to make relationships. So, so one time we were talking with some of our folks that had been out hiking, and and one of them said, "Yeah, I came along just because I'm trying to figure out what sober people do for fun. They've never had sober fun. Merry Christmas." The only way they ever knew how to have fun was to party and get loaded.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if I'm gonna not party and get loaded, how do I have fun?
Yeah.
How do I make friends? Right.
Well,
You sign up for square dancing.
right. Okay.
And so, part of it is the relationships you make, but one of the biggest things is just learning how to make relationships that aren't based around drugs or alcohol or partying or getting loaded or crime or dysfunction. Like, how do I do that? Well, I accept the invitation to go square dancing, and then I let myself get to know people.
Mm-hmm.
And I accept the invitation to go to church, and then I let myself get to know people. And and that might seem like a really basic thing, like a really simple life skill, but it's not.
It's not something that I would think of when I think of the New Gospel Mission
Nope.
as something that, this is
Merry Christmas. Yep.
an
opportunity to take people square dancing.
A crock pot for relation. Yeah.
But it is. It's a crock pot for relationships. Is a really good way to put it. And relationships are just they're happening when you do stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
That involves other people. And so when it comes to recreational stuff, what we do is we just ask our volunteers, like, "Hey, what are you already doing?" "Well, I'm already going to go out golfing," right? If you're Rob or Brian, well, just take one of our folks with you and give them an experience of golfing and see if they liked it and see if they want to come back.
Do you have like a lot of some story things, a collection of stories or different types? Nobody would have ever thought that going out working at the stuff at the agricultural museum was some kind of a relationship building type of event, or going and working on trails up at the Cowiche Creek Canyon, or something like that. But do you have stories where you've seen that strategy, if I can call it that, how that built relationships?
Absolutely. So one of the things there's numerous things that volunteers used to be doing down at Madison House. And one of them was sewing and quilting. And so neat volunteer lady would come down and just sew and quilt with some of the girls who would come into Madison House after school. Right?
Okay.
And after they'd gotten some homework help, then she would sew and quilt with them. And it's just what ends up happening through that process is someone is giving time, right? And that communicates value. So we've been talking about instead of giving up money on the street, like instead of giving $5, give 5 minutes.
Okay.
And take the time to hear someone's story, because time actually communicates. What you give attention to communicates value, right? What you give time to communicates value. And so when you give time and attention to share something that you enjoy with somebody else, what you're really saying is that they matter. And so like we just see this all the time, like all over the place, and just somebody sharing what matters to them with others. And so super coolest doctor would come down and do piano lessons and music lessons. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, this one right here.
Okay. How come you're not able to leave by the front door?
Well, because the Salvation Army kettle was, and I didn't want to be disrespectful and jump in line in front of them. Thank you,
Yeah, you're welcome.
appreciate that.
That's kind of you. You're a little out of the road.
But you know what? What's really interesting? We're going to meet our goal. In 60 hours of being out here, we are going to raise $60,000. We're at about 58 right now.
Oh, well, that's good.
So we tried to be respectful, and God has responded to that.
That's neat. That's really cool. Well, so tonight's your last night, right?
Yep. Yeah.
My name's Stephen Wolf.
Mike Johnson, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yep. This is Brian Hubert.
Hello,
Hi, Brian.
Stephen.
Nice
Glad to meet you.
Nice to meet
Merry
you.
Christmas.
Well, I donate a lot to the shop across the street.
Thank
and
you
I
so
buy a lot
much.
of
Thank
stuff.
you so
That's
much.
great.
Those thrift stores have been a really important part of the mission's finances because of the thrift stores offsetting all of the mission's administrative overhead and about half our fundraising costs. 94% of donations are able to go to programs and clients.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, like we're one of the most efficient nonprofits in the valley.
That's neat.
Yeah, because of your support for the thrift store. So thank you. Hey, Merry Christmas, sir.
Well, you guys enjoy your last night.
Thank you.
Are you both in there?
I was in there last night and the night before, but I'm actually all done at 10 p.m. tonight.
Okay.
So-
You're done, all done.
Yep, thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
Thank you.
for what you do.
Oh man, it's a privilege.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye, Stephen.
Bye-bye.
Man, I feel like I recognize that guy that just came in with that mustache. Maybe not.
Why
But
don't you go in and tackle him?
no, I
Yeah.
don't think
You don't
so.
do that?
I don't think tackling him would actually be welcome.
Mhm.
I mean, call that a hunch. But just something inside me
Just, you
thinks,
know,
don't
wisdom
actually
speaking.
tackle that guy.
Yeah, don't do that.
You know, but yeah, like I said, just a hunch maybe. But especially not live on the internet.
No.
Like if you're going to tackle a total stranger,
Turn the camera the other way.
yeah,
turn off the
don't do it
microphones.
live on the internet. So we've been talking about about volunteering at the mission and volunteering by offering
Mm-hmm.
your recreational hobby to share with others. Not though, I want to be clear, like not somebody who is still sleeping on the street but coming in for lunch, because that's not the point in life where they're at.
They're in survival mode.
Right. This
Yeah.
would be connecting up with someone who's been in the recovery program for 6 months already.
Okay.
And they're looking forward into their life and they're starting to say, okay, how do I build and put together a life that isn't based around all the chaos and dysfunction and that my life has been built around up to this point, and what do clean and sober people do for fun, and is it actually fun?
Right. Yeah.
Which is really important actually,
Uh-huh.
because if what we have to offer folks is, hey, let's get all that chaos and those drugs and alcohol out of your life so that you can have a really boring, difficult life that is just, drudgery and be miserable for the rest of your life. Like that's not a very good sell. That's not it's hard to sell that.
Yeah.
But I don't really believe it's what God is inviting us into either, right? And so what God is inviting us into is life abundantly.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Thank you. I have had a good one, and thank you for being part of it. Merry Christmas. And so what we need to be able to offer them is not merely sobriety purchased at the cost of misery. But what does abundant life actually look like? Well, it looks like golfing with friends or square dancing or fishing or all the things that people do that put the joy in life.
Jumping out of
Quilting or
airplanes.
Jumping out of airplanes.
Bungee jumping.
Those
like
things.
that, yeah.
Mountain climbing or all that.
It's a lot of stuff. It could be as simple as just playing board games, kind of things. So a lot of people are into jigsaw puzzles, and
Well,
not so much involves thinking too much.
So how fun would it be though if we had some volunteers that just came down and played board games
Yeah.
on Thursday night or Friday night, so that people aren't just sitting around
Mm-hmm.
like watching too much TV or something.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a lot of fun actually.
No, what is there like TV night? Like,
There-
you know, we're going to
there is.
have
We'll do movie night.
movie night
Yep,
and
absolutely, we'll do movie night, and that's been fun
watch
too.
Frozen.
Or fun or the Seahawks.
The Seahawks? That's a good. That would be a very good one.
Yep, we've done that. We've had just exactly, and
Uh-huh.
so but somebody's got to organize a little recreation,
Right.
And then if you think back to family, right, when your kids are 7, 8, 9, and 10,
Mm-hmm.
a huge part of what parents are doing isn't just helping them with school, but it's organizing recreation. It's taking them camping. It's
Right.
getting them into soccer or all those things. Well, somebody else had to do that for them.
Uh-huh.
Because unless it's going to be them drawing on a piece of paper when they're 3, even when somebody else had to put the paper in front of them and teach them, you know. And so, generally speaking, like it's not just the work of life that we have to be taught how to do; it's the play.
I think that's
As well.
a part of, you know, the square dancing part. Boy, having a happy wife is a huge goal.
Yeah.
And so square dancing is not real high. It takes my brains, it takes my body, it takes all kinds of stuff. And
So what
I get
you're
tired.
saying is that you on your own might not have gotten
No,
into square dancing.
not at all. No. But that relationship with my wife is super important, and she loves it. And the people who do it are great. Line dancing, and there's a thing called contra dancing, and even
And
ballroom dancing and stuff
and
like that. It's so
doesn't
important.
it make you happy to
This
see her
relationship.
happy?
Exactly. Yes. But I tend to think that, you know, I do a lot of interesting things, but not what I would consider group type things. I'm a pretty boring person because I don't fish, I don't go hiking, I don't golf much, I don't play, you know, I don't do a lot of what I would consider fun things like jumping out of airplanes.
I'm glad that you would consider jumping out of airplanes fun things. So, you know, that's encouraging. I'm glad that when you say,
Yeah, some
you know, I
people
don't
get
do a
together-
lot of things I would consider fun, like jumping out of
You're
airplanes.
going
So that's
up-
encouraging.
Going up in the mountains and wading through waist high snow to shoot an animal, it just sounds cold, and it's like sleeping in a tent out here outside of Race. I just don't know that I'm quite ready for that. That's not my brother and my brother-in-law. They love fishing and hunting, and I'm like, I'm not wired that way. You know, let me go build a radio station or something like that, something technical. I'm a little more wired for that kind of deal. Some people are into video games and
Right.
and all that. No, that's not that's not quite my deal either. But
Well,
I do have an interesting skill set.
You
And
do.
like you said, it's unlimited.
Like Liam Neeson in
Yeah.
Taken, you have a highly unusual set of skills.
And my wife, on the other hand, is very good at doing putting things together and just being a support. You know, if that's where my wife is wired, to support her. Maybe it is
Yep.
square dancing. Maybe it is quilting or sewing
Yeah.
or table games. You know, make a difference. Build a relationship. Is that what I'm hearing?
yes,
Okay.
yep. And it's basically like just take somebody along with you,
Uh-huh.
because there's this principle that I've come around to believing is really true, which is that we open the world for each other.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Like pretty much, if you think about it, like pretty much every opportunity in your life came about because you met somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in that process, that they were part of opening the next opportunity for you.
Mhm.
You know, whether
Okay.
it was somebody hired you or Merry Christmas, sir. I've been out here for 57 hours straight. I spent the last 2 nights in that tent right there. Yes, and we are very close to meeting our $60,000 goal for the Unity Gospel Mission. If you want to help us out, we'd be grateful, but no pressure. Whatever God puts on your heart, and but we appreciate it. Thank you. Merry Christmas. We're currently at 59,002. Okay. We have,
What do you read now?
We have down here in the comment stream.
Oh, down at the bottom. Oh, is this going up?
Yep. Yeah. So the newest
it's
one
not
is at the
coming down, it's
bottom.
going up. Okay. That's getting pretty close.
That's really close, and
Wow.
and it's really close. I can tell you that we're actually
One for you,
um,
one for me, one for
well,
you, two for me.
I know about that one, and I'm not sure about that one, so I'm not going to open that one. There's a Sharpie in here. Okay, so we're whoever put up the 59 222. When you come and collect this, that number will go up, but still not quite to our total goal. So we're
Still working on it.
We're very close now.
Keep bringing those checks out, please. That'd
Very
be great.
very close now, and so we still got a little ways to go, but
Mhm.
we're getting really close. I just got a text. Let me see.
See if I got a text. Wasn't me.
Um, um, awesome, and
Cooking for dinner.
hey,
Look at that.
how are you doing? What we're cooking for dinner is hope. Thank you so much. What a delight to see you.
Oh, my friend Dan Skipper called me and said he was here with you.
He spent last night with us out here, and it's just what a great guy.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
my
love
goodness,
Dan.
I love
We were
Dan so
friends.
much.
He was at Church of North in Wapato for years, and Harold and I spent 9 years doing ministry down there. On Jeff and including Joe Hall, we're still there as pastors.
Yeah,
But they closed shortly after COVID. So anyway, Dan's a great guy.
he is a great guy. He's good people.
Hello.
So Brian Hubert is at Westside.
I'm at Westside.
Hi.
Only not right now.
That's okay.
Pat Byers.
Pat,
Patricia. Yeah.
how are you
Patricia
doing?
Byers.
Are you part of the Union Gospel Ministry?
No, it's okay.
Pat?
Just occasional donor.
Friend and,
He's a
and
friend,
fantastic, like Barbara and
I
I.
was in the Covenant Church for years. We'd come down and do a night at
Which church?
Covenant Church, the Yakima Covenant Church.
With Diana
No,
Abramson.
wait, no, but it was down on Lincoln.
Oh,
That was like a long time ago.
okay. All right. My sister goes to Yakima Covenant over here.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Sings in the
I
choir.
was glad when they reopened down on that end because
Ah.
the church on Lincoln closed it and the Covenant was not here for a while.
Ah.
And they came back in, so
Hmm.
they started building. Anyway, great history.
What time is it? It's 5 o'clock. Okay, I've been out here for 56 hours
Well, good for you.
or 55 hours, and it's been so encouraging.
Good.
It has been so encouraging.
Awesome.
Yeah, and it's people have been so positive and so kind and responsive, and God's really shown up and sent folks to show their support. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm confident we'll actually hit our goal.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
I
which
used to watch for the tin can.
Yeah,
that
tin
Mike
cup. Well-
McKinney did for a
well,
long time.
well Dave,
yeah.
yep, Dave did it after Dale Carpenter,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
That is Dale Carpenter's tin cup,
Really
and Dave had it and passed it on to me.
good.
And-
Awesome.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Yeah, that
I'm actually going to get it engraved. Like
Are you?
the Dale Carpenter tin.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, tin cup.
That's good. I like it.
Yeah, it is. It's been really neat. And so, of course, the 60K, is going to make up for our November shortfall. So who knows what will happen in December? But it will, and make up for that. And so it's just been a really soft year for everybody. Salvation Army's
Yes, I
giving
know.
is soft, and everything costs so much more.
The inflation is up, giving us down. People
Yep.
are giving less because their inflation is up.
Exactly.
City Hall, same thing.
Yeah,
We have inflationary costs like everybody else, so I'm trying not to,
Right.
Be cautious of what we're asking the taxpayers for, and so.
right. And then, and what probably I'm not sure I've heard anybody talk about is that a lot of homelessness funding is funded through the filing fee, like that $15 filing fee. And so when real estate transactions are down,
Mhm.
those filing fees aren't happening,
Yeah,
and that income is down.
yeah,
you
that's through the county. I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly, and so it's just it's really cascading, and it is. It's everything soft, and so we're like, well, what can we do? Well, let's resurrect 10 Cup. We needed to do it. We've been talking about it for a while, and so yeah, it's been really fun. And I'm congratulations.
On my re-election?
Yes,
Oh, that Pat.
Yeah. That was
You're the mayor.
yep. But I gotta discipline myself to
Okay.
Patricia. Yep.
Patricia. Because I was at an event with I'm trying to think of his name, Brian Jones.
Oh, yes.
And there was a thing where they were honoring some policemen over at the park,
Yeah.
Franklin Park.
Yeah.
And I brought a PA system. And you came over and you said, hello, my name is Patricia. And I go, that's very nice. And I had no idea who you were. My wife and I just moved here a couple of years ago. And so I asked Brian, and he says, well, that's the mayor. Oh, how cool. Anyway, very good. So, I'm so
Thank
glad
you.
that you'll be back in.
Me too.
Yay.
I'm hoping anyway, but there's a good likelihood I'll be
Yeah.
reappointed by the council.
Yeah, the
Oh.
tea leaves look good. Yeah, yeah. Obviously, it's a chicken that isn't hatched, and they're and yeah. So congratulations.
Did you want a nice
Amen.
warm chair here to sit and ask my questions? Well, there you go. Oh.
Well, thank you. May I pray for you and the incoming council? Father in heaven, thank you for giving us ways to serve our communities. We know that you don't need our help, but you let us help. And we're so glad that you do. And so, God, thank you for giving me this way to serve our community. And thank you for giving Patricia this way to serve this community. We're so much better because of these opportunities to serve others and serve our community. And when we're just living for ourselves, we're so much smaller and lesser. And so, God, sometimes it's hard. And sometimes it's frustrating. Sometimes things just don't happen, or they happen super slow. But God, sometimes it just feels like you show up and the sun comes out of the clouds and just bam, things happen. And so, God, we just pray for Yakima that you will help us be good servants of this community, and that because we were willing to let you use us however you wanted to, that we contributed somehow. And so for this incoming council, God, I lift them up to you, and I pray that you lead them and guide them. For those who have served and were not reelected, God, thank you for their service. Thank you for their service. And God, I pray that you would help them to know that they can keep serving and influencing and affecting the good of their neighbor, whether they're in the council or not. And who knows, someone might find that getting a lot of time back in their life let them do a lot of other good that they found even more rewarding. We trust you. We trust you with all of that, God, because you know exactly how to lead and guide us. And so your word says that you raise up the leaders that you want, and so we trust you with that. Will you just please help us to make the most out of the opportunities you give us to serve others with the gifts and the talents that we have, as led by you, as guided by you. Please help us to move forward with malice towards none, and charitable hearts to all. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Yeah,
Brian, good to
thank
see
you.
Patricia,
Yep,
a pleasure.
Great to see you. Thank you again for your support, for helping us get there.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas. Yay. Yay. I need to communicate really fast. Let's see.
I'm out of magic tricks, so we'll just sit here.
I got an idea. I need to make a quick phone call because we have to collect that stuff up every now and then and take it away someplace safe.
Okay.
You know,
Mhm.
and count it and process it.
Good idea.
Properly in accordance with
Go make your phone call.
with correct internal controls. And so, I have an idea, and it's time. You know, and I just need to make sure that that happens so that our donors,
I'm just hanging
their
out.
donations are handled properly and with respect and security and stuff.
I think I'll look at the Sistine Chapel ceiling here and count the cobwebs. We want to thank people who have supported this ministry by bringing a mostly eaten tray of brownies. I could probably warm this up here. Brownies, they're very good. Very good, thank you. You know, sometimes putting chocolate chips in them makes them even more chocolatey. I like that a lot. And we also have a couple of apple fritters left. Ooh, don't want to get that just to the fire here. But we got some apple fritters. I had one. It was really, really good. I think this coffee stand here at Ray's is still open when you're dropping your checks off or your cash or whatever. They have the coffee stand. I had my drink of choice today was the steamed cider. Steamed eggnog, which is just really great. Some people have it with coffee. I don't quite get that. And I don't need whipped cream and stuff. Just give me the nice steamy eggnog. I love that. I think that's very, very good. And it comes with this decorative paper sleeve here that, in fact, I've been saving these. I have a whole pile of them at home, and I don't know what I'll do with them. Maybe they make nice wristbands or something like that. When I'm out square dancing, could do that. Maybe I could stitch them together and make a nice string of sleeves for the Christmas tree as a Christmas decoration. Could do that. So, but my eggnog is empty, and the girl down the hall there at the barista, she's just hanging out. I didn't know that they were open this late, so that's pretty neat on a weekend. So that's about it. There's an open bag of fish that Dan was chewing on, and I didn't find that particularly appetizing, so I sealed the bag up. You know, it's just the smell of fish out here in the open didn't work for me. But as we're winding down the last, I think we got 4.5 hours left here. 5 hours. 5 hours to go here in county. Let's see here. You're almost thorough. Oh, there, almost there. Well, where else would we be if we weren't almost there? Meaning here. Good question. I think we've gone through maybe 3 bottles of propane this weekend. Enjoyed every ounce of it. Yeah, something like that. Okay, and now the Yakima Union Gospel Mission stare down. I will stare at you without blinking. Well, how would I know if you blinked or not?
So funny.
That wouldn't work. We need a two-way communication.
I need to get an envelope out here.
Go get an envelope. And so this little propane thing here, I'll tell you how I came upon this. My daughter, Margaret, who lives in Astoria, we had a gathering during COVID, and they wanted to be out in the open. We found a shelter at a park in Chehalis. So my son lives in Port Orchard, my daughter who lives in Astoria, and then my wife Barbara and I drove over. We drove over White Pass to Chehalis and met in a park, under a shelter in the pouring rain, and they brought this radiant propane heater. So while we're out there, and we had a gift exchange at Thanksgiving, we're giving gifts, and because we knew we were going to get together for Christmas, so we had all of our presents, and everybody brought food, and we socially distanced and tried to make everyone comfortable. And my wife's and I present for the family was we got matching gray plaid shirts for everyone, so we all could be styling together wearing our plaid shirts. So we got some great awkward family photos of that. So that was fun. But anyway, this propane heater, that just really heated up the area so nicely. So I think it was 2 years ago, she brought this propane heater and gave it to me for a birthday present. Hello. Come on over. How are you doing?
Good. How you doing?
What have you got there?
I got dinner for you. Kelly?
Dinner?
Kelly?
I'm Brian.
Brian?
And Mike just
Mike?
went into the
Is he in the
to
store?
get some envelopes. He's the CEO for
Yeah,
Union
yeah.
Gospel
Yeah,
Ministry.
where's he at?
He'll be right back out. He
Yeah,
just
right.
went to get an envelope
Oh, okay.
to sort out the dollar bills and things like that. Well, what did you bring tonight? I think it's just Mike and me so far.
Yeah.
Are you gonna join whatever is in there? Are you gonna?
No, I'm just leaving it off.
Okay.
I'm just dropping it off.
Okay. Well, if you can just hang for a minute? I think that's him coming back out right now.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, here he is. I'm Brian, by the way.
Okay.
And you are
Adon Navarro?
Adon?
Kelly's my wife. She's the one that she volunteers. She's been volunteering
Good for her.
for years.
I think I was just talking to Mike about, how do you get involved in that and what types of things can you do? And he really told me some great ideas.
Yeah.
So I'll be looking forward to that. Yeah, I think you got sidetracked at the stash of water bottles there. You're welcome. Kelly's still sitting in the car?
No.
Waiting for you?
She's waiting for me at home.
Okay, because you're welcome to have a seat.
Yeah, we're getting ready to have dinner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You watch any football today at all?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit here and there. Yeah. How's it going?
Good, thank you. I gotta give this.
Taking care of the paperwork. Hello. He will be with you shortly here. Do you like the smell of fish? We have a little package of fish here.
Oh, do you?
Smell it. Okay. This little heater kicks out so much radiant heat. You feel it way out here. And I've got it on the lowest setting.
Oh, do you?
This is the second bottle this weekend that we've used.
Oh, okay.
And it's still going.
Nice.
I think I got that right. Thank you. Yep, thank you. What do you got going on?
Yeah, dinner for you.
Look at that.
You're amazing. What is that? So good.
Prime rib. No, I don't know.
Mike.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm a Don. You know Kelly.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I'm the hubby.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She's making dinner, so my job was to drop it off.
Navarro?
That's dessert. Yeah. You know.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I was thinking the right Kelly.
Yep.
Oh man, this is so great.
I hope that's enough.
Well, I am sure that whether it is or isn't, it's going to be totally awesome.
Oh, there you
man,
go.
Look at that.
There you go. You are going to eat well tonight.
Mhm.
Oh, and it's got a decorated
Of course.
envelope.
And dessert's over here.
Desserts over here. You guys are amazing. Thank you. We haven't met. actually.
Yeah.
Have we?
You went to one of Kelly's first dinners.
Okay, I
It
remember.
was right across the park. That's where
Yep,
we
at
lived.
the park.
And you came real quick. Not
Yeah.
real quick, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
You jumped in
Yep.
after.
Yeah, I wasn't able to stay for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I go, yeah, Kelly, I met him.
I remember that.
I met him.
I remember that now.
One of the
Yep.
very first dinners
At Gilbert Park.
Yeah, right across. I go, yeah, of course. I go, yeah, I met him before. I know him.
It's
And,
cool.
I drop by every now and then. She's the one that does most of the stuff. And I just try to pitch in whenever she does stuff. So
Thank you.
that's right.
Love the Seahawks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to warm a little
Mm.
bit. Yeah, to warm. I
Um,
think it's be warm. So.
How'd they do today?
They play tomorrow.
Oh, they play tomorrow.
Tomorrow night
Okay. Okay.
Sunday night
So against the
football.
Niners.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow night is with the Lions. They're going to play the Lions.
The Niners are.
They play against Eagles.
Did they play it? Because I think I heard that Brock was on
Brock
the
Purdy.
sideline. Yeah, Brock Purdy was on the sidelines.
He got injured, but then I thought he was back in.
Okay, maybe so.
They're thinking Gino may not play, and they're thinking that they don't know what's going to
Who was the last one?
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts for the Eagles.
Oh yeah, boy, they're sure getting banged up, aren't they?
he's not feeling well. I don't know
Ah,
what's going on. They just say they downgraded him to questionable.
Huh.
And Gino's been a little bit gimpy.
yes, yeah.
But we'll see.
I think it was a groin injury or something like that. Yeah, yeah.
He was moving around a little bit last Sunday or Saturday or Thursday, whenever he played.
Uh-huh.
Thursday. But he was still a little bit gimpy. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
But who's it stepped in there and Locke? Drew. And I think the more he plays, the more he's going to have the mind of Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He, whoever they put in, hopefully he does.
DK Metcalf is
Yeah.
rising to what I was hoping it was going to be a year ago. He's been just playing some lights out, great
They
reception.
went after him purposely last week. To
Good.
upset him.
Yeah.
That was on purpose.
Oh gosh, they just
Purposely.
nailed him at the end of the game and started that fight.
I'm hoping that tomorrow he knows that they're going to go after him.
Yeah.
They're going to just try to upset him. So I'm going to let you.
The lines are really good.
Thank you
The
so
lines
much.
are very good.
Yeah,
Don, it's a pleasure talking with you.
Yeah, try to talk about these. He's waiting for dinner with. So I don't want to make.
Go get your dinner.
Thank you.
You bet. You bet.
I'm happy. I'm not hungry. If that's what you're looking at.
Okay.
Is this a stuffed pepper of some kind?
That's a jalapeno, and it. You know how
We call it jalapeno.
they
in
feel
Walla Walla.
really hit and miss. Like sometimes they're hot, sometimes they're not.
Yeah.
That one's hot.
Oh.
Uh huh.
Is Dina a hot pepper kind of? Barbara certainly is.
She's a medium
yeah.
person.
You
So
go out for Thai food, it's usually one
Yep,
star,
she's-
maybe
well,
two.
Dina's a 2 or 3 star person. I'm like a 4 or 5 star person.
Okay.
But Dina's not a 1 or 2. She's more like a 3.
Okay.
Well, she's right in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
She likes spicy. She likes some spicy stuff. She's not quite as spicy. That's a 4 or 5 star jalapeno.
Mm.
That's not a 1 or 2 star jalapeno.
Woo!
Yeah, I'm like feeling it.
Those string beans are. Did they have hot stuff on that as well, or is it keeping pretty much? Yeah, those string beans is fabulously seasoned string beans.
They taste as good as they look.
Mhm.
The rice is incredible.
Love the cutlery there. That's
Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
fun.
doing good.
Um,
Very nice of Don to bring that by.
Oh, incredible.
Don and Kelly.
Merry Christmas. We're doing good. Been out here for what? 55 hours, 56 hours
He
almost.
slept here for the last 2 nights. He's been
Uh,
out here in the tent.
But
Oh,
but
there's
easy.
not even a mattress in there.
We rolled it up. I rolled it up. We're in the process of because I'm only gonna be here until 10 o'clock tonight, and so I'm starting to take things down. Yep. So the 60 hours ends at 10 o'clock tonight.
Mhm.
What? Why shoot?
Well, because I was gonna, but can I send money?
You can.
Oh,
The
absolutely.
easiest thing to do is just point your phone at that QR code.
My phone's not as.
Okay.
Yeah.
But or just go on the website when you get
Okay.
pop home. Yep. And thank you.
Yeah, well, my dad passed away, so part of the tithe, I mean,
Thank you.
Yeah, local.
Thank you. I'm sorry about your dad.
Thank you.
Yeah. When was that?
It was July, actually.
Okay.
But, yeah, we
So this will
finally
be
got
the
him
first
moved
Christmas
over.
without him?
Yeah,
No.
we got him, we moved him over with us, and then he wanted to go on his own. He
Yeah.
was 90.
Wow.
I said, yeah, you can do that. So I moved him to a little place just down the hill, so it's real close. And he didn't even live there a year, and he planted watermelons and okra because he was from the south.
Oh my.
What part?
Alabama,
Okay.
yeah, kind of mid.
Yeah.
Rondell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both sides of my family back to Central Tennessee. So
It's
like
beautiful.
it is. Yeah.
I mean, the humidity is.
My mom and my sister just moved back. They sold the house in California. Because my mom has stage 4 breast cancer, and so this will certainly be her last Christmas. And she's hospicing and she's doing okay so far. But yeah, and so this will be a weird time for me, and so you're walking it too. But then,
My mom passed away 18 years ago, so he's been grieving for her
Oh.
that whole time.
Wow.
And he lived over on the west side, and we finally got him to move over here after bothering him for years. So, but he got to be with us, and he was close. My girls all live here, so we had
Yeah.
lots of dinners together. And we had we
Yeah.
got 30 watermelon out of his
that amazing? Well, okay, my wife grew watermelons this last summer, the first time.
Yeah.
And we
30
cut it open,
watermelons.
Yeah.
and there's like 40,000 seeds.
I know.
It's like, oh, you're
I
kind
know.
of used to having seedless watermelons. Same with you?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
ended up with a
yeah.
lot of seeds.
Yeah.
So that means basically, if 30 watermelon and they're all full of seeds, right?
Yep.
Apparently, watermelon is the edible version of a blackberry vine because like blackberry vines just go and they just
Yeah.
take over everything, you know. And apparently, watermelon is like if
That's in.
it's
I
that
had
seedy,
to, I
you
had
know.
to take pictures for him because he just got too weak to go outside.
Oh, man.
and see him.
Mm.
So I mean, he would have been so pleased. And the okra took off finally, and we had lots of okra.
I like breaded and fried okra.
Oh.
It's
My
delicious.
grandma made it the best.
Not boiled, not so much.
No, it's slimy.
But fried okra is really good.
It's really good.
Yeah,
It's good.
yeah.
And with all that fresh vegetables they have. You know,
Mhm. Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah.
I'm sorry. And yet,
you know, but he lived a good life.
Yep.
He loved the Lord. So I'm really content
Oh,
with
good.
him. And,
Good.
you know,
Yeah.
it's,
Yep.
we're
That's how I
gonna
feel.
miss him. It's,
That's how I feel about my mom. I'm gonna miss her. She's a good woman, and I'm so glad that she got to be my mom. I am going to miss her.
Yep.
And she's been fighting cancer for 20 years, and she
Oh, my.
loves Jesus, and you know, and
we know we'll see him again.
everybody's taken care of,
Fought
right?
the fight.
And I know it's not the end,
Right.
and so
Right.
yeah, so I will miss her, but it's not going to destroy me. You
Yeah,
know?
same with my mom. Yeah, she was my best friend. So yeah, it was very.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well.
So, but I don't know if it was just different because she was young. She was only 69.
Yeah.
Maybe because my dad lived for 90 years. He was a smoker for 74 years.
Wow. Well,
Isn't that
some
amazing?
you know what? Those some people are like that. You know. Yeah.
I hope they
Yeah. I
have
know.
his genes because I got breast cancer twice.
Oh, my
Well,
goodness.
Huh.
So yeah, hopefully. But I don't know. The way things are going, you wonder if the world isn't.
Uh.
very close.
Well, I understand.
But bless you for what you're doing.
Well, okay,
Just
but
what you do. and
thank you.
the mission.
Thank you.
It's fabulous.
It is. You know,
So many hurting people.
where right and you don't just let your neighbor set your kid's broken arm, right? You want a special person to do that
Who's trained?
who's trained, right? And so to get to be that person for God's hurting, broken kids, it feels like a privilege.
It
It's like a
absolutely
special,
is.
like sacred honor in a way,
Absolutely.
you know, and that's how we experience it. And
Mhm.
we're so touched and blessed. Hey, what's up, Sean Niles?
Oh man, good to see you, sir. What are you guys up to?
Well, I'm just wrapping
Watching
up 60
TV?
hours out here
Oh, that's us.
Yes.
to raise $60,000
My favorite channel.
because it's just been a soft giving season. Everybody's feeling it.
You go
All the
west side?
organizations are feeling it,
What's
No,
that?
and
no,
we're
I go to
behind. And
Memorial
so, for a long
Yeah.
time, Dale Carpenter was doing Tin Cup, and then Dave McKinney after that. And so I have now received the Dale Carpenter 10 Cup. And it's been passed on to me, and this is my first time of 10 cupping. And so we wanted to do 60K in 60 hours, and we're going to hit it. Because last time I looked, we were at 59,000. Nope, last time I looked, we are now at 60,232. We made it. Yep, we're live streaming the whole thing. Yep, people are listening and watching right now.
Hey, listen, Fat Pastor here, everybody. I came in at the very end of this, and you have got to make this happen. We're almost there. So join me. I'm going to go inside. I'm going to grab some stuff. I'm going to get some cash out so I can contribute to this too. When are you
Thank
guys
you,
done?
man.
When are you guys done?
I'll be here till 10 o'clock at night.
Okay, 10 o'clock tonight. So
10
keep
o'clock
me
at night,
active
make
before
60
10 o'clock.
hours.
I actually didn't even know about this. This is really cool. I was in LA. So I just got.
Oh, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
So next
come down. Come see
so
him.
next year, if you're around and you're not in LA,
Yeah.
maybe we'll do something fun out here. Like I had 5 people sleeping out here with me last night.
You could have been cooking
that's
big.
cool.
Well, see, exactly,
Yeah,
right?
there you
Like
go.
we had some friends out here with a violin and a guitar and do like full on like we've turned it into a party.
That's awesome.
And
Do
it's
some
been
campfire food.
exactly.
That'd be great.
So okay.
Awesome,
Hey,
you guys.
thank you again for working with us on that evening of hope.
Oh, so much
We
fun.
got such incredible feedback on that. It was so amazing. And everybody just loved it.
It's an honor to be a part of it.
Thank you.
It's like I told you, my dad, this was his huge passion while he was still alive.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
To always make sure that he was taking care of the gospel mission. And he didn't have a lot.
Yeah.
But whatever he
But
could, that's what he loved to do.
It doesn't take a lot. This
Yeah.
the like
Well, everybody does.
Yeah, yesterday, this mom and like her 8-year-old girl came out, and she put her, like, the little girl put her like $3 in, right? And the mom said, we're sorry it's not more. And I said, oh no. And I looked at the 8-year-old girl and I said, you just gave dinner to a homeless person who couldn't have had it any other way, because it only costs $2.77 for a meal at the mission. And so I said, you just made sure someone got to eat who wouldn't have gotten to eat otherwise. And she like stood up and was all excited, like all of a sudden her $3 meant something, right? And it does. And so it doesn't matter how much it is. What matters is that we let God use it. Like, it doesn't matter how much it is. What matters is we let God use it. And yes, yeah. Amen. All right. Thanks, man. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for hitting the website when you get home.
Yes.
Thank you. If you want it to go to this, just put in the purpose.
Okay.
It could just say, hey, is there a special purpose?
Yeah.
And because just put it in like 60/60, and they'll know, the accounting people know, and they'll know how to
Do you have
account.
any idea where you're?
Right now they just said we're at 60,232.
Oh,
So now the big question is, how far over can we go? Because we need it, because all this does is fix November.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you see what that December thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's soft, right? And so like so this is going to fix November. So it's great. And now we'll see how far we can go, right? So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yay.
Thank you,
Okay.
you guys.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Aw, super sweet.
Maybe so. Yes.
I got to get this while it's still hot.
Can we make it out down the curb up here?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, Heather, God achieved. Hey, thank you. Merry Christmas. Okay. Yes. Yay, yay, yay. So now the question is, how far, how far can we go? Because the truth is,
Because now we got to work on December.
yeah, now we get to work on December.
So Mike's going to be out here all this week. No, he's not. No, he's not. I think 60 hours is a marathon, and that's a long time to not be inside a heated building.
Well, like if you count all the times I went inside, then we'd have to deduct about 8 minutes.
You were outside like the majority of the time.
59
Probably the
hours,
warmest time was when you were in your tent.
52 minutes.
When
Yeah.
You're sleeping back in your tent. Yeah.
Oh, Merry Christmas. How adorable. Little eyes looking out, just checking it all out. Congratulations.
I should let you eat.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of anything witty to say, but again, not being a connoisseur of great things at Union Gospel Mission, all I can say is it's just fabulous. I remember over in Seattle, working at the radio station Spirit 105.3. Our favorite fundraisers was when the Seattle's Union Gospel Mission would come in.
I did one of those.
Did you?
Yes, I
we had
did.
a phone room, and I
did one of the phone rooms one year.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
I
while I was still working at Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
Set up a cubicles on our conference room table.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
million telephones. So I'd come in at 4:30 in the morning and get everything all checked out, make sure all the lines work.
I'm trying to think what year that would have been. Like 2010.
Oh, that's a while ago. Wow. Yeah. We were doing it then.
Yeah, like 2010.
But that was, I'm trying to remember her last name was White, and I'm trying to remember her
Lisa
first-
White.
Lisa White.
Lisa White.
My word, she was the most capable person.
Incredibly capable
And
person.
just so organized, and
Yep.
and they bring some of the street people
Incredibly
in and
capable
take the
person.
credit card numbers
Yep.
and all that. Worked out really
Yep.
well.
She was amazing. She was really my first teacher mentor about fundraising.
Okay.
And what a
You
what
learned
a
from the
teacher
best.
mentor to have. Oh, I
Oh
know.
gosh.
Yeah, but amazing.
Any idea where she is today?
I got to work with her a little bit in Tacoma. That was like 9 years ago or something.
Okay.
And so I'm not exactly sure what she's doing now. But her protege Heidi Matthews at the mission is now doing the job that Lisa was once doing, and so
Heidi Matthews.
I know that's got to
Name
make
rings a
Lisa
bell.
happy.
Yeah.
You know, to know that the person she trained
Mhm.
and developed is carrying it on.
Yes.
Yeah, that lady is amazing. Like mad props.
Yeah.
Yep. And authentically, like really sorry, way to put this. Like um the stuff that she did came from a deep.
Are we talking Lisa or are we talking
Lisa,
Heidi?
talking
Okay.
Lisa. The stuff that she did, like came from a place of very like deep place in her, you know,
Mhm.
and like it wasn't just a job,
Right.
you
No,
know,
she
like
was passionate
yeah,
and
yeah, like
girl on a mission.
yeah,
You know, and I love
and
that.
I mean that
I
like
love
in
that.
the best way, you know?
Absolutely.
And it meant that she had really high standards for herself,
Mhm.
and she expected others to treat that work with the same level of respect and dignity, and
Mhm.
have high standards too. That occasionally, meant like I remember that phone banking where she was like, okay, no, not that way, this way,
Yeah.
right? You know, don't you don't want to say that, you want to say this, right? And but I welcomed all of that. I love that coaching, you know,
Mhm.
because I learned so much from her. And so
It's so funny. Our paths crossed
isn't that hilarious?
13 years
That is
ago in
so
a
hilarious.
little conference room at the radio station.
Carol is clapping. Yes. Yep. So incredible. So incredible. And I need to know whoever just gave us that update about being at 60,000 to.
There was a name. No, I
Did you
guess not.
did you get any? Did you get that to that number because you got any information from Patty Thielen? Because I just had Patty come and do a pickup because Autumn's in bleed, and so I had Patty, our bookkeeper, come and do the pickup. Even though she's a little sick, she came down anyway, and she was super trooper about it. And I gave her an envelope that I'd done the right internal controls thing on, and and stuff. So I'm just curious. In the chat stream, if whoever's doing Yakima Union Gospel Mission right now, I'm guessing it's Alyssa. If you could just say, with yes, Patty, or no, Patty, because what that means is if there's no, if that doesn't include Patty, then that means that there's more coming, and we're going to get to see that number go up a little bit more too. So anyway, one way or the other, and. You folks who got watching, yes, thank you so guys so much for making this happen. Thank you so much for making this work. This is so exciting, and it's been so enriching, like spiritually enriching. Like it really has. It's been so spiritually enriching for me to be out here.
You're praying with half the city walking by.
Yeah,
this is
praying
wonderful.
with folks and
yes,
people
comforting. People have
it,
lost loved ones this holiday period.
Yeah, it's been so
Mhm.
Such a great time of ministry, but receiving ministry. I feel like I've received ministry from everyone who's come around us and to support us and love the folks that we're serving,
Mhm.
and to express confidence in God's ability to bring them redemption and God's ability to use the mission to bring that redemption. That has ministered to me like so much. And man, having Travis and Carla and Sean and Ginger
having
down
them
here
come
and sharing their stories has been so amazing.
Lowell
Autumn
coming
down
and hanging out last night.
Yeah, and
Yep.
all the fun. What a fun time. Like I'm not gonna say I'm sad to
Yeah.
sleep in my own bed next
No,
to my
probably-
beautiful, wonderful wife who I love tonight.
Yeah.
But
You'll thaw out in the shower probably
I
for
will.
an hour. Yeah.
But I really authentically feel like a little bit sad that it's over. If that makes any weird sense at all.
It does not make any sense.
It has been
No.
such a great 60 hours.
If you can actually wake up and get out of bed tomorrow, if it doesn't all of a sudden hit you what you have just done, this is quite an endeavor.
I'm actually going to be in the KIT. So if you're watching, I'll be in KIT Studios
with
tomorrow in the first half of the 7 o'clock hour with Brian.
Are you going there live?
Yeah, I'm going to go in there
Okay.
live, and then I'll come. Then I'll. So
Okay.
I'll actually be in there, and we'll get to report out on it.
Wow.
Have an updated total for everyone.
Because Rob was a big part of
Rob was a
making this
big-
happen.
Rob was a big
Was
part
he
of
kind of
getting
the
this thing
instigator?
kicked off, right?
Okay.
And so because we were able to kick off with that $10,000 match,
Ah.
like it just really gave it momentum coming out the gate. Like everybody got started knowing that Rob was going to match their gift for that first 10,000, and I think that gave us a ton of momentum out of the gate, and that made such a difference.
Wow.
It made such a difference. So if this message goes back to Rob and Lisa, thank you. Thank you so much. But what's super fun for me in that way is that was sort of an evolving process, even for Rob. you know? And it was just so cool to see how God stepped in and made Rob's experience of this so powerful for him.
Yeah.
And got him down here getting to hear and sit with folks and making a huge difference. And so what I would just say is, like, if you let him, God would love to do great things in your life. And I know sometimes that's scary. I know that sometimes it means trusting him with things that don't make sense, or things where you're really afraid, of, man, if I take this step or that step, what's going to happen? But God is trustworthy, and He loves us, and whatever He asks us to do, it is for our good, and we are blessed so much through it. And it's just been so great to see how God has used this process to bless the participants in it,
Because there were willing hearts.
Because they were willing hearts.
We were
yeah.
willing to just
Yep.
step out and take a risk. And,
Yep.
and then Ray's letting you camp out here. What a
great store! What a
neat deal. And the overnight
people.
staff letting you in. And
Oh man, the night staff letting us in.
Yeah.
And they were so great about it.
yeah,
They were like,
very good
just
about
call
it.
us and let us know. Yeah. And then Lynn, the barista, coming out. You guys need anything? And, well, actually, we could use some black coffee. She comes out with three black coffees, with each one of the lids with a specific, like different holiday cheer on it. Like Merry Christmas or
I don't see it.
or Let It Snow, or it was like she personalized. It
Aw.
was so cute.
Uh.
Yeah, so cute. It just, we really are at our best when we're looking out for others and not just ourselves. Hey, Merry Christmas, by the way. Thank you. Well, it has been really fun. I've been out here for almost 60 hours. I've spent both of the last 2 nights in that tent. Well, you know what? God has really blessed it. We were running behind, and we said, well, what if I came out here for 60 hours to try to raise $60,000 for the mission? And we did. God did. It actually happened, and it has been so encouraging. Like people coming by, and kids putting in their $2, and some people making like really big gifts too, and it's just been so uplifting. And so we're gonna wrap it up here pretty soon, but it has been what a surprising Christmas gift, that how God has blessed my heart with all the goodwill of our neighbors.
Yeah.
Looking out for the most broken, folks in our community that they're never gonna get to meet, and yet there they are, making sure that they're fed and they get a chance to get back in life and overcome their demons and get back with their families, and people voluntarily giving what little bit they have so that a homeless person who's addicted and they've never met, isn't that amazing?
That is amazing.
Like,
God bless you. Yes.
Well, we're really grateful to get to do that. I'm the CEO of the mission, and I've been doing this stuff for 16 years. So started Seattle's Union Gospel Mission, and then Tacoma, and now here. And so I'm really grateful to do the work, and thank you. But I'm so grateful to live around and among people who care about other people, because not everybody does. But to know that there are a lot of people that do is really encouraging.
Let me know, and I'll give it a whirl.
Oh, you're kind.
You're kind. Thank you. Whatever you want to do, thank you.
Do I just give this to you? Is that the best way to do it?
Yes,
What do I do?
absolutely. Let me get
We have a
Dale.
coffee pot
Let me
somewhere.
get Dale's tin cup right here.
Oh, there it is. I should have got that.
We did. We had 60.
We did.
While you were in there,
Right
we had
there.
60,232 right there.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much. And hey, we'll be in touch. It'll be so fun if we'll do something with this next year.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks, Sean. Good to see you, buddy. Ah, so cool. So cool. Absolutely so cool. Okay. And if I get too cold, I got this jalapeno.
You do.
And the jalapeno will
Put
keep
that
me
in your shoes.
exactly. Woo! Yes, honey, you have been so incredibly supportive through this, and it was a joy when you came down and hung out with us for a little while, and then I've been so touched by how you've been holding it together back home and while I've been down here, and thank you. Thank you. Hey, it does. It has. It's added
Thank
up to
you very
60,000 actually. Yes, thank you. It is amazing. What a nice lady.
What?
What a nice.
Oh,
what
oh,
a nice lady.
yes.
What's your first name? And I'm Mike. I was just saying, what a nice lady, and I was just
Angela.
Angeles. It's nice to meet you.
Fantastic.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, likewise.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Dina says, "Can you come home?"
Yeah, I'll finish off the night.
Pretty
Put everything
soon.
away.
Pretty soon.
Yeah.
I think
No,
that
maybe not.
I feel like I need to honor the 60-hour thing. And
Seems right.
It seems right.
An endurance thing.
Yeah.
Just every hour, just go, Ranger! Make another milestone. You can make that. Do it.
You are so funny. So you're obviously referring to my bungee jumping story.
I am. It's like jumping off a cliff.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you that you want me to come home.
It beats the alternative for not wanting you to come home.
Dude, well,
Yeah.
I'm Lord knows in 32 years of marriage, I've given her enough reasons to not want me to come home sometimes because I'm a mixed bag like anybody, right?
Mhm.
I'm a sinner being saved by grace and
Mhm.
doing my best to be less sinful, right? And not just saved by grace, but changed by
Right.
grace.
Do your hours vary a lot? I mean, sometimes you've got to get up in the middle of the night and go down and take care of something going on at one of the
I
buildings.
don't have to, so
The radio engineer.
Yeah.
I mean, I get called in the middle of the night when the satellite receivers go down and.
Also,
Well,
do try to stay warm, fellas. Thank you, Matthew. Thanks, Matt.
Yay, man.
Congratulations. Yes.
That's great.
So,
But not so much you.
because
You've
of
got people.
because of folks like Matt. No,
Uh-huh.
right?
Fantastic.
There was a time, I don't know, 2-3 years ago where there were a few people all at once, like 3 guys actually escaped from the jail.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if you remember this, and they were like seen moving into the neighborhood where the mission was, and so I came down that night to sort of beef up security a little bit that night, and sometimes I'll come down and just check on folks, and I'm not. But I don't have to do that too often
It's
because
part of the job description.
well,
Yeah.
because I've got amazing staff, right?
Right. And you're that CEO. for
Well,
crying out
and
loud.
I'm
Yeah.
doing stuff too, right?
Yeah.
And so what you're
You have to
describing is
be on the air.
more of a role that we would call executive director.
Okay.
And certainly when I got here, I was very executive directory.
Mhm.
But now I've built up a team. God's given me great folks that we've been able to build up a team that I can be more CEO-y and less executive directory.
Sean wears that hat at the ministry that he's doing now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, he's very executive directory.
Very executive directory. Yeah, we
Yeah.
should get him a badge. Executive directory person at
Yep.
large.
Well, if you think about it, we have a director of the family shelter. We have a director of, adult shelter. We have a director of recovery services. And so in a smaller nonprofit, you would have an executive director,
Mm-hmm.
who would be like essentially the senior director or the director in charge or whatever. Originally, Jimmy Walbrink, who was the first director of the mission,
Mm-hmm.
he was known as the superintendent.
Okay, is the superintendent above an executive director or
No.
below an executive director?
No, he's like even more, even I think even more hands-on. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I've
So
never
I'd be
been a
below.
superintendent.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, anyways, I mean, different terms, but the truth is that as CEO, my job as a CEO is a lot more strategic, and the tactical stuff that's happening down at the implementary level is folks like Matt, who by the way is awesome at his job. Oh my gosh, like he's amazing. So Matthew, if you're still watching, like thank you, you're incredible. We love you. You have just grown so much as a leader and as a servant to the folks that we serve. Everybody is so proud of you. Thank you. And the director of our adult shelter department. And adult shelters are single adult shelter, right? So we've got family shelter,
Okay.
in which we've got these 12 units for families. And to be a family, you have to have a minor child with you,
Okay.
including a minor child still in the oven. If we count those two.
Okay.
And so the director of family shelter is the lady named Janet Kearns. The director of the single adult shelter, or what we just call adult shelter, is named Derek Johnson, and he's just been doing such a great job.
It takes such a special,
Yeah.
tough, and
He's the guy who
tender-
has to come down,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
at all hours,
Something's
all the
going
time,
on.
right?
Yeah.
And hey, Merry Christmas to you, by the way. Thank you. See, like cheer,
There she is.
Christmas cheer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what a great place. What a great place.
You
to
enjoying
live.
your cold dinner now?
It is
Just
getting a
mix
little
some
cold.
of that jalapeno
It is getting
and
a
that
little
little-
cold.
Like, I'm kind of interested in seeing what you got for dessert. Not that I even want any after that apple fritter. I don't need anything more. But it is under aluminum foil, and
let's find
it's
out.
like, well, what
Let's
is that?
find out.
And it looks like you got a little vial of
Of
butter there.
butter. Yep. I
Yep.
have to be careful with anything dairy-ish.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
with the little-
my goodness.
Oh,
my
the little
goodness.
Santa thing here. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, you just gotta not move too fast.
Uh-huh.
Basically, look at that snowman.
Cute.
I mean, how adorable
Somebody
is that?
has a gift. Is that a little peanut butter cup on the
That
top
is a little
there?
peanut butter cup on top.
So clever.
It is so adorable.
Mm.
And the coconut for the sprinkles. Merry Christmas, everybody.
In a decorator bowl. That's
And yes,
nice,
in
yeah.
the decorator bowl. You're so
Sorry.
funny. And the little
Very
like,
nice.
what is like? How did they do this?
it's almost like carrot, but it's more like fruit leather.
Yeah, that's got to be what
Yeah.
it is. It's got to be like a fruit roll up or fruit leather as the scarf. That is so
It's probably the
so
whole thing
adorable.
are edible.
I hate to eat it, but you know what? It's gonna have to happen a
I
little
was at
bit.
the radio station
There we
years
go.
ago, 20 years ago, and somebody gave me a little package of Peeps, and I still have those package of Peeps.
Okay, I'm gonna preserve the snowman and just eat the cupcake
Aha.
itself. That way
Okay.
I can bring home the snowman and give it to Vea or something.
Mhm. Barbara was showing me a thing that she found
Heather says,
Facebook or
Heather,
something.
I will preserve that snowman if you're willing to make another $25 donation. And
You can do it. Do it.
I know you've already supported, and I'm grateful for that. But that's how we're gonna keep this thing rolling. Is to say, I will sell you that snowman for $25. I mean, look at that.
Look at
this.
that.
So
Look at
good. Come on down here and get him. And I'll give him to you. But
Something that I thought was interesting that Barbara found was a marshmallow that had chocolate with a graham cracker crust. I forget what they're called, but somebody had a package of them in the cockpit of an airplane, and they were up high and they lost pressurization.
okay.
And when you lose, you go up high with a bag of potato chips and how it blows up
blows
as the
up.
air gets thinner and thinner. Well, when you think about marshmallow, it's a whole bunch of cells, and when you all of a
Okay.
sudden the atmosphere gets very thin,
They
it
explode.
blew. Anyway, so it was in the cockpit, and I think the guy had one of anyway. There was an FAA ruling now you can't have those in the cockpit of an airplane. because they explode when you lose pressurization.
She says she donated she donated online too.
There we go.
Then the
Thank you, Heather.
snowman is yours, Heather. Absolutely. Thank you.
Don't take it up in an
So
airplane.
awesome. But don't take it up in an airplane because
No.
the different pressurization will make his head explode.
I wonder if you were to climb Mount Adams with that. I wonder if it would also get large.
I don't know
Go up to
because
9,000 feet to the shelf and then another.
I don't know.
Oh.
Only one way to find out
Mount Hood.
is to get.
Right.
So I
Little
actually
over
got to climb Mount Adams with Heather.
Heather, good job.
Um,
I've wanted to do when we moved back here 5 years ago. I thought someday I'm hoping, but I don't think at almost 70 years old I have the stamina
yep,
to do that.
It was
That's
actually a really
challenge.
beautiful thing,
Wow.
and how it fit into her life and what was what she was doing, and to get to be a part of that was amazing. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you for letting me be a part of that. That was really, really, yeah, real precious to get to be a part of that in her life.
Very good.
Yeah, super cool.
You're done with your dinner. Are you still eating?
Um,
Because I can tell a little story.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, so a year ago, in fact, a year ago on October the 9th is when Barbara and I celebrated our 40th anniversary. And we went down to the Columbia Gorge, Columbia River, and we just kind of toured the museums and the things. There's a beautiful, amazing Museum of Flight in Hood River. But we went across the bridge at Hood River, and that bridge that goes across the Columbia there at Hood River is like 100 years old. It's older than the hydroelectric dams, and the railings are all scraped up because there's hardly enough room for two trucks to pass each other on that pathetic bridge, which they still collect a toll for. But you go across and there's white salmon, and then you go on north another 25, 30 miles, and there's this town of Trout Lake. And you can go a little bit further, and there's some little trails, and you can see the west side of Mount Adams. And we're so used to this glorious view of this side, but in October, there was hardly any snow. And I gotta
Merry
say,
Christmas.
the west side of Mount Adams is just ugly. Without any snow on it, it's just like somebody took a butter knife and cut that thing off, and it looked kind of like chocolate cake, only not so good. It was just not a pretty sight.
I've
Not
really
like this
only ever
side.
seen the east side and the south side.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. Anyway, it would just surprised me because I was expecting, beautiful mountain, and nope, not from the west side. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's people out there that have been to the west side, and maybe when you cover it with snow, it looks a little better. But it's just kind of like this side, you've got a nice shelf, a nice mountain.
Yeah.
That side is just kind of cut off on the west side, and it just
The north side of Rainier has a big chunk like sliced off. It's called the Willis Wall.
Is that the sunrise? There's a sunrise lookout that a place you can drive up to, and they've got a visitor center.
Sunrise is sort of on the east side of north. Right.
Right.
So
That would
Emmons
be
Glacier
the
is like
sunrise side.
northeast. Okay?
Okay.
But on the straight up north side, so if you were looking at it, around the right
probably
side,
have to go around the right
yeah,
side,
around the
okay.
right side is the Willis Wall, and it's rough. I mean, I've heard of people climbing it.
Huh.
I had a friend told me about trying to climb the north side, or I can't remember if it was Hood. Adams, I'm getting paid because people are realizing that we've hit our goal, and so
we're just filling the space here. Barbara's dad, by the way, grew up with in a mountain climbing family, and his dad was part of this mountain group called the Mazamas, although they called it
the Mazamas, yeah.
And so he has a plaque for having climbed like all 15 mountains in the Pacific Northwest, and he would take groups of people up to the top of Rainier, and a number of articles about him. But he was quite a climber, and Barbara not so much. Barbara and I not so much. But that's pretty neat.
Well, I have not been into the North Cascades.
Okay.
But there's an area up there called the Enchantments, and Laurel, who was here playing violin, earlier.
I missed that part, but yeah.
Yeah, she went through there, I don't know, 5 years ago or something, and the pictures were insanely gorgeous.
Wow.
And my understanding is that it's not, you know, it's not like mountain climbing. It's more like hiking, you know.
Uh-huh.
And
Would that be more like the south end of Mount Adams then? Because I don't know what that's like. You've walked up there.
yeah,
Is that mountain climber? Or is that more like uphill
you
walking?
mean like climbing Mount Adams from
Yes.
the south side? No, like climbing Mount Adams from the south side is the main part of the climb is just this single jaunt up and
to the very peak.
up to something called the false summit.
Yeah.
And then from there you traverse across and then you go up to the true summit.
Okay.
But that one big push, right, you know, is very mountaineery in the sense that its steepness and its length and stuff like that. Getting there, getting there to the area that's called the lunch counter, which is the jumping
as
off
far as
point.
I'd want to go. Yes.
Yeah. That's very hikey.
Good. Okay.
And it's amazing. Like it is amazingly beautiful. Just to get up to the lunch counter is gorgeous.
The view is not going to change much from 9,000 to 12,000. You're up high enough from that vantage point. It seems to me your perspective of the world. If you're already up at 9,000, am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So the view from the lunch counter at 9 is meaningfully different than the view up at 12. Like it is. And especially on the summit of Mount Hood, which is only 11.2, but it's a really small summit. I mean, like literally the summit, the biggest part of the summit of Mount Hood could fit inside this grocery store. The biggest part of it.
Wow.
And exactly inside this grocery store. Like that's how small it is.
My goodness, that's quite a peak.
Yeah.
Now, Barbara's dad.
And
there's an article,
and then there's this sort of. So what it is like the volcanic. You know, like when it blew out sort of in a bowl, like turned like this. And so you've got this flat part that you get into that's Devil's Kitchen, and then you've got to go up
straight up.
You got to go up, and when you come, and because the mountain was like this and that part blew out, right? Like what you get up here is really pointy, right? And but it's also the edge of that bowl, right? And so there's this slightly flatter, thicker part, but that part right there is you could fit inside this grocery store, and then the rest of it is this edge of the ridge that is at times I'm literally like saying no wider than a sidewalk, okay, and it's 2,000 feet down on the north side and 800 feet down on the inside with a hole in the bottom of it. It's a fumarole, and it's just really unnerving it's called the Traverse, and it is really unnerving to walk the Traverse sometimes.
Mount St. Helens is where it might have that kind of a look. It's not near as drastic as Hood, correct?
Oh, okay, wait a second. Margaret says my dad is famous.
Hi Margaret, good to see you. It's my daughter in Astoria.
Okay, awesome.
Go see her. Is Joey home yet? When does Joey get home? Dad is famous. In the mind of you.
Your dad is a really nice man. And
you should meet her. She's the amazing one. She just rode the train all the way across the country. Flew back to Georgia or Alabama and rode the train back through Texas.
Oh, cool!
Making friends on the train. World traveler. She's amazing.
Well, I don't know you, Margaret, but knowing your dad a little bit, it doesn't surprise me that his daughter is really good at making friends.
Yeah.
Hey, Merry Christmas, sir. Ho, ho, ho.
So I gotta say, okay, Mount Hood.
Yeah.
Barbara's dad grew up in Portland.
Okay.
And when he was 14 years old, he rode his bicycle from downtown Portland out to Mount Hood. And he climbed Mount Hood, and he had a mirror with him, and he was flashing signals from the top of Mount Hood, 15 years old. Rode his bike out there.
Flashing signals?
He took a mirror.
Like a mirror?
And they could see him flashing his mirror, and he got a write-up in the newspaper about the whole thing. He went back down and rode. Now, I don't think he did it all in one day.
And I don't think he rode his bike down from the summit of
No. He parked at that lodge,
really
probably, yeah. But he was an amazing
I'm
guy.
glad.
Yeah.
Because
that's the kind of thing that Margaret is made out of. She would do well. She's not a mountain climber, but she is adventurous.
Mount Hood is one of my favorite mountains to climb.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Ah.
because it's really accessible. Like Mount Adams is
You don't really get there unless you're going there.
exactly, you know.
Yeah.
But Hood is really accessible, and you know it's easy to get to, um, and um, and it's just really mountaineery at the top. It feels very like you climb Mount Hood and you feel like you've really climbed a mountain, a volcanic peak, because of the nature of the way that that bowl is up at the top. But I would just tell anybody and everybody who's watching, like, it is a real mountain, and people get injured on it and die, and not as much as maybe on some other mountains, but it happens. Like every third year, somebody dies up there because they take that mountain for granted, and they think, look, oh, there it is, and they try to climb it in tennis shoes, and they don't know what they're doing.
Bad idea.
You know, and exactly. And so it is a great mountain to climb. It's a really fun mountain to climb. The altitude at only 11.2 means that you're not fighting the altitude the way you are on Rainier at 14. But it's still enough that dude, the first time I climbed Mount Hood, it gave me this killer headache.
That would do, you know.
I didn't know how to breathe either. Nobody taught me how to do that.
I get headaches at Mount Si, which is only 4,000.
Well, there's a way to breathe. It's called pressure breathing, where you like take this big breath and you go, you sort of purse your lips.
Some of that again.
And you like exhale everything, you know, and you squish it.
Did you get that oxygen sucked back in?
Well, what it's actually doing is it's pressurizing the air in your lungs, and you're creating a temporary simulated like sea level of air pressure.
Okay.
And so the cell walls of the cells in your lungs that exchange oxygen. Hey, Merry Christmas! Thank you. The cell walls of the alveoli, the thickness of them is how the body regulates the rate of exchange between oxygen and carbon dioxide. Right? And that rate is important, because if you get out of that rate and you don't get enough oxygen, or you get rid of too much carbon dioxide too quickly, like either way, it's sort of bad for you. And so acclimatizing is being at a certain altitude long enough to where your body is able to respond by making it easier to exchange, right? But if you don't have the chance to spend 2 months at altitude, you know, or something like that, and you can just go and really crunch that down, you're pressurizing the air inside your lungs, and then the cells are like, oh, okay, we know what to do with this. We're calibrated for this level of air pressure, and they're able to do the exchange. And one of the first volunteer guides that climbed with us on Rainier, he at least told me a story about wearing one of those finger OSAT, you know,
measuring the oxygen.
And that he could actually watch his oxygen numbers go up when he would
doing that,
like pressure, like 3 or 4 of those, and you could see his oxygen numbers go up.
Fantastic. But you didn't do that.
But I didn't know how to do that the first time I climbed Mount Hood, because nobody had taught me anything yet. And I came down off the summit of that and got back to where our camp was at about like 9,000, and I thought my head was going to split in two. I was just going to die, and all my brains were going to fall out. It felt like that. It was so brutal, so brutal.
Now, there's this thing called oxygen or altitude sickness as well.
Yep.
And that girl, Margaret, my favorite daughter, spent her junior year of high school in Switzerland.
Okay.
And she stayed with 3 different families while she was there. The middle family had a chalet or something up in the Swiss Alps, which is where she learned how to ski.
Cool.
And she went up there, and I think they were up there their second time, and she got sick.
Learned how to ski in the Swiss Alps.
You know, the rotary.
So classy.
Yeah, so she
So
learned
classy.
but
So
I don't know what the mountains are like in the Alps.
Marshall, Margaret, you know, your dad passed on to you all of his classiness genes and saved none for himself.
Good. It's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. You're a giver. You're a giver. You gave all of your classiness to Margaret. She learned how to ski in the Swiss Alps, and you.
You know what was hard was getting a phone call. The Rotary. It was through the Rotary, and the Rotary is just fantastic. They were taking care of her. But they said, don't contact your kid while they're gone. And she
was
gone
doing a
whole
Rotary
year.
exchange.
Wrote to Switzerland, yeah, for
Okay.
a whole year.
Great.
She went there. She learned Swiss German. She connected with the community. She played in the orchestra. She went to the high school. Had a fantastic. Did all of things a foreign exchange student should do. And so where was I going with that? Just had a brain fart. So she's up there, and the Rotary says, don't call them up, don't talk to your kids. So I hadn't talked to her. I get a phone call, after she's been gone 6 months, and I had a calendar thing on the refrigerator, and I'd mark off every day that she was gone, and I would think about her and cry for her in the shower for an hour, and think of those guys, Anyway, she got a call. She was sicker than a dog. She was just didn't know what was wrong. And here I am, a dad halfway around the world. What am I supposed to do? And I thought we could call the Rotary. So Rotary will take
Merry
care of it.
Christmas. Okay, I'm checking out of here in a couple hours, and so you're finally done with me.
I hope I
won't
got
be
that
here
story
to
right,
entertain
Margaret.
you as you walk by, as you clock in and out or whatever you do in there.
Is it Lexi?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Brian, yeah.
But Merry Christmas, Lexi. Merry Christmas, lady next to Lexi.
And Sarah.
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 Yep. Hope you guys
Sherry.
hope your Christmas season
With
is
Sherry and I forget the other guy's name.
Oh, sorry. I think we said correct.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Sherry's my good friend.
okay. Well,
I didn't
Thanks.
even remember to go
Merry
back and
Christmas.
get a tornado yesterday when I was there. But
It's all good.
have a good evening.
You have a good evening as well.
yay.
So
So I don't know how that girl's job works, but she's like out in and out like 4 times, throughout the day.
cooking the crispy chicken
I don't know what
and
she's doing,
the meatloaf and
Or
the corn dogs. I haven't
who
had a
she
corn
is or
dog yet.
anything, but she's like, like I've probably seen her come and go like 4
Really?
times throughout the day. Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if she's like making the
it's
bank run or something. I don't
Split
know.
shift maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, split
Maybe
shift.
that's her. Maybe this is her life. Maybe coming back and hanging out in the post office, licking stamps.
We're so ridiculous. I can't believe we're talking about this right now.
Hanging out with the CEO of Union Golf Solution, and I just shoot the. And sometimes I get chummy with somebody. I'm trying to be, and I know I tried that with Rick Harple, and he's just not that kind of a. He doesn't
Really?
get silly.
Oh,
He
Okay.
is wonderfully sincere
he's
the
a
time.
really good preacher.
He's an incredible guy.
He's a really good preacher too.
But I can't
heard him-
do
I've
that
heard him in a
banter
couple-
that we
I-
were just doing
Yeah,
as well. Or maybe he doesn't.
yeah. I mean, I didn't know him
My silly
barely at all,
silliness.
because he was just retiring as I
Yeah.
was coming in.
Yeah.
But I got to hear him a couple of times. I was like, man, you're actually good at this.
He did just finished a series at the church, a series of Wednesday nights teaching the history of the church, which I did the video and uploaded it to the internet.
Just
He
so
did a really
important. People
great
don't know
job.
enough about the history of the church.
Oh,
man.
it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Like for example, I mean, we're Protestants.
Yeah.
But before 1521, you don't have any Protestants to have as heroes, right? And so you better learn how to have a couple of
Is
Catholic.
that when it happened? It wasn't earlier than that?
Nope.
Okay, 1521.
Yeah. So like you better learn how to like a couple of Catholic guys, because that's all you got
Yeah.
to choose from, And,
Catholics.
but there's some amazing, like John Wycliffe, so Wycliffe Bible translators.
right.
Wycliffe was a Catholic priest in England,
Uh-huh.
who made his life's work, translating the Bible into English.
Mhm.
That didn't end well for him, because at the time the leaders in Rome
They didn't want the
didn't
common
like
people.
that. They weren't there yet. But what an amazing man, and what an amazing personal sacrifice, and he was just so committed. He wanted people to be able to read the Bible in their own language, in English, and now there's this whole ministry of Wycliffe Bible translators.
Yes.
Right, named after this guy. Well, he's Catholic, and so one of the things you learn when you learn church history is before 1521, when Martin Luther did his thing.
And I was going to say, didn't he post the things on the Wittenberg door?
Yep.
That was him, right?
Yep.
Okay. And he was that the birth of Protestant?
Generally,
Yeah,
that's
sort of-
yeah,
I think that's
yeah.
divided into
Generally, that's
snuggle,
considered.
snuggle them out of town in a
October
barrel. and-
31st is Reformation Day, because
Sure.
that was the day that Martin Luther nailed these 95 challenges, these debate
Uh-huh.
challenges.
If you look at the graphic
to the door of
ticker
the
at the
church
bottom of the
in
screen, you can
Wittenberg,
see
Germany.
the actual dates and when we celebrate the Wittenberg. No, we don't have that going on this
No, we
particular
don't
website.
actually, but
It's a good idea.
yeah. So I grew up Missouri Synod Lutheran, and the Missouri Synod of the Lutheran Church, Missouri, like a synod is just a collection,
Yeah.
yeah. And so so I'm not sure why the Missouri Synod is what it is exactly, or how it even came to be, but generally speaking, within Lutherans, like the Missouri Synod of the Lutheran Church is considered like the really conservative, old school, really Lutheran-y Lutherans. It was so great. Like, what a great! I went to three amazing churches growing up that I just learned so much about the Bible and God's love for me. I wish it could have sunk in personally when I was a kid. It didn't. I had to sort of get to that later as a young
Right.
adult, as an Army Ranger. But learned so much about Luther and all that stuff, and the way my brain is wired. Like, I can just go back and pull that out of the box, and there it is.
Was
So-
it during your being in the Army that you had a transformation in your life that
Oh man!
that you got involved in? That all of a sudden there was a chaplain who spoke into your life, or I don't know that we've got
So
time for all of that.
We theoretically we do. So it went like this. My intention in joining the Army was that I was going to use my GI Bill to go to Art Center,
Uh-huh.
College of Design in Pasadena, and become an automotive designer. I want to design cars.
Cool.
I
That's
was
a
nice
really deal.
Really competent and successful artist as a high school student. I actually won a statewide Wells Fargo high school art competition
Wow.
for the state of California. Like, it's sort of
Wow.
crazy. And like, yeah, I could draw. And so that was my plan. But the program I wanted to go to, it's very responsive to market need, market demand, because they really like this high placement rate. Like, if you go to Art Center's auto design program, like, you're going to get hired. Like, it's like that.
That's
right?
it. That's the who's
Like,
who.
yeah, exactly. They're like the Harvard of auto design, right?
Okay.
And so they had the market, what the big auto manufacturers were pulling back in some of their hiring, and so the Art Center program made it a little more competitive, right?
Mhm.
And you had to be an undeclared engineering major for the first couple of years, and then submit a portfolio and compete with however many other people there were for however many slots there were.
Right.
And I was like, oh,
You don't want to be an
man.
engineer. You just
I don't
want
wanna be an
to
engineer.
draw design.
Yeah, I don't want to be an engineer. And also, like, by choosing to go in the Army for 4 years, I'd like taken myself a little bit. I wasn't at the top of my game either, And so, I was at a school run by the U.S. Army Infantry School at Fort Benning, Georgia, at the time, and was out in the woods and thinking about this. And it was somewhere around October 25th, 1989.
Somewhere around there, October 25th.
I've tried to nail it down, and I'm not
Yeah.
sure, but I'm pretty. But it's pretty
Sounds
close.
close.
Pretty close. Like very, very late October. I
Mhm.
think about the 25th, 1989, and I looked up at the sky, and like, I hadn't prayed or read a Bible or gone to church since I pretty much had left the house, And so at that point it would have been like 2 years, and even when I was living in the house at home, going to church, I was, again, like I said, I didn't really have a personal relationship with God yet.
Duty. That's what you do.
It wasn't duty
Yeah.
exactly, but it just, let's just say I wasn't, I wasn't really living yet as a Christian, and I didn't have a personal relationship with God, and it was more of a like I believed in God, America, and apple pie,
Sure.
kind of thing. And so, and it's important to set this up because of what happens next. That when I looked up at the sky, I was like, what am I going to do next? It was not like I
Did you hear a voice?
expected an answer, right?
Right.
It wasn't like I expected an answer. It was a rhetorical question. Like that question of
Like-
how did you get to be so stupid or whatever.
Or
right?
what am I doing in Yakima?
Yeah, or wow,
Yeah.
you did. I didn't expect an answer, and God answered. And now, the other thing to know about how I grew up, the church I grew up at, like literally taught me that stuff in the Bible about how God talking to people or people speaking in tongues or all the and like all of that ended with the era of the apostles. Like God blessed the early church with miracles and signs and wonders to get the thing kicked off.
Right.
But once it got kicked off, all that stuff stopped, and now we have the Bible instead, and we don't need to hear hear words from God. We just got the Bible, and I think some of that was just a reaction, right? Like the Protestants really wanting to nail everything down biblically, and probably an overreaction, right? But that is what I was taught, and so that's also important to set up what was next. So I'm like, what am I going to do now? And I hear a voice, like an external voice, like
You actually hear an
with my
audible
ears, like an audible
voice.
external voice back over here, somewhere back over here, not my own, that said, "Preach my word." And it was so jarring and so like confusing and weird, right? I really literally thought it was one of the other Ranger guys
Sure.
punking me.
I would have thought the same thing.
And so I said, "What?" and turned around expecting to see one of my other Ranger guys punking me. And no one was there. And God said, again, "Preach my word." And I was like, oh, this is like those Bible stories.
I just had an encounter.
Like this is like this is like those Bible stories. And it was not like it was not exciting in the sense of, oh, God just talked to me, awesome. It was more like, oh my gosh, like that just happened, like what it was like that, but it was also unambiguous and relatively simple. It's only 3 words.
You're right. Yeah.
Like,
Twice.
It's only 3 words and twice, right? And so
if you said it a third time, then you would think, feed my sheep.
Yeah.
Feed my but this is
exactly. Feed my sheep. I said, preach my word. Like it was only like I understood what he was saying. I was just still like all the gears were like
processing.
Like that,
God doesn't just talk to people like that.
But he just did.
He just did.
He just broke the mold. And he told me to do that.
Yeah.
And like I was not thinking about ministry. I wasn't.
It's like a Saul moment.
Sort of.
Only we were on a horse at the time.
Sort of. And and so it was really wild. It was really wild, and yet it happened, and there it was, right? And it was pretty clear. And so the next time I was able to come in out of the woods and and call my girlfriend, we had been talking about like maybe maybe we were the one for each other, and so like I was able to call her and say like, hey, I've been sort of thinking, and maybe I want to be a pastor. What do you think about being a pastor's wife?
Pastor wife. That broadsided her.
And she was like, I don't,
right.
I don't, and so she pretty immediately started dating other people, and which she informed me of when I came back back to Post. And
God didn't appear to her in a dream like Joseph.
No, that didn't happen. Okay. And praise God that it didn't, because God had a different and vastly better person for me than her. I mean, God loves her, and I have no idea where she's at in her, and what she's doing in the world. But she was not going to be the person that I needed
Right.
to help me move forward at that time, and as proved by the fact that God bumped me onto this road, and she was like, I'm not on that road. I don't want to go on that road.
Right.
That's not the road I'm on. And that was.
I would like you to just, you can keep talking in a second, but if Margaret Barris is still on there, I just wanted to point down and say, you see that thing, Margaret, that you gave me? That has been a lifeline this weekend for Mike and other people.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for this,
Yes.
for these heaters.
Yeah, the first day we were out here, we didn't have it, and it was actually really rough. And I mean, I did just fine. Don't get me wrong, but all the other humans around me said it was cold.
It was cold. He's got the lava rock thing, and all the heat goes straight up. And I thought, hey, I brought this down, and we've gone through 2 tanks of propane. And anyway, thank you. And that was worth interrupting this incredible story just to thank you for these twin heaters. I'm having another. Fisherman's friend. You want one?
I'm okay. Thank you. Yeah, it was crazy, dude. And
so then,
Yeah.
did you
So I
have
got-
an encounter with a chaplain
So I
who
got
was just a good mentor or anything?
so I got a hold of the Gideon's Bible.
You started reading?
Go Gideons.
They're
You
great.
know?
That's amazing.
Yeah, I
Amazing
still have that
ministry.
Gideon's Bible.
Wow.
Like it's in my office. I
Is
still
that
have it.
RSV or what do you think?
I don't know what version it is.
Okay.
Actually, I hadn't thought about that.
Huh.
But I have it. It's in my office, and so I got a hold of the Gideon's Bible and started reading in the barracks at night,
That's
and
all I do.
found a Missouri Synod Lutheran church to go visit and start going to, and and a few fast forward a couple months, and I went to go see. Well, so went off post again on another deployment, and while we were away on August 2nd, Iraq invaded Kuwait. And
On my birthday, August 2nd?
August 2nd.
Wow.
Iraq invaded Kuwait. And I was up in a Black Hawk helicopter at the time, and we were flying around White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico and doing some stuff. And the LT, like all of a sudden he grabs the headphones, because you can't communicate inside a helicopter, it's too loud.
Right.
And so he's got the headphones on, and the boom mic, and we're talking, and we're like talking to each other, and trying to, and all of a sudden LT grabs the headphones, and we're like, everybody's like, what's going on, right? He's listening, and he rips the headphones off, and he looks at us, and he goes, Iraq invaded Kuwait. We're going to war, boys. And we were all like, yeah! Ranger!
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's just a huge wake up.
And so
Yeah.
so we came back from White Sands, and I went to go see a movie at the Tacoma Mall, and with a Ranger buddy of mine, and the movie hadn't started yet, and he had been going to a church just outside the gates of McCord Air Force Base, with another guy in 3rd Platoon.
Nations, All Nations, or something like that?
Up the road from that.
Okay.
Yeah, up the road from that. Smaller than Church for All Nations, but which was also a neat church and good supporters of the Tacoma Rescue Mission. But smaller church up the road from that. And he'd been going there because he tagged along with another guy who was dating a girl that went there. And so because of that, there was the girl that Michael was dating, different Mike, she had a friend, and they were sort of buddies, and Danette and Dina, and so we're there at the mall, and Todd Ray says, "Look, let's go see, we get some time to kill. Let's go over to JCPenney and see my friend Dina's working there." I'm like, okay, whatever. So we went in JCPenney and up the escalator, and turned right at the belts and left at the ties, and found Dina in working in the young men's department. So the hip, hipper, younger clothes.
Mhm.
And this was this would have been August 8th, 1990.
Okay.
So and dude, she was looking good.
I would imagine.
She was looking good. And so I was like, in my head, I was like, Todd's friend Dina is pretty,
Yeah.
But I was a moron at the time.
Yeah, and you're still in the military.
Yep, still.
Yeah.
I was still an active working Army Ranger who was about ready to go to war, or at least so I thought. And so I'm like, ooh, Todd's friend Dina, you're pretty cute. I tried to flirt by saying something smart alecky, and she just like boom, like it was like this comeback that you just had no comeback for,
Right.
and so I'm standing there going, that's all I had. But in my head, I was thinking brains and beauty. Brains and beauty. I need to know her more, and so I came back the next day and.
Bought a tie.
Without Todd.
Bought a tie and a belt.
Talked to her for about 3 hours
At work.
At work, and so I was a little worried I was going to get in trouble. So I bought a pair of pants and asked her for her phone number, and she wrote her phone number on the receipt of the pants. And
that was quick.
Yep. And 10 months later to the day we were married, June 8th, 1991. But I'm skipping, right? So so October 25th, 1990, I got baptized.
Okay.
And that was such an amazing experience and such an amazing story. That's
shortly
kind of
after meeting Dina.
Dude, like know.
Did I mention that Margaret Barris was born in September of 1990? Just to tie that to further solidify what an important year that was.
It was an important year. Theoretically, there are 11 people watching, and nobody has said anything in the chat stream in a while.
Are we even
I have no idea
and
if we're
going
even
here?
live,
Yeah, it could be.
If there's anybody watching and we are actually live streaming, will you just say something in the chat stream?
We've probably been just
even know?
entertaining for the last half hour, and nobody's even there.
Talking to a screen that nobody's even watching. I have no idea. So, but if somebody's watching and we are actually live streaming, say something in the comment stream. So
the last thing we saw was at 7.
I know, it was like a while ago.
There we go.
Oh,
Brian,
hello.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
That's what we
okay,
needed.
so we know. I just wanted to know the stream was working.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
He's telling me the life story. This is fascinating.
Of how, how I went from Army Ranger to Christian ministry.
Reading a Gideon Bible. God uses stuff like it.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God's word does not come back void. It's just like if you and you're reading it through with different eyes. Now the Holy Spirit is right.
Yeah.
Is enlightening.
Yeah. So
the words are jumping off.
So Dina, absolutely. So Dina and her friend Danette, they were going to this little church in Tacoma, and they were just like on fire for Jesus. And every Tuesday night, like 20 people showed up at this duplex that they were renting on one side of, like just college-age students, from 8 different churches who all knew each other, and I'd never seen anything like that. I didn't even know that existed. Right,
best time.
And, and they're all like singing, and they're pulling out their Bibles, and they're all excited about God and the Word and Jesus, and I was just like, this is amazing. This is like.
This is different than going to the.
I was like this.
Yeah,
I'll take this. This is what I need. This. And so by October 25th, I was baptized. And January 20th, we were engaged. In June, we got married. And pretty quickly, like I was helping out with the youth group at that church. And
you didn't get shipped off to Iraq.
Because
not Iraq, to
Kuwait.
Kuwait.
Yeah. So this was Operation Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and then turned into Desert Storm. It was a very classic tank war.
Oh, okay.
And so they only deployed one company out of 1st Ranger Battalion to laze targets in Kuwait, for the F-16s or whatever. And the rest of us, they held back on 2-hour standby for like 6 months, or I think it was nuts.
You could go, but not yet.
Brian, thank you. Your dad was a master sergeant in the 11th Special Forces Group, Airborne Division. Much respect. Oh, by the way, my new address is very close to Jonathan Kahn's. So awesome. That is so cool. And so Brian is now in New Jersey, and Brian and I go way back.
Wow.
Yeah. And so thank you, and thanks for watching, and how fun, and thank you for the encouragement, and thank your dad for his service for me, please. Sincerely, thank you, and thank him. 1 Samuel 13, the first king in Israel, Saul, right?
Right.
Was led and guided by his servant. God places people in us to help, help us on our walks and our journey. It's right. And so here were these folks, at this duplex, and they were just like on fire for Jesus, and Dina and her friend were, and it was just amazing. And so I got like a 2-month early out so that I could get started at Abilene Christian University in Abilene, Texas, because it was 1991. The Soviet Union had just collapsed, and like we were going to go to Eastern Europe and be missionaries. And so we spent the summer of 1992, spent 8 weeks in the summer of 1992 in Budapest, Hungary, teaching English out of the Gospel of John with some missionaries and a little new startup church there. And it was so amazing, and just so amazing. Budapest is an amazing city. If you made me move to Europe, I would move to Budapest. I would move to Hungary. Incredible. But then we got connected up with some missionaries and some folks that were going long term to move to Moscow. And so I did a 1.5 years of college Russian while I was in Abilene, and we spent 13 weeks, the entire summer of 1994, in Moscow, in an apartment owned by the World Bible Translation Center, and getting some of these permanent missionaries settled in.
Course in Russian. Wow. That's not easy.
Well, yeah, because it's got another alphabet, and it's just got a bunch of weird noises that don't exist in English. But
you did it.
Yeah. Отлично. Я говорю по-русски немного, но я говорю. So I don't speak a lot, but I do speak.
Okay.
And a little bit. I try to use it every now and then.
Once in a while.
Yeah. And my Russian friends said I did okay at it. Like I got the accent reasonably decent, and that was cool. And so what had happened was, this is a fascinating story in and of itself. Okay, so what had happened is in like 91, right? The Soviet Union collapsed,
Right.
And all of the countries. Thank you so much for service. God is so good, Brian. God is so good, and He gives gifts. He gives gifts to everyone, and they're not the same gifts to everyone, but they are gifts, and He gives gifts to everyone. And our only responsibility is to use them as He directs. And so, yes, Gene, we did it. We made it. We got to the goal. We got a little bit over the goal even. So excited. Thank you for that.
The checks are just being dropped off.
Well,
not so much
we'll
lately,
see.
but we're still hoping
we'll see how long
that we're going to
you
see
know,
more cash.
Yeah, like
We're back to the coffee can.
The-
It's still here.
it's right here.
Okay, good. We still have
We still
the
got
can. For those latecomers who
There's a little bit of money in there.
want to come and
There are like no cars in the
there's
parking
nothing.
lot. We are
Yeah.
so it. That's so funny. Okay, but real fast. So a lot of people don't know that Pepperdine University is a Christian college.
I
It's a
didn't know.
Christian
I don't think
university.
I knew that.
Exactly. So they're famous for their law school and their business school.
Mhm.
But they have Seaver College does seminary degrees, and so in 91, when the Soviet Union collapsed and all the member countries of the Warsaw Pact all of a sudden become independent countries, and for a while there, Russia was like really excited to have Westerners come over and to learn about all the stuff they'd been missing out on for 70 years of communism, and so our beds will feel good. Yes, we are heading home tonight, but I made a commitment to be out here for 60 hours, and that takes me through 10 o'clock tonight.
He's going to be back on the radio tomorrow morning at
And
7.
tomorrow morning at 7, I got to be back on the radio to give an update to everybody. But yes, my bed is going to feel pretty good tonight.
Really good.
So some seminary students from Pepperdine went over to Moscow and did some summer preaching and church work and stuff. And when it was time for them to go back, right, and pick up their classes, like 100 college age Russians, they were like, "You're not going to leave, are you? Like, you just told us all about Jesus, and now you're going to leave."
Can't do that.
So they stayed, right? You know,
Right.
and all because all of a sudden they had a church.
They want mentoring. They want a pastor.
Well, yeah, exactly. And so by 94, by the time we got there in 94, Pepperdine had been rotating seminary students over to this group of like 60 or 70 Russian young people, and this accidental church that had gotten created. By then they had started, KIT in the 7 o'clock hour, the first half of the 7 o'clock hour, like 7:15. We're going to give everybody the final tally. So by the time we got there, these Russian kids had pulled their money and started renting a school. You know, Школа 19, school 19, because it's where they were communists, right? And so that's what you get, is school 19, because it's communism. You know. So, but the Szkola 19, Church of Christ, you know, and was these kids, and it was amazing. It was like,
bunch of kids on fire.
Yeah, exactly. And so we got over there, and there were Amy Kendall and her husband. Oh shoot, he is watching. The Kendalls. What is his name? But they were Pepperdine grad students, and we sort of worked with them, and then we got some missionaries settled in and got them some apartments, and then went back for our last year at ACU. God ended up telling us, nope, don't want you to go to Russia, and so we ended up going to Pepperdine. We were for seminary because we were so impressed with the people that they were producing, and because these were incredible people. The group right before the Kindles, the pair of dudes that were there in Russia right before and Amy Kendall, whatever his name is, dang it. And they got abducted out of the Pizza Hut in Moscow. These guys, these masked dudes, so they're like eating at the Pizza Hut, and these guys come in with ski masks and AK-47s, shoot out all the windows. Everybody's and dives on them, and then they go find the guy that they came to execute. Fill him full of bullets, right? And on their way out the door, they grab 2 people as human shields, and it was these 2 Pepperdine seminary students, these 2 young men, and grab them and drag them out of the restaurant, throw them on the floorboard of the Lada minivan, go tearing off through Moscow, to get away. And at some point after they were like 10 minutes, 15 minutes away from the Pizza Hut, the assailants, the murderers, felt like they'd gotten away enough, so they opened the sliding door out the side of the Lada minivan, which is like remember those Mitsubishi?
Yes,
those little Mitsubishi minivans that were cab over. You were sitting over. Yeah, so the Lada minivan. Lada is a Russian car manufacturer. It was a lot like that Mitsubishi. Okay. And so they opened the side door and just chuck them out. 30 miles an hour.
Gee.
Ranger.
So
so we got there, and that entire half of the Pizza Hut, the windows were still all boarded over from that attack, and those were but like these are some pretty intrepid young people, these seminary students, and they kept coming. And so the next one were Amy Kendall and her husband, whose first name I don't remember. And then we got over while the Kindles were still there, just after those 2 guys went back. And so I never got to meet them. I would have loved to have met them, because that's some real deal stuff right there,
AK-47s and being thrown out of a moving vehicle.
You're going out planting churches in Moscow, and so Moscow in 1991, and so interesting. Oh my gosh, this is so. I find it. I'll tell you. Like I find what I'm about to tell you about interesting.
You tell me if you just run out of your quota of words, because I'm enjoying this like you wouldn't believe.
I'm glad.
Thank you.
I'm glad. Because my quota is very high.
I mean, you're not going to have it.
quota's-
I would talk
my
more
quota's-
while I'm on the radio this morning, except I used up my quota of
is
words
above
last
average.
night.
I have an above average
talking
quota
to-
of words.
talking to Brian.
Um,
Is
so-
your thing still on?
yeah,
Yeah, okay,
we're
good.
doing okay. So anyway, Moscow in 1991 was
Mhm.
like Tombstone, Arizona in 1888. Like just enough law and order to keep the businesses open and the bars running, and not enough law and order to prevent the occasional shootout in the streets.
Just okay.
It was the
The
wild
gun was the law.
West, man. It was the wild West.
Huh.
Like every day, you'd open up the paper and find out who got found dead in their trunk.
Wow.
Like legit. I mean, but people going in the Pizza Hut and just shooting the place up in order to assassinate somebody, you know, and it was nuts. And so what happened was the communist government privatized all the apartments. So the apartment that people were living in was owned by the government until the government decided to, you know, not be commies anymore, and so they just gave the deed of the apartment to the people that had been assigned, you know, it had been assigned to, and okay, there weren't nice places necessarily, but like everybody's business, like everybody and their brother, every American, every European business, like here's this new market, and so all these Western businesses are flooding into Moscow, and they're coming in with money. And they need home bases, right? And so I told you we were staying in an apartment owned by the World Bible Translation Center. So WBTC buys an apartment, right? You know, so that they can have a base, so that when their people are there, you know, so a lot of these old Russian pensioners, like they were starving to death.
A government's that's right. No
The-
government, no pension.
Because the ruble was just, you know, going up, and their pensions were not, right? And so we kept all of our money in dollars until we needed to change, and we would change like only like every 3 or 4 days we would change money into rubles, because the next time we changed dollars into rubles, like the change rate was,
Right.
you know, was different. And so it was nuts. Like the inflation rate was insane. And one day we were just walking around, and somebody was selling, some like middle-aged lady was selling her potatoes from her garden outside of Moscow. And if you could afford it, a lot of folks had a hobby farm outside where they would grow the food they needed to eat.
Kind of like a pea patch, only
like a
this
pea
was
patch, except out
survival.
there, right?
Yeah.
And the house out there is called a dacha. And so if you could have a dacha, you know, like you'd go out on the weekends and you'd farm. And so some lady was selling her potatoes, and it was like 2,000 rubles for a kilo of potatoes, and that was about $1.50, like for 2.2 pounds of potatoes. So not bad, right, by our standards. But I'm in line, and it's this like folding card table, you know,
Right.
and ladies selling her and the Russian lady is this like tiny little 80-year-old Russian lady in the line in front of us is arguing with the middle-aged woman, going 2,000 rubles for a kilo of potatoes. You know, like how am I supposed to eat? Because
Right.
her whole pension was probably 20,000 rubles maximum.
Now, how's she going to buy a smattering of potatoes with the whole month's pension?
A tenth.
Yes.
Like a tenth of her entire monthly income for a couple pounds of potatoes. And so and the lady's like, I got to eat too.
Right.
You know, and thankfully I had just enough Russian to be able to understand all that. And Dina and I were in line behind this old lady to buy our potatoes so we can eat. And I watched her walk off down the sidewalk with nothing.
Couldn't afford it.
Like just nothing. And I just like, it was, I'm getting teary right now even thinking about it. And so I bought an extra kilo of potatoes and ran after her down the street and tapped her on the shoulder. She turned around and in my best stammering Russian, you know, I said, you know, I want you to have these. And she said, why?
Right,
Почему? And I said, потому что Jesus, because of Jesus. And she just like her face softened, and she said, thank you. And I said, God bless you. And she turned around and went off, and that was that was the economic conditions of Russia at the time. And so I bring this up to simply to say that it was extraordinarily dangerous, because when you're that desperate, like the folks were selling their apartments and then moving in with their kids or their grandkids. Well, okay, like if you can sell your apartment for $50,000 and move in, and that's a lot of potatoes.
That's a lifeline.
That's a lifeline, right?
Yeah.
So the Russian mafia was posing as Western business people, and they would say, "Hey, I want to buy your apartment," and they would show up with $50,000 of cash in a briefcase, and sign over the deed of the apartment, and then shoot them, and then walk out with the deed and the $50,000 of cash, and then just use the briefcase for the next poor suckers that were about to get shot in the face.
Whoa.
Like that was Moscow in 1991.
Oh, wow.
And at least that was my impression of it. And then I heard Matt Taibbi getting interviewed by Jordan Peterson. So Matt Taibbi has become sort of famous as an independent journalist. He used to write for the Rolling Stone, and Elon Musk picked him and Barry Weiss, formerly of the New York Times, and Michael Schellenberger to do this thing they called the Twitter Files, where when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he then opened up all of their internal documents to these three independent journalists and said, tell the story and because of how Twitter had been working with the government to censor things, right? And so all of a sudden Matt Taibbi became super famous. And I was watching Matt Taibbi get interviewed by Jordan Peterson recently, and Taibbi was in Moscow in 1991.
Oh, really?
Really, and running this little newspaper that he had started, because again, it was the wild entrepreneurial West, right? And so I'm listening to Taibbi describe what Moscow was like in the last days of Yeltsin, and he was describing it exactly.
And it takes you right back.
Yes, exactly. It was exactly, and it was so fascinating.
And Dina was there with you?
Yeah,
through that whole thing.
Yeah, and so like now that I barely know Michael Schellenberger a tiny bit, I'm really hoping that I can at some point meet Matt Taibbi and like swap stories about Pizza Hut, and because I guarantee he will know it and he will remember it, and guarantee it, because it was sort of a thing, and there were only like 4 McDonald's in all of Moscow at that point,
right?
And there was only one Pizza Hut, in all of McDonald's at the time, all of Moscow at the time, and so like when that one place gets all shot up, like it's in the newspapers, and he ran a newspaper. And so, like, I guarantee he will remember the Pizza Hut getting shot up, and I'm at some point
that will be fun.
Yeah, at some point, I hope I'd be.
He comes through Yakima all the time, right?
No, that's too funny. But I haven't told Schellenberger that I was in Moscow at the same time as Taibbi yet, because it just hasn't come up. But that'll be fun if and when I get to do that, and we'll see if God opens that door. And, interesting people, really interesting people. But instead, God took us to Pepperdine, and I became a community church pastor. And Patty says she'll be here at 10.
That's nice of her.
I can drop.
I'm
going to tell her I can drop it.
Let's see. We still have a couple hours to go, right? Yeah, we're coming up on 7, so we got 3 hours to go.
A couple, Yep.
so we don't have to clean up for quite a while.
Yeah, well, we still got a little, but when's the last time anyone came in the grocery store?
Sunday night.
So this is really funny. So for those of you who are watching online, there it is.
It's an empty parking lot.
Yeah, there it is.
And then the sleeping facility,
There's the
tent,
tent.
is where Mike slept the last 2 nights, right there.
So I'm gonna have to I'll probably get started packing that thing up at some point.
Yeah.
But ain't a lot happening out there.
Not yet. Not for a while.
But I hope you found the funny stories of Moscow and Russia in the early 90s
Oh,
interesting.
Fascinating.
Uh,
It's a whole different world than recording studios and radio stations. Being in Moscow right after the fall of the wall, and
it was crazy. It was like anything was possible, good or bad. Like any bad thing could happen, but like any good thing could happen too. It was just like it was like everything was liquid, and anything could happen, good or bad. And that was totally the way Taibbi was talking about it. It was really gratifying.
Right.
Like, okay, I didn't make that up, or I didn't exaggerate it. So it was cool. I'm interested because I'd love to stop talking because my voice hurts a little bit.
Yeah, that's
so I'd
worth
love for you to
Sure.
take it away from me if you don't mind for a little while. Who is somebody that you have met?
Yeah.
Famous or not famous is irrelevant. Okay.
Right.
But just somebody you've met who was just absolute. Looking back on it, right?
Yeah.
You're like, this is one of the most fascinating, interesting, compelling people. I think I of the top 10, among the 10 most compelling, interesting, fascinating people I've met. Whether they're famous or not is irrelevant.
Wow. I mean, there's just so many different facets to my life.
Yep. But I gotta kind of clip that so that it's more pointed.
Yeah. I wanted to clip
There you
it.
go. You're good.
Okay, great.
Yep, you're great. Would you like me to hum the Jeopardy theme music while you think?
Wouldn't hurt. Okay. Just one of many interesting,
Look,
fascinating
there's another
people.
human being at the.
Look at that. And the store's still open. I think both doors, in fact.
What is that a flag hanging?
Looks like
Merry
maybe-
Christmas!
I think it is Native American artwork
Oh, that's cool.
hanging from the
Yeah,
rear
that's
view
cool.
mirror.
Some bead
I'll bet
work.
that's
That's some
fun.
bead work. That's cool.
Yeah.
Love it.
Okay, this is just one of the many fascinating people I got to work with. Was working at Spirit 105.3, and this is before it was Spirit 105.3. It was just KCMS,
Yep.
the call letters, Christian Music Station,
Yep.
in Seattle.
How creative.
Yeah.
KCMS Christian Music Station.
Well,
yeah.
the AM was KCIS, your Christian information or inspirational station. So they
Well, that
kind of
Christ-
dovetailed along that. Yeah.
Yeah. KCMS Christian, like that.
Mhm.
It sounds like name worthy of communist naming protocols.
We our sister station up near Canada
Is
was
Christian Music Station.
It's
you know?
what exactly
So
what it
this
is.
is what we call it. It's Christian Music Station. What else? What other information? What other
Station
name do you need?
19. It is Station 19.
Station 19. Yeah. No, Station 19 is a military installation in Kamchatka. We're not allowed to speak of this.
Well, the call letters for our station up north that was based out of Bellingham, Linden area was KWPZ, Worship and Praise.
Oh, well, that's
So,
cool.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
That's cool.
And that stuff. I've got a sweatshirt. Oh, home. I didn't wear it tonight. Oh,
There we go.
see. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So the radio station had been in the Seattle market, one of the early FM stations, started in 1959, had over 100,000 watts of power
In
off a tower.
1959, people not very creative in naming radio stations.
Well, and the FM wasn't even on the map. There
Yeah.
was no real FM radios
so,
at that time. So you buy a license and you put a transmitter on the air, and and it was kind of just elevator music was on a lot of the FM stations, and same with ours. We had a big automation with reel-to-reel tapes and things, and but fast forward, and in 1998, 99, and I had been there since 92. We've been a number, the ratings wise had been down in the bottom of the heap, 20 ratings, 25, 26, 27. When you look at the overall picture, what we call 12 plus, ages 12 plus.
Okay.
Well, we had this manager there. His name is David Fitz, and he had been in the Spokane market as a manager, and he had an announcer, maybe it was a different station, but there was Scott and Sam, Scott Valentine and Samantha Kelly.
I remember Scott and Sam.
He basically prayed those two to Seattle. It was quite a series of miracles, but I was in the process of trying to figure out how to get a better signal in FM for Spirit, because they were transmitting off of a tower in North Seattle, which only covers North Seattle. We got a construction permit. We were moving it up to Cougar Mountain, which is fairly centrally located. To pick up
I know Cougar Mountain. Climb Cougar Mountain several times.
And
so, pardon me, IT guy asking when he's going to come and pick up equipment.
Eli.
Yes.
Eli's coming.
When you're planning to wrap it up, so I know when to pick up equipment.
When you want to call it quits?
9
o'clock, 9:30.
I promise. I said.
Anybody's still watching?
60 hours.
We still have 6 people out there.
Now I'm speaking Russian accent. I can't stop.
It's hard. I don't know if Margaret has that problem with her Swiss German. She was riding on the train. I mentioned she had flown across the country and was riding back, and she's sitting on the train, and this girl comes and sits down next to her, and Margaret starts talking to her, and she's from Switzerland. So Margaret still remembered her Swiss German really well. So starts talking to this girl in Swiss German. It just confounds. I mean, how many times can you sit on a train? Anyway, they had a really wonderful ride on the train talking about Switzerland. Switzerland, you could put something like 5 Switzerland in the state of Washington. It's not a very big country. They got trains all over the place.
Russia, very big country.
Huge
Russia, largest country by landmass in world.
Last June, my wife and I went to Kazakhstan, and didn't realize, where's Kazakhstan? It's the 7th largest country in the world. It is huge.
It's a large country by landmass.
It used to be part of Russia.
What?
It was part of Russia until it got all divided up.
Exactly.
But we were 100 miles from China.
Kazakhstan also is a location of Russia's space launch base. So
is that when they did it?
Right. It's where they still do it. So when Russian rockets are launching cosmonauts to International Space Station, they're doing this from Kazakhstan.
Huh. Wow. Do you know what city?
I cannot remember the name of the city.
Probably. We were way down in the lower right corner at Amati.
Okay, I will look up in a minute. I need to tell Eli what.
Do that.
Yeah, I'm telling him that I will be here until 10 o'clock.
So I'll just keep talking while you're texting.
Yeah, you can keep telling 6 people.
So Scott Valentine.
Scott Valentine
is this wonderful guy. He came in,
right.
And we already had a FM program director, and Scott was just wonderfully gifted at being an announcer, an encourager, a talent, and he knew a lot about FM programming in general. And he had a fantastic relationship with a consulting radio programming consulting company. And anyway, Scott and Sam took that radio station from number 26 all the way up into the top 5 there in, that had been about 15, 20 years ago, like probably 2003, 2004. And it was just, when you just get the A team together and you're all using your gifts and you're all, the engineering department is putting all the facilities together, and you've got programming that everybody wants to listen to. And at that time, the format was playing Christian music that churches were singing in church. The worship and praise songs, Mercy Me and Chris Tomlin and all those songs that we're playing are the same songs. So that's a 1-2. Boy, anytime you're playing the same thing that churches are singing. That is wonderful. And anyway, Scott was just, and Sam, it was so common to walk down the hall, and we had these glass soundproof doors that you could see into the studio, and there's Scott and Sam, the music's playing, and they are just praying for that last phone call. Somebody's called in with, something going on, and they just had the biggest personalities, and I'll say ego, but God kept them in such a humble state that they were to be able to be greatly used by being humble before the Lord. And that was just amazing. I just put Scott up on this pedestal. And then I think he's been down in LA at a Salem radio station down in LA for last 8, 9, 10 years or so.
Scott Valentine.
Scott Valentine. His real last name is Huntley, but don't tell anybody that.
Scott Huntley.
Huntley.
But he's known in media world as Scott Valentine.
Scott Valentine, right.
I think if I was Scott Huntley and I wanted to be a famous radio man, I would probably name myself Scott Valentine or something like this,
Valentine's a great...
Yeah, Valentine, very good,
And Valentine in Russian, that means...
Valentine in Russian means Valentine.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Valentine is like English word cool. English word cool is just cool in all languages. It does not translate.
Cool means cool.
But cool is cool. So in the way you say cool in Russian is cool.
We have
The way you say cool in Chinese is cool.
the international words. I love it when you're watching. We got all these Hispanic channels on TV channels, and Barbara and I can, watch a bit over the air rather than other forms. But I love it when they're talking in Spanish, and all of a sudden there's the name of the company in English, or certain things always seem to be like they're in English on the Hispanic channel. So, I love it. It seems kind of out of place sometimes.
Well,
like
I think what it is. Is just that
you see that red glowing there?
The truth is that for a lot of folks, their experience of being an American of like Hispanic heritage or origin or whatever, or Mexican American, however you want to say it, right, is just very bilingual. And and so there are some things that you just say in Spanish, and there's some things you say in English, and they use both.
Right. Just
and my bet is that that's only weird to monolingual Americans.
Careful, here they come.
Watch
your backside.
Because my bet is that in Europe that's also very very similar. Hey, welcome. How fun.
Should have brought you cookies.
Well,
I couldn't find December, so it's Thanksgiving.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm so grateful for that. This has been such a success and so heartwarming. Yeah, it really has.
Good.
Yeah, we actually hit 60 about an hour ago.
Awesome.
And so you're helping. You're like the icing on the cake.
Right.
Thank you. And because all the 60 does is actually fix November.
No.
Yeah, I was looking at November's financials. I'm the CEO, and I was looking at November's financials, and I was like, we missed our fundraising by $60,000 in November, which is usually a good number, because of Thanksgiving. And so I started just asking around, and almost everybody is backwards. So like Salvation Army is backwards, and there was only one mission I could find in the Northwest U.S. that wasn't backwards, and that's in Spokane, and they were just even. And so it's just it's the environment, right? And so this gets us caught up going into December, and then we're going to see how December goes. But one thing I know is that God will never forsake the poor, and He won't do it, and He will put it on the hearts of folks to look out for them. That Jesus' brother, for goodness sake, in James in chapter 1, he said, hey, like you can't show favoritism, because God doesn't either. And so if you really want to know what religion looks like, it's taking care of the widows and the orphans and keeping yourself unpolluted, And so, as old as Christianity is, like 2,000 years, God has been compelling people who love Him to love their neighbor as themselves.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't like ice cold for you guys.
So Brian, this is Brian Hubert from Westside
Hi,
Church.
I'm Brian.
He does their audio visual and stuff. And he used to be a super tech guy in radio for a long time. And so he's been telling stories, and it's been super fun.
Great. Bantering for the last
our
hour.
first night I didn't have that thing. We just had this thing. And that's way more effective. That's way more
on
effective.
the low
I'll tell
setting
you.
too to save propane.
It is way more effective. Our first night I was like,
Yeah.
until I actually got to get in my sleeping bag and go to bed, and then I finally got to be warm. But since Brian brought that thing down, today has been so much better. So it's actually been great. Did you know Dale Carpenter?
Yeah.
This is his tin cup.
Is that right?
It is.
Okay.
It really is.
It's authentic.
It is. So Dale handed this on to Dave McKinney, right? And then Dave did Operation Tin Cup for like 7 years out here in a box, and Dave McKinney brought this to me at 10 a.m. my hour zero when I got here Friday morning, and so we've been. I'm going to get this thing engraved. Not really. Yeah. Yeah, I should. You're right. I should get like a Dave on there, and that'd be super cool.
Make some coffee in it.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
so, and then what we've been doing in this version, this incarnation is live streaming the thing, and that's been a part of how we've gotten there. And so Dave McKinney would be out here for 100 hours and raise about $20,000, and what's that? No, yes, yeah. But it would, but because we've been able to do this stuff like here and online at the same time, we've been able to get a little further and a little more efficient and with our time. And so we would take them 100 hours to get 20K because they'd have to do it all here. And so this time we've been live streaming it and leveraging the social media stuff too, and that's been a ton of fun. And
he's had some amazing people come in, and he's done interviews with Sean and had Lowell from the Housing Authority last night. And
so we created like a show.
Who's Chris?
From
that was
7
here?
to 9 last night, and from 7 to 9 the night before. Like we were programming, and we had people in, and we were interviewing them, and people watching online. It was really neat. Yeah, it's been really cool. Yep. Rob Vickers. I'll be back in the studio tomorrow morning with them at 7 to sort of report out the final number. And man, Rob is just so, because he started us off right with that match, and so that just meant we had great momentum out of the gate, and that got us off and started. And so yesterday, a friend who wants me to keep him anonymous, checked in and asked how we were doing. I told him we were doing, and he stepped in with another 10K match.
Awesome.
And that just really accelerated us through yesterday, and I know inspired a $5,000 gift from someone in town who also asked me to keep him anonymous. But they were walking by right like 5 minutes after this other buddy had called in with the 10K match, and so this other person was like, "Hey, how's it going?" I'm like, "Well, we just got a 10K match," and so on their way out, they were like, "Okay, put me in for 5," And so it has been so exciting and so just so heartwarming, It's been so heartwarming because you read the national news, and it's sort of depressing.
Yeah.
Like there's some movie trailer that just dropped for a movie called Civil War, and like that's the imagination of what and yet here we've got everybody working together. This is such a great place to live. Thank you. I think you might be, you might be like the period on the end of the sentence because there's not really anybody else.
We were counting out when is 60 hours from 10 a.m. on Friday.
Yeah, it was 10 p.m. Yeah, I will still be
Yeah,
here until I'm
yeah,
going to keep it.
yeah.
I'm going to stay here till 10.
Yeah.
The tech guy's coming at 9:30 to pick it up. I told him, like, I can't ask you to be out at 10 on a Sunday, like the guy. And so I said, come whenever you want. He said, I'll come at 9:30.
You have some leftover jalapeno for him.
Oh man, people have brought me
Oh,
people have brought me dinner,
Yeah,
and
that's not
yeah, it's been so
Coffee,
great. The store's been
brownies.
so great.
Would you like a brownie?
bad.
There's some brownies.
This
They're
this
good.
sweet this sweet couple brought by warm brown, and they were still warm out of the oven yesterday. When this guy comes up with these warm brownies, it has been so cool. It's been so cool. Yeah, what a great place to live. What a great place to live.
Well, I'm glad you
Well,
said
thank
that.
you. Thank
All
you
right.
guys so much. Thank
Hey.
you. Yay.
Have a good night.
Good night.
I'll tell. So our accounting director's like, hey, when do you want me to come by again? I'm like, I'll bring it by your house, but now I might want her to come by. So, okay, I gotta find out. Oh, this is so stinking cool.
Oh, neat.
Yep.
Good for them.
Yep. So stinking cool. Yeah, I need to find. I really want to find out if what Patty picked up earlier is in that total, because I'm gonna need to know for the radio station.
Do you want me to give me your microphone? You want to go give her a call?
I just need to find out from Melissa. Let me just. I'll just check.
I saw the dinosaur head this morning.
You did?
It's in the janitors, not janitors, in the seating. The guys who do the seating, they've got their own room for supplies, and one guy came walking out with it on this morning.
I'm so
like,
glad.
oh, there
I'm
it
so
is.
happy that creates joy. I hope not. I hope that continues to create joy.
It might have been last night during Celebrate Recovery. Somebody found it, brought it out.
Okay, I got to tell you. Have you not been so impressed by KIT?
To be honest, I haven't been listening as much to KIT.
No, I
since
mean like
Dave
in
left,
this.
but-
I mean in
Oh
this.
yes.
Like I have been so impressed by them leaning into this thing and
Yeah.
and doing the promo spots on the radio and talking about it on the morning
Mhm.
show. Like it has been just so cool.
That is very cool.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been so cool. Like they have
Meeting
really,
Rob yesterday, and
Yeah,
that
they
was pretty
have really
special.
personally,
Mhm.
like it hasn't. Yeah, it is. It's just been so neat to see them personally invested in this, and can't wait to see Lance in the morning. And let him know. I'm gonna try to get skiing with Lance this winter. I really want to get skiing with Lance this winter at some point.
Which ski place would you go?
White Pass.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, I bought some skis from our thrift store.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You get a gift card for Christmas, or we got a card, gift certificate for doing this stuff. Like, oh yeah, we can go.
Well, so
That's pretty
we're
neat.
sort of behind financially.
Yeah,
And so
that's a great idea.
we had to do thrift gift cards for
Margaret.
employees.
Margaret, when she comes over, it's like the first thing she's when I get to Yakima, because she'll come over from Astoria, and she'll come over here. So the first thing she wants to do is go to Summit Thrift. That is the first thing out of her mouth is got to go to Summit Thrift. She just loves going there. It's just so well put together. I remember going in there and with Eli when the pieces are just first going together, and this big open room, and like, this is ginormous.
Okay,
You don't realize how big it is when from the outside. You got it when you go in, and it's completely empty. It's just cavernous, huge area. Didn't know Rite Aids were that big.
Yeah, me either. When we were first in there looking at the empty
Yeah.
space, I told Autumn and Shannon, I'm like, oh, I don't know, like this is this,
This is huge. This is too big.
And
Yeah.
Shannon Love was just like, no, we're gonna do this and that. It's gonna be great. And I was like, oh, and she like literally leaned in and she was like, trust me.
Shannon's is the girl.
And
She's
and
the
I was
guy
like,
with the
okay,
vision.
fine.
Wow.
Like, okay. She's like, trust me.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, okay. And my goodness, God has used those ladies.
Who had the vision for how the things are laid out and that just that whole display in the front. There's something very engaging and artistic and who's got the eyes for that?
Mostly that Shannon,
Okay.
but it's not only Shannon. Her sister has been really involved in the aesthetic, and another lady named Leah that doesn't work here anymore. But she was around when we got launched and helped to be part of that too. And Autumn is saying it's a team vision. Yeah.
Okay.
So and it has been, and it really has been. Like Autumn's been super involved in the aesthetic. So yeah, lots of Shannon and Leah.
And Shannon's different than Shan?
Yeah, Shan is my assistant.
Right.
Shan Trick.
And
Shannon Love
I was thinking
is our retail director.
Okay. Okay. And I probably met her
And
at some point.
yeah. So lots of Shannon, and Leah. Some of Shannon's sister Sarah as well is part of the display. And it's because not me. That's for sure.
You get the people on the bus.
So clearly Autumn is watching right now. Hi, Autumn.
Hi, Autumn.
The main reason I ask is just I'm going to be in the studio tomorrow morning, and they're going to want to know what the final total was, and so I just want to be able to have an accurate number, So, okay, I need to make sure that I'm actually remembering something here too. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. And that's what I thought. Just had to get it clear. I'm late and tired, and my brain started getting muddy on their names. Hi.
Bernier. Huh.
What's that?
Ooh, Roger Bernier. Are you related to Roger Bernier at all?
They prefer the French pronunciation.
Bernier?
Bernier.
Like
Because they're classy.
Like Mount Rainier, of course.
Like Mount
Yeah.
Rainier.
I taught my kids, it's not Mount Rainier, it is Mount Rainier. But there was a good friend from the radio station, the Spirit 105.3, named Roger Bernier, and he went by Roger Clark at first, but his wife taught at a Christian school there in the Bothell area. Different Bernier or Bernier? I don't see anything. Anyway.
Well, it takes a little while.
It does.
There's a little bit of turnaround there of us saying it in the
Oh,
internet.
wait. We got some striping here. Richard? Oh, I thought it was going to be Sela.
Shannon made a snow angel in the sawdust. I remember that when we were first touring around that big cavernous, empty former Rite Aid, and there was just this layer of dust, all over the ground, and Shannon got down and made a snow angel. Yes. Oh, it's too funny. Too funny.
You moved here in 2018?
August 23rd. 2018 or April 23rd. Sorry, I said August, but it's April 23rd, 2018. And my hubby's Bernier is from Sela.
All right, it's probably different. But Roger was an announcer on, I think it was KBBO when it was maybe a religious station here in town. And then he came over the mountains and worked at
KBBO?
KBBO is now sports here.
What do you think BBO stands for?
I don't know. That's why I only listen to it outside.
KCMS was, Christian music station.
Call letters or whatever you want to.
Could be a dude's name.
Yeah. They stopped issuing.
Bill and Bernice Orlander, the couple that started it.
I worked, again, I was chief engineer of KJR.
So, none of them. There's 16 of them, and not one of them is named Roger.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your reply.
Yeah, thank you.
But Roger actually was in the Coast Guard quite a while, and he was on, I think, the Polar Star. They would do the icebreaker and go over the North Pole.
That's right.
and
I
it was
remember
quite a-
that. Yeah, he
he
was
had a
on
lot
the
of- he
Polar Star.
He was the captain's cook.
Yep.
would-
How could we forget? I have no idea what you're talking about.
The captain's got his own table and his own chef and oven, and that's pretty. That's what
legit.
you do, And
That's legit.
when you've got the stripes or whatever.
I guess.
Okay, where was I going?
I don't have a cat. I don't have my own cook.
Oh.
Our family, much of the cooking in our family is done by Dina, because she's amazing.
Well, you're not in the Coast
But I
Guard
would
either.
never refer to her as my cook.
No.
Yeah, I'm not. Maybe that's
the
what I
military.
needed to do is join.
Did the
Coast Guard.
Army do? I mean, they had probably the officers' quarters and things, but I guess when you've got a vessel, that's kind of cool. Then you're operating under submarine and aircraft. There's probably different rules when you are out away from port.
Officers eating separately from the sailors
Yeah.
is a very important part of Navy tradition. It is vast. It's a lot less a part of Army tradition, and so we did not have in the Rangers a separate officers' cafeteria or officers' mess. We had one mess hall, and everybody ate there. And in the Army, it's a lot more common for the generals or the colonels, to eat with men, and that's sort of an important tradition. But in the Navy, it's different for various reasons. But the most important one being when you're out in the middle of the ocean on a sailing ship in the 1770s or something, like the only thing that keeps anybody from just stabbing the captain in the throat in the middle of the night and taking over the ship, right, is discipline. And so in the Navy, like there's this huge culture around like the captain and elevating the captain, and so he almost had to be like the king, of that vessel. That's still part of the flying, like commercial airline, like that. It's the captain of the aircraft, not the pilot, and whatever he says, that is his plane. So, man, my fingernails are filthy and long. I gotta cut them. Like I haven't had a shower in 3 days.
I was thinking you got to be grimy.
Smell. I have no
feeling
idea, but I probably smell.
can't
Do I
smell.
smell? Let's find out.
But you smell amazingly fine.
Thank you.
I don't smell a darn thing.
Thank you.
I smell a lot of eucalyptus from this.
Christmas dinosaur.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why I smell. That's why I still smell good.
Dinosaur.
Yep. The Christmas dinosaur.
Christmas dinosaur.
Did you see that coming? Did you know
That was a
gonna
Mike
happen?
Johnson moment there,
Yeah,
Wayne.
boom, that's right. It's like
Shove my-
Clark Kent.
My face under your armpit.
Tearing his shirt open to reveal the S, the Superman. Like Mike Johnson. I'm really the Christmas dinosaur.
The alias came flying in.
Oh my gosh! This is
anybody-
what's like
maybe
so
a cousin. Could be a cousin.
We've been out here. I've been out here for 57 and a half hours, and we're down to me doing this with the Christmas dinosaur sweater.
For all 5 of you out. Oh, we've got 12 people watching
I know,
now.
isn't that great?
What's happening now?
I don't know. The Christmas dinosaur. That
That's it.
instantly drove like the viewership from up. Yeah, exactly.
The magic tricks. Here's the stupid magic tricks again. No. We're gonna do that. Okay, so you got me up to.
There's humans here.
Oh.
Yeah, there was like for a long time there was just nobody there, and now there's like 3 cars in the parking lot.
So we started. I got a phone call from my sister who lives here in the valley.
Okay.
And she lives out some of you ways. And she called middle of summer, I'm thinking, of 2018. Said you guys should move to Yakima. And my wife has lived in North Seattle her entire life, except for the short time I had a house on Queen Anne Hill. We lived there for about 1.5 years until we moved up to Bothell area, Kenmore, and
that's a Queen Anne is a hard market to get into, man. Like that.
not when back in the when we left here in '69 and we moved to the top of Queen Anne Hill.
Oh,
it
in
was,
1970, yeah.
yeah, I remember I was in high school, senior year, and my mom figured out my son is not college material. And so she would take me out, we'd go looking at houses, and there was this cute little 2-bedroom house on the top of Queen Anne Hill for $25,000. Wow. You know, 25
now
grand.
it's like
And that's about what it's worth.
2.5 million now.
So and then my buddy, Dave Savvy, he was the best man at my wedding. And Dave's had a house that was down off the west side of the hill near this big grain elevator. And he lived across the tracks. This street called Elliott. Remember Elliott at all? The side of Queen Anne? There's a Herfy's and a Taco Time there. Well, my house sat halfway in this green belt, undeveloped part of the hill, right there on the side of Queen Anne Hill. And he grew up in this house. Anyway, his folks are going to be retiring. And so we rented the house for a year. And I ended up buying that house for $33,000. And they carried the contract. So I'm buying a house in near downtown Seattle for 33 grand, you know, paying $300 a month payments, house payments.
Wow.
And it was a duplex, so I had to rent out the basement for $300 a month. And I had my recording studio. It was the coolest bachelor pad. You know, I had these giant speakers, and I had a patio, and I'd haul these big Voice of the Theater speakers out. We'd have these our high school youth group parties out on the patio. It was pretty neat. I had big reel-to-reel tape recorders and pianos and microphone stands and stuff. It was quite a place. Number of people lived in the basement. Number of people went through there over the years. But anyway, Barbara and I got that phone call that we should move to Yakima, and so we started. I think in September, driving over here. Like every other weekend, we'd come over, and there was hardly any houses for sale. Was it that way when you were looking?
It wasn't
Not much in it. Hardly any inventory.
There was only one with the like we still had 6 kids living with us at the time. Yeah. And so it was really hard to find one that had enough bedrooms.
The house that you're in now, is that where you?
That's the only one we could find that had enough bedrooms in it.
That's a great house.
Yeah,
it's a nice location near our home. Anyway, we came over. I think it was our 5th trip over, and it was on Halloween. Barbara had seen it go on the market the day before on the 30th. On the 31st, we drove over, walked in, and we looked at the view and like, this is where we want to live. So we bought the house, and we didn't actually move in until the end of January. Barbara's niece was teaching in she was teaching downtown at Barge Lincoln, 4th grade. Just graduated from Central Washington University. She's in her 30s. She's got 2 young daughters, and they lived in the basement while they moved in before we did. And we moved in on January 29th, and then 3 days later, it started snowing. And it snowed this much.
What year?
And it snowed. That would be early 2019.
Yeah,
and it snowed.
That was a.
And it snowed. And it snowed. And it snowed.
That was a heck of a snow.
And I am driving back and forth to Seattle, getting that house ready to go on the market. And I never had to put on chains once. I drove over the pass, my little minivan, and I made about 14 trips back and forth.
I remember that snow. Like it came in like the entire month of February and then half of March. I never saw ground like that.
Right.
So there was snow all the way.
Yeah. It doesn't do that in Yakima that much. It's it's desert. You got a little bit of snow, and then you can go a whole winter without snow. And but lately
I haven't gone a whole winter yet since I moved here without snow.
When we lived here back in the 60s, we could you'd get 7-8 inches of snow, and then maybe the next year you don't get any. And it just depends.
Huh.
So what I remember,
so far, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm delighted that each winter we've had some snow, and I've loved that. I think it's perfect. Like
but
3 or 4 inches 3 or 4 times, and and it's so nice, and it makes it feel like winter. And
you were down. I mean, you lived down near SeaTac, but you were you living down in Tacoma?
No, when I after 6 years in Enumclaw.
I like that word.
We moved into the SeaTac Tukwila area, and
and then our last 9 years was in the city of Des Moines, which is just south of SeaTac.
Yeah.
You know,
I know that.
and so yeah, we were there the
Okay.
other.
I was just going to say that the
14
weather
years,
in Tacoma is a bit different than Seattle, you know. And we lived right on the King County Snohomish County line for 35 years. With, I mean, all of the convergence zone stuff that happens right there. And here, I'm this kid from Yakima. I like this 300 days of sunshine.
Me too.
And I'm stuck in that, you know, where moss is growing on the north sides of the trees.
Hey, here comes my 21-year-old son Isaac.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he just came driving up.
well, good deal.
He is
Isaac.
going to be delighted to know that that I've found someone who can maybe help us get the truck put together. Sean.
Oh, good. Sean's I don't know what he's done to his shoulder, but he's still kind of recuperating from overdoing it, overdoing some stuff. So, hopefully he can get somebody who can do the heavy lifting stuff for him. But he is so smart. He's so good at that.
Like, dude, he was. I mean, it might be terrible to
What a
think
servant.
of a 7-year-old making crank and selling it, but that's actually sort of an advanced skill. You know, like being a drug manufacturer and drug dealer, to do that as a 7th grader is sort of impressive in a terrible way.
Being a
up
cook, you know.
You got a few more hours and you're good.
Less than that, like
It's coming.
2.5, something like that. Yep, I can't wait.
You hungry? You want a
throat hurts.
jalapeno? That thing is super hot. Oh,
Yeah, my throat's starting to hurt a little.
did I
bit.
tell you about my?
May I?
Yeah,
now I
yeah.
can.
I left them in the
What I
bag for
really
you this
need
time,
is
so they're
uh,
somewhat clean.
yeah. What I really need is
Love
like
these things.
What is that?
something that
It's
some
a
liquid.
lot. It's the most powerful throat lozenge. When you buy Ludens and all that, that's candy. This stuff has got so much eucalyptus in it that it the only thing that touches a tickle in my throat. I love it, and I usually break them in half because they're so strong. You want one?
I'm okay.
You want to taste eucalyptus?
What do you need? Water? When's the last time you had water?
How about one of those Gatorade zero sugar orange Gatorade no sugar?
Probably just go in the Safeway. It's expensive.
Yeah, I don't know. Might as well look.
Yeah. I guess.
There you go.
We can put it on our tab. Oh, we should start a tab in there.
Isn't your pen what it usually is?
I'll text it to you.
Okay.
Or here.
I could just give you some money.
You got a couple bucks?
I do. Here.
Okay.
Just
I
take
mean,
some
that would
money.
work, and then you can
You
pay
wanna-
it back or however.
What, a Gatorade? You gonna get a Gatorade?
That'd be about
$5 or
$3.
$10. Here's $10.
No.
All right.
You can get
And then
yourself
I'll give
something.
you your change back.
Okay.
So a Gatorade 0 sugar?
Yeah. Orange Gatorade with no sugar. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is that your propane tank and your lava?
Yes.
And is it empty? Did you empty it?
Is it empty? No, I think it's
You
probably.
still got some more in there?
Oh yeah, I've probably only used half of it.
I was wondering if you had used it all up.
Oh man, this does help. But it hurts. I can feel it, and it's just from all the talking.
You know, let's use our hands. This is popcorn, by the way. And let's see if I can. I'll hide this so you can't see. But can you figure out what that one is? That's something when somebody says something like, "You don't believe that at all." That's yeah. Anyway.
Oh, I get it.
My wife.
Yeah, I know what that is,
She took
too.
sign language. In fact, fiance number 3 makes a living doing sign interpretation, and then Barbara had gone to the same Central Community College and had studied sign language. And my son's first serious girlfriend was deaf, and so we go out to lunch, and son Ian he's doing sign, and she's doing sign, and Barbara's doing sign, and I'm drawing pictures on the tablecloth.
It
Comes in handy.
It helped me when someone explained to me once that American Sign Language is a lot like making pictures with your hand.
Uh-huh.
And so like fish,
Fairly universal.
Yeah, and so when you just did, that, and, it was like, oh, that's a bowl.
We have to.
You know?
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
Trying to think if there's any other one. There's this, and there's anyway. Yeah. No. I don't know.
Yeah.
41 years with Barbara. You'd think I'd know more sign language, but I don't. Maybe next year we'll get her to bring her harp down and play you some medleys while you're trying to drift off to sleep. She's got a little harp that she can play.
Amazing.
I was hoping we'd do some Christmas carols this season with the harp and guitar or whatever.
Well, we got some Christmas
and-
caroling going on this morning with Josh on the guitar and Laurel at the violin, and we were singing some hymns and some Christmas. That was.
I wish I could have been here for that. I was leading kids Christmas songs that they'll be singing in front of church next weekend, so I wasn't able to be here.
Yeah,
It was a good time.
You know what I think I ought to do? Now is talk to Sean, who spent the night with us last night down here.
Yeah.
And say, hey Sean, let's round up some dudes and go caroling and like walk around and go to houses and carol.
We're doing that on Wednesday the 20th. We've invited kind of a neighborhood thing. Barbara's got
Around
some
our
neighborhood. Yeah, so people can come and we're going to have some stuff. I'm going to grab my 12 string and we'll walk around the neighborhood and sing Christmas carols. I think 6 o'clock on Wednesday. Is that the 20th? It's the 20th. Yeah.
It's Sunday. Today's Sunday is the 17th. Yep. So 18, 19, 20.
So that would
Wednesday's the
be.
20th.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The equinox. No, so winter solstice would
Is the
be
21st Thursday.
at 7:27 in the evening.
That's oddly specific. How do you know that?
I looked it up. I think equinoxes are kind of cool when the Earth is perpendicular to the sun, and when it hits all the way this way or that way. And I think the mechanics stuff of how the solar system's putting together and the elliptical orbit of the moon around the Earth. You know, I thought it was supposed to be very circular. And I'm like, no, there's a bit of a difference there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I find just absolutely fascinating. And it feels like it means something, right? But I don't know if that's true or not, but it just feels like it because it is so oddly specific, that the moon is 1/400th of the size of the sun.
Right.
And the sun is 400 times farther away than the moon, thus creating like the capacity to do a perfect total eclipse. What are the odds of that?
Have you heard of Eric Metaxas' book on really well done.
Is Dead? Yeah.
And
yeah, Laurel gave me a copy of it.
I love stuff. I got an audiobook. I don't read hardly at all. I'm a very slow reader. So Barbara gets me the audiobooks.
Yeah, that's sort of a shtick of mine. Is like it's just sort of interesting things about science.
I love stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating.
I found the part about water. Remember that?
Yes.
The wavelengths that will pass through water and the things that you can do with water, the properties of water. Who would have thought of that?
Well,
we need a planet covered with 90% water, and that it is so capable of sustaining, doing all the stuff it does.
Well, so for those of you watching,
hello.
What Brian's referring to is often called the fine tuning of the universe, and he's just describing only one part of it. But there are a whole bunch of things about how the universe works that if any of them were literally the tiniest bit different, like there would be no life. And there's a bunch of them like that. And the odds that all of those things could possibly line up with that level of tolerance and specificity and perfectness, like 16 of them, right? Is essentially infinity.
Regarding the planet, our planet, and its ability to sustain life, and how that part works versus more of our solar system. It just goes on and on and on.
Well, and
how far we are from the sun. And
some of them are pretty arcane. Like you've got to be pretty into the weeds but the strong nuclear force, the binding energy of atomic nuclei, if the the level of the strong nuclear force like differed by like a millionth of a percent, right? Like there would be no matter.
17 zeros
There,
or whatever.
exactly, there would be no matter. Like
Mhm.
if the rate of expansion of the universe differed by like a millionth of a percent, like there would be nothing. You know, it's a bunch of things like this. It's a bunch of things like this,
Mhm.
and the result.
Welcome back.
The result. Being
Oh, look at
like,
that! Whoa, look at all that money.
the odds. You know, thank you
Did you
so
get yourself
much.
anything?
No, I got $8.
Okay.
Yeah, like the odds that like all 12 or 16 of these things that have to be perfect
Mhm.
within such a tight like the odds that all of them would happen is essentially infinite.
I love stuff like that.
Yeah, me
I just
too.
eat it up.
Yep. Me too.
So I have to figure out things I can do while we're still streaming, so that he doesn't have to use his voice because he's fading.
really hurting.
Yeah, he needs to not talk because he just gave me his life story, and fascinating stuff in Germany. Is it harder on your voice to talk in Russian?
Russian.
Because it's down here. You have to talk down here, right?
I think when speaking Russian language, a certain amount of pain
Oh yeah.
is really important in order to stay connected to Russian heritage. Heritage of Russia is very filled with pain, and the pain is part of what makes Russian people Russian. And so the idea of speaking Russian
Mhm.
without pain is like the idea of loving your wife but never kissing her. You know, it's just
I like a
just-
good analogy.
Yeah,
Are you
it's-
going to learn Russian someday, Isaac? I'm probably not going to either.
Hey, did you need your goal? Are you close to it?
We did.
Oh, so you're done.
Yep, we did.
The total's on there. Oh, I think it went off the top of the screen, but
It
here
was like
probably
six-
an hour and a half
I can
ago.
tell you. I can tell you
When did you
because I know what the number is, and then I know what that is. So let me tell you what it is.
Yeah, believe it or not, I had trouble finding that zero.
Yeah, once you figure out where things are, but it is laid out different than a lot of stores, isn't it? Yeah.
I was about to buy him some different drink. You know,
Yeah.
the Canada Ice, those little.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I was
those
about to
ice
give
bottles,
him
those are great.
But then I walked past them, like, oh,
There they
there
are.
it is.
Yeah. Oh, because they're way in the back corner,
Yeah,
way over there with the chips and the.
they're actually above. Well, the Canada Ice is in the far back, and then
Yeah.
the Gatorade is closer to
Okay.
where those freezer things
Mhm.
are.
Okay. Let me put this in here.
That's when you know I don't shop. But, it's crazy you have your mountain time in North.
Oh,
Face jacket
dude.
on. That's crazy.
Well, it's cold.
Who did that?
Did you want any brownies? We got these.
I'm okay.
You know, all the stuff you shouldn't probably eat, but
Yeah.
look at the apple fritters. Oh, those are good.
I'm good right now. Ooh. I'm on a diet.
All right,
Kind of.
there we go.
Where is it?
Right there.
Oh, so you're done.
Well, they're.
Well, I'm not done. I said I'd be here for 60 hours. So I got to be here for 60 hours.
Yeah, a flop up there. Oh, it's leaving. It's leaving.
A little piece of down on my coat. Yeah, I've got something, some little poke somewhere. It might be out of here.
You gotta patch that up.
Yep. You know,
There's no more.
actually, you know what we're gonna do? That will allow me to not talk for a minute. Is
I'm gonna throw away these
I'm
vouchers.
gonna start cleaning up.
Throw these
Yes.
away.
Yep. So this is gonna be let's make that our trash for right now. And
Did you want me to buy that drink? I didn't see it.
no, I just needed something wet.
You have water there too.
Oh, I didn't know that was there. Okay.
I'm cranking up the heat. don't know if that makes any difference. Well, I had two more settings above that one, but to try to keep it, it doesn't make that much difference in the heat, so I turned it down a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm crazy, but it's not that cold out
You're
here.
crazy.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
You know, if
No.
you're moving around,
So-
not too bad.
When Isaac starts a sentence, I don't know if I'm crazy, but
Yeah.
the answer is yes.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
Well, because listen.
Like it doesn't matter what happens after the but. Yes, you're crazy.
Well, I'm giving my reason.
Okay.
It's because my job is cold out, right? I'll wear a tank top.
Oh, well, you're crazy.
I mean, there's only one way to get cold weather across. It's literally converse.
Oh, hey, there's 20s. I just found a quarter and a penny, so 26 more cents. Yeah, we didn't do it. Everybody did it, and God did it. Most importantly, Amber. Wow, that's like really hot. Like I. Oh, okay. All right, yeah.
This is for my heater when we're getting ready to take it away. So.
Mama says, "Tell Isaac to put a coat on." She, right there.
I'm about to go home.
Here, I'll do it this way. So, yep, right there. Mama says, "Tell Isaac to put a coat on."
Hey, okay, but it's. I was joking. There's no point going up and down. There's no point.
That is so funny. It's not
I'd
even
love
cold.
to
You're
live.
insane.
On a mountaintop, fellowshipping with the Lord.
You are crazy. I can't believe that. But you're also like, young. And I remember being young and crazy too. So, all right, I gotta open the valve. That probably helps.
He has an easier time warming up.
I don't know.
I'm just used to it because I would wear a tank top.
Will they never know
Now that I think about it, I actually think I have a real scientific theory about that. But well, just the sheer cells in your body, the rate of metabolism, like your cells are really alive and they're burning up energy and they're reproducing, at a rate, like you're still growing in a way, but I'm not, and so my cells are sort of like. Your cells are like doing this, and so you're just generating more body heat than I am.
Are you through with your nuts here?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's why, as like my mom, she really wants to live in a warm place because she's 80 and she's just not. Her cells aren't doing a lot. They're just about ready to clock out and go be with Jesus. So. So probably it has something to do with that.
They'll never know that they can go to the.
Oh man, look at my fat finger typing. How ridiculous!
You're gonna melt your jacket there.
I wonder if I can edit.
Here, let me move this.
Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, you got scissors right here.
This is about empty.
Right here.
He did melt it, didn't he?
Yeah, you melted
Yeah,
it.
you melt right there.
Oh no!
Yeah, I got
Brand new coat.
Take that up.
Oh
Maybe you
man!
can put a big bandage on it or something.
Whoa!
Look at that.
Oh man!
Melt down.
Oh, that's pretty bad actually.
Oh, is that a new coat?
No, but it's
Still, Hey, should we put some packing tape over it
Yeah,
for now?
we got to do something on it. That's for sure.
Here.
Can you get that like custom redone?
No, but I can put a patch on it or something. But I've got to put some tape on it for right now.
Well, that's a little bit long.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, no complaints about that. We got to
A
keep
little bit
that down in.
A little bit smaller.
No. All right. That'll do. We'll pack that baby up. I wonder if that happened there too.
Hot. That's crazy.
Yeah.
These are reusable, right? I can put those back in the bag?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely not. You ever take out your pen?
It died.
No, he turned it off.
No.
You turned it off, right, Bob?
Nope.
No,
Oh,
it
you
just
didn't?
died.
I swear I thought you turned it off.
No,
Nope.
it just
It's out.
ran out of gas. Yeah. Now I've got another tank in the car. We still have a ways to go, so I'm gonna go take this off and go find the other one. Let's see here. Reverse threads.
Man, propane tanks make me nervous sometimes. You never know. They could blow up.
We don't hear about it happening too often, though.
but you
No.
never know, though.
Yeah.
You never know.
You,
One of those things.
no. Actually,
What if-
you do know.
What if you, like,
Propane tanks don't just blow up.
Yeah.
Not randomly. No.
no.
No. Which is good news, 'cause that would be really terrible. No, that's okay. They're actually really stable.
How many hours of sleep do you have?
All right.
Yes. Yeah. Can you take the all the clips off of that thing and help me hold that down? Thank you.
I'm so sorry you melted your jacket.
Yeah, me too.
Golly.
We'll fix it. No. Like a $400 jacket, bro?
Yeah.
What makes it 400 versus 200 or 100?
The down and the amount of down and the fact that they don't make a lot of them, and so all the setup to make it doesn't get to be paid for with 10,000 jackets, and only gets to be paid for with. Few products. Awesome. Okay. Oh, do you want the center right in the middle? No. So, find the middle. Find the middle. Yeah. Actually, put it up here. No, that's not the middle. So, put it back. And go to the phone and make sure it's the same deal. Well, right there. So we're going to bring this to me.
Then we're gonna do the same, bring another one.
So there, right? Exactly. Good job. And we're going to do it exactly. Wait, hold on. That's where everything is. Wait there. And we're going to roll it up. And then all. Good job, buddy.
Yeah. Now this is Sean's. Is this Sean's chair?
I don't know.
I think this is the blue one he brought last night.
Okay.
Did,
We
he took it out of the blue bag.
did it. I spent 60 hours out here. Spent both last night and the night before. But we raised 60,000 dollars. Actually, $60,538.40. Yeah, did it. Thank you. The Union Gospel Mission. I'm the CEO of the Union Gospel Mission. Yeah, well, it's the community, you know. So, you've been in the thrift store across the street?
No, we haven't.
Oh, we gotta go into some thrift. It's really awesome.
Yeah, it looks nice from the outside. We went there too late one day and there were people going in.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But, yeah, the thrift stores have been an important part of this mission too. But this is
Come up the tent, ready?
Yeah, why don't you
Oh,
just put that in front of
no.
us? One
Or you
big
could do
melted
this.
glob of plastic.
You do this too.
Oh yeah, let's do that. You know, it was really hard because all night I wanted to like stick stuff in there and burn it, and I should probably not do that since. Oh, you know what? I don't think we're streaming now.
I think we are.
It says it's not red, so I think we've just add. Yeah.
Oh, it's
He'll-
done.
I think well, you have to restart it every so many hours,
Oh,
and I think we just hit the threshold, and we still have another hour and a half to go. So, gosh, this feels good.
it is.
It's so fun. My daughter,
Yeah.
my dad's a hero. Anyway, it was up here somewhere, and my daughter was watching from Astoria, Oregon,
Oh,
way
really?
out by the coast,
Yeah.
and she gave me this for a birthday present here about a year and a half ago.
Let's get this baby too. You can set that down. Thanks, Thanks. Thanks. Zip that up, please. So,
Was it hard getting these stakes to go into the concrete?
it was hard, but you know, I'm strong, and I just kept beating at it. Yeah, you're gonna impact. What's the best way to do this?
I know these are pain in the butt.
Okay, just think this way. So,
Everything that you do.
take that corner on your left there and bring it up to your right hand. Yep. Okay. Well, now we're gonna flop that over. I'm gonna imagine like this. Yep. Bring it down. Oh, got a little wider right there. Yep. That's okay. Hold on.
What are you doing there, guy?
You probably, because I don't see why. Oh, yeah, now that you're famous. Your daughter said you're famous.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, she did. She did say, "Hey, this is not streaming now, right?"
No, it is.
No, I think that it was red when it was streaming, and it says.
No, it says that's the button to end the stream.
I know, but
It says
wasn't it
it's
red
live.
before?
No.
It's still going.
Yeah, we're live.
Okay. Well, I shouldn't have said all the things I said then. No. Uh-oh.
Wow. I think this bag is sort of done for.
Yeah, it is. Ready to go in your bed, Carl?
I am ready. Yeah.
We have visitors. We have drive-bys.
But
Hey.
Oh my goodness, this is great.
Thank you. 77 feet. $5. It's awesome. Thank you.
so you got the you got the 60K, but it's additional money in the jar.
What's that?
You got the additional money in that.
Good night.
Yep. 60 plus that. Yeah. Although I got to no, that number includes the stuff that's in. Except now we got to add $5.
So where's that Sharpie? We can fill all the way up, huh?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
Do it.
We are live on Fox.
You find it? Who brought all these chocolate things?
I brought my dad this.
Okay,
Those are
well, there are
so
these here.
Oh, those things are amazing.
Where did that Sharpie go? There was a.
amazing.
Oh gosh, they're habit forming. There was one. There was a Sharpie here in the. I thought one of these pockets. I don't see it.
Every time I come back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But did I steal it? No, I didn't. Well, it's probably on here somewhere.
I'll look a little harder.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Isaac, are you in school or are you at
I'm in
a
Job
job?
Corps.
What?
Job Corps.
Job Corps.
Yes, sir.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I even know what the Job Corps exactly to its fullness of what it does.
It's a trade school.
Okay.
You know what that is?
Yeah.
Vocational school. And yeah, so you learn how to do a certain trade, and they give you the hours and the certifications. And
Okay.
help you find a job.
Is that here in Yakima?
It's in White Swan.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is a bit of a drive every day.
Yeah, 45 minutes.
No, you live there.
Oh, you live out there. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a
Lovely
down by
White
Fort
Swan.
Simcoe.
And it's on that foot.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's actually it's a residential trade school.
Yeah, it's a dorm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's great.
It is great.
Guy that taught out at White Swan at the public school out there, his name's Mike Webster, and he and I get together and make music, and but he taught music classes out there a while ago, and he says, it takes a while to drive around. Hey, Mike, should I throw the fish away?
Yep. Depending on how fast you drive out there, I mean, you can make it out there pretty quick if you're going 80 or so.
I suppose, yeah, if you go really fast.
30 minutes.
You can make it even faster if you go 100.
Well,
Yeah.
our bus goes 70 down that road. It's like 80. We can make it in there in maybe 30 minutes or less. You know, it's just like how fast you want to go. Because there isn't really a speed limit out there. It's not on our stretch. Oh, I found it. There we go.
On the Sharpie?
Yeah. I found it.
Is that?
You did that in your at your office, boss? Are you gonna hang this bad boy? That'd be kind of smart. Like a memory. Or you can hang it in the house or something. No.
I think Rob left the Advil for you, right?
He did.
You're going to take those
I should bring that back to him tomorrow. That's
gift wrap
true.
it, put it in his stocking. There will be no one to feed the blind.
I understand sort of what it's theoretically supposed to do.
Never know that they can go to the oh the Lord.
Oh, you use their restroom in the break? Yep. Yeah. So do they keep that open for you all night? What? Do they keep that open all night for you?
The folks that were in there at night would let us call.
Hey, you're just on my way home. I thought
My
I'd just
word.
stop by and see how successful
Yeah.
you were.
We got to $60,538.40.
Wow.
Although
Isn't that great?
somebody just brought us $5, so I think it's actually $60,542.40.
Well, you
Yay!
just
We could-
earned a good night's sleep tonight.
Divide that by.
Thank you for helping. For all you do at the mission. Love your leadership.
I appreciate that. And sincerely.
And you too. And you too.
Thank you.
All right. You're so sweet. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Well, we're gonna head home.
Okay. Love you, man.
Be good. I don't have too much fun.
So you head out to White Swan tonight?
No, I don't leave till the 3rd.
Oh, you're on spring winter break.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
good deal.
Heck yeah. All right. Well, it was good
Neat.
talking to you. You know, all the keys. Can't forget those.
So the Buick, is that the car you drive, the Buick?
Oh, this is a Temley car. It's a Mercury Sable.
Yeah, because I see that. I've just lived 2 blocks from you guys up on Douglas Drive on 63rd. So I see that car and I went, oh, is that the car that Mike drives or what? He probably drives that big RV that hasn't been licensed in 2 years, that RV. Yeah, it hasn't. Tabs are like 2021.
The
Yeah.
RV pop. Oh, the RV.
The RV.
Oh yeah, we actually did that. I got the RV tabs done.
This one?
Oh, that. I'm sorry. Okay.
We're talking about this one.
The executive or whatever that's called. Now there was probably a 70s vintage Ford F-150 out here, kind of yellow and gray, and it's gone now. When they did all the work, they did a bunch of work on the road here,
Can you keep an eye
and it's gone.
Can you keep an eye on this?
Yes, go ahead. I got it.
Go,
You took your radio off. You took your mic off.
Oh, yeah. Good one.
Yeah, good idea. Isaac, it's a pleasure meeting you. You take care. How are you tonight? I'm doing the rotisserie thing, trying to stay warm. Wow.
You guys have done your goal?
We did. Yeah, we hit 60. Yeah, we hit 60. Is it Jason? No. Gio.
Yeah, I wouldn't care.
Okay. There was a Jason who was here night before last, and we could call him up to let us in overnight. But anyway, Gio, you're not dressed for the part tonight.
No, I'm off.
You have your vest. Oh, good. Why are you here? You got to buy something.
Yes. Dinner.
Emmanuel, God with us. Emmanuel.
I left my contact solution in the bathroom.
Oh, you did? It's still there?
I found it on the shelf back there.
Oh.
Where I'm wondering if somebody put it.
So how much of this do we need to get into your car? And do you have a car here?
I do right over there, and Eli is going to be here about 9:30.
So we'll pack stuff up starting about 10.
And the table goes with me. Backpack goes with me. But that goes with Eli.
Okay.
And the chairs. And actually, it's all going to fit just fine.
Great. I think the microphones are still on.
We made it 60,538.
He just said 538 and it's 83.
583?
Well, that's
you're right.
That's it. So,
60,583.
not to be eavesdropping,
Thank you.
but
Thank you. We made it, Dina. We made it 60,583. Looking for we made it next 600 places. Yeah, right on. You try. Hey, we made it next 60,583.
we're going to mute the mics because I think I can. There you go.
Hey, all right, we've spent a little bit of time packing up because I needed to get my voice a rest. But I just want to make sure that everybody knows how thankful we are. So thankful. Gary Modine, thanks for chiming in on the yay, because it's exactly how I feel. So true. Autumn Bernier, exactly. Thank you, Jesus. And thank you, team. Thanks, Alyssa, for swinging by all hours of the night to pick up our donors' gifts and make sure that they're safe and secure and get processed properly in accordance with internal controls. Thank you, Patty Thielen, for doing that too. And while Alyssa got to be in Gleed with Jason doing I don't know what. Thank you for everybody who's watched on the stream and been encouraging. Thank you, Brian.
Welcome.
Thank you,
You're
Brian
very welcome.
Stevenson at KIT, Rob Vickers, and others. Just wow, this has been so humbling and beautiful and uplifting. And other than being away from the family, there definitely have been worse ways to spend a weekend.
Can't think of much worse, but yes. Just want to keep it in perspective. Not quite like watching the Huskies play Apple Cup with the Cougs.
Yeah, I mean, there's having rats gnaw your toes off, which is probably a little worse than spending the weekend with Mike Johnson in a tent.
But the heartfelt giving and camaraderie and the interviews and just being with Sean that makes a weekend right there.
Yeah, Sean and Carla and Travis, man, that was so powerful.
Your lovely wife Dina coming down
that was so
I couldn't get Barbara to budge. I was hoping that she'd come down and say hi, but alas, she's probably misplaced the keys to the car. Maybe she's practicing her bagpipes.
Does she?
She can. She's got some bagpipes.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Now, she can't play her harp and bagpipes and the piano all at the same time, but
that would be impressive. Yeah. I mean, I would have been impressive about the harp and the bagpipes and the piano, but only if she could play them all at the same time.
And she square dances. What an amazing
square
girl.
dancing. If she
while
could
square
play
dancing,
piano, harp, bagpipes while square dancing, okay, then I'd be impressed.
And she's the most impressive third grade Sunday school teacher you've ever seen. Kids can hardly wait to get in her class. So
that's a gift. That is
really
actually
neat.
A special gift. Because
it is getting on their wavelength and not wasting their time. She's not. Yeah, they have a good time.
That's super cool. How did you two meet?
I was attending classes at Northwest College at that point, Northwest University, and I was sitting the second to last row in the overflow in chapel at the Christian College, and Barbara was in the very last row. And it was again, both of us were going through different things, and were encouraged to, why don't you go to that college, sort things out. I was working at the radio station, and I kind of wanted to, get ready to go into full-time Christian comedy music ministry. And I thought, I need to take some Bible classes. So anyway, we shared a number of classes. And one day, it was towards the end of my second quarter, I'm running out of money, so I won't be back. And she needed a ride home from Kirkland to her house in Lake Forest Park. So I took her via my house on Queen Anne Hill, which gave her a tour and piano and all that. And well, he's got a house, got a piano. So they just asked her to marry me, and she said, okay. Well, that was a month later. Things moved right along.
Okay, so
maybe she tells the story better than I do.
So you gave her a ride home.
I gave her in my 1972 Pinto that was missing its front fenders and front grille, and I bought for $50. And so I gave her a ride home in this rickety old Pinto to her parents' house, and I thought she would enjoy seeing my recording studio, bachelor pad, house with a view right on the side of Queen Anne Hill.
And a month later, you asked her to marry you.
It was something like that, yeah.
Something like
again, I was a rebound from fiance number 3. I'm still reeling from the girl number 3 breaking off our engagement. So here comes Barbara, like, poor girl. Is it flashing?
Yeah, it's just batteries. Batteries
okay.
getting low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's amazing. And that was how many wedding anniversaries ago?
41. So our first date, I took her to a Tupperware party, and then we went by trying to remember the psychiatric ward.
Wait a second.
Oh,
Hold
she's
on.
probably giving you the rest of the story here.
Somebody's saying.
How do you get rid of that thing?
I don't know. Okay, wait a second.
Oh, there's
Gary
more.
Modine, I went to Northwest Tool. Phenomenal story.
Northwest Tool. I went to Northwest University, which is different.
Hey, Gary, I think that you can request to be like looped in on the you went to Northwest 2.
Oh, that's a great place to pick up a wife. Yes, absolutely.
Oh man,
Yeah,
my brain is
Northwest
tired.
Tool,
I
not-
full on read.
Tool.
I went to Northwest Tool,
And I'm thinking,
you know?
that sounds like a cool place I'd like to work.
And I was like, and there was a phenomenal
got some-
story of him
got some-
going to Northwest Tool. Like maybe they'd been watching the live stream or
You
something.
got any great big vice grips, you know, to buy?
I was about to ask you to like see if you could get in and tell us what happened when you went to Northwest Tool.
Yeah.
You know,
Sounds like a
that
good
is
story.
so ridiculous. That is so
Yeah.
funny.
And I was just, I had, I don't grow facial hair very well at all, but I was letting this fuzzy stuff grow on my face. And my brother had this old flight jacket from the Air Force, and I was wearing that to school. It was cold all the time. And I looked like a wreck. I was.
Your car,
I
your
was a
Pinto
wreck.
looked like a wreck.
Oh
because it
my
was
gosh.
missing its fenders and its
Definitely
grill.
not. Anyway, our first date, I think I shaved it off. But we went to a mental institution there in Kirkland, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. Fairfax. On
your date?
On our first date. Went on a
Okay, wait a second.
on a Tupperware. The Tupperware party was pretty good.
How do you go?
I had a friend that was locked up in there, and so we went by and visited her.
Okay.
And then I think it was the second date. I'm working at the station, and I'm announcing in the evenings, and I'm building new studios, and I'm going to school during the day. And somebody called in and have free tickets to go to Amy Grant Age to Age tour concert.
Wow, that was like the bullseye of Amy Grant's
That was
time,
the
man.
coolest concert. And so I called. She was living on the dorm there on campus, so I called, and they've got the payphone at the end of the hall, and I says, "Is Barbara Wilson there?" And so anyway, she and I went to see Amy Grant together, and she's dressed all in black with her nice blonde hair, and she was just kind of like that Dina moment.
Yeah,
there
man, I
at
tell you
Penny's,
what.
you know.
I was like, so Dina was wearing this hot pink suit, you know, this double-breasted suit with these brass buttons, and the way the collar was cut and the skirt, it just like it definitely flattered her, and her at that point raven brown, like dark brown hair was all sort of down in front and long, and
So I've only known her with the beautiful
silver hair,
beautiful
yeah.
hair. I didn't know that she had. It was brown, huh?
Yeah, but she already had like 20 some odd gray hairs, like 19.
Wow.
Coming out, yeah,
Huh.
and it was amazing. It was actually really striking and beautiful, and yeah. And so I'm like, please don't cover that. And so she's never covered it.
Wow.
Yep.
Barbara here is
But-
she's 60 something, 66 or 65, and if you look, you can kind of see a little bit of gray around the temples. Like, this girl is ageless. Barbara's just amazing.
Well, I think Dina's ageless too.
Mhm.
I sincerely. So she's 52. I had no idea a 52-year-old woman could be that beautiful.
Yeah. She is lovely.
I had no idea, and I mean, I sincerely find her more beautiful now than when I met her, and I know that's. I know that it's like partly got to be like the eyes of the heart, right? But I don't think it all is. I think that there's like the kind of beauty that a girl has,
right?
You know, at 19 or 20. But then there's the kind of beauty that a woman has, and and that a girl can't actually have the beauty, of a woman yet because she's not a woman.
Right.
Yet she's
Mhm.
still a girl, and she can be a beautiful girl, but there's a beauty that a woman grows into that is I don't know.
We could write a song about it.
Huh.
The times of children, how you could be anything but beautiful. There's a Gordon Lightfoot song called "You're Beautiful." And anyway, a friend of mine sings Gordon Lightfoot songs. He sounds like Gordon Lightfoot. He and I played out at Cott's Peak here a month and a half ago, and we did a bunch of Gordon Lightfoot songs. And he's amazingly talented.
I wonder if there's anybody watching, who has never heard of Gordon Lightfoot. Would you chime in the comment stream if you're watching and you have literally never heard of Gordon Lightfoot? Will you say Gordon who put a question mark in the comments?
What?
Just to signify that you have no idea who Gordon Lightfoot is.
He just passed away, I think, not too long ago.
I know who Gordon Lightfoot
you do.
is because my dad
and
my mom played Gordon Lightfoot records.
If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my heart could. I can kind of
voice. Sort of deep, yeah. But I remember being a kid. And listening to the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Oh, Fitzgerald, that was a big one. Yeah. The same melody. That's the whole song. The melody. Yeah. So Barbara, we were driving home from Tri-Cities on Friday, and she had the very best of Gordon Lightfoot. So we're playing it, and you think, there can't be any more Gordon Lightfoot hits. And then here comes Edmund Fitzgerald, and she looks it up, and I think it was in 1975 that the Edmund Fitzgerald, which was an iron ore transport ship across the Great Lakes, and it got caught in an early storm, and down it went, and I think the number is 21 souls lost their lives from this wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Very poetic.
From the ship on down to the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Yeah, and the words of good songwriter is a wordsmith and paints all of these pictures that the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere by the famous writer escapes me for the moment, but that wasn't such a big deal. The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere until who's it wrote that famous poem?
Until Dexy's Midnight Runners.
Yeah. I'll think of the name in a minute. Barbara, who was that? Supposed to tell me who wrote the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. And then everybody memorized that entire long poem of
one if by land and two if by sea. And
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Wasn't Robert Louis Stevenson?
I don't know. Like it does seem like there's things that have their cultural moment. And that listen, friends, and for you to hear of the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. Right. Yeah, that one. Yep. Yeah. And it's so sad though some of the things that have their cultural moment now, because they're sort of like, I wish that wasn't having a cultural moment.
We just watched a movie about this guy, who wrote this whole thing.
Longfellow.
Thank you, Henry Longfellow. Was that Barbara?
Constance, thank you very much.
Thank you, Constance. Longfellow. Yeah, and there was a movie that we watched, and his wife,
George Carroll. UGM family is beautiful, and I'm gonna at some point I'm gonna miss it too. But I hope it's like, my hope is that Jesus will just come back, and I won't have to die or retire from UGM first. We'll see. Then I won't have to miss the UGM family because I'll just go from YUGM to
just
heaven. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be fun to have a song like the Edmund Fitzgerald about the children of Israel crossing the Red Sea? That would be a thing. Do you remember Don Francisco? Because he wrote these story songs about the Jesus in the tomb and the Peter and John racing to the tomb. He's alive. He's alive. Yes,
Yeah.
Carmen.
Carmen
did
would
story
do
songs.
story songs.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Like I listened to A Witch's Invitation. Remember? Do you remember A Witch's Invitation?
I don't
by
remember that
Carmen?
one. No.
I listened to it again after like two and a half decades,
Knocking the head.
and it is still awesome.
That guy was
Amazing.
It was, yes.
So okay, so there's
And he had the looks too.
In the 80s, there was this, in the early 80s, or I don't know where it was, late 80s, something like that. There was this this guy from New York who went by just the name Carmen, and I'm sure it was his last name. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Look it up.
But he was a Christian.
Carmen Longfellow. No, that's different. Never mind. It was Henry.
And he would do Christian music, but among the things he did was like these spoken word kind of dramatized stories, some of which would have songs or would burst into song or like, and one of them was called A Witch's Invitation, and where he gets in the song, he gets this letter in the mail from some local warlock who invites him to come over and basically defend Jesus.
Wow.
And so he goes over to the house and in the story and the guy just spends like half an hour walking him through this scrapbook of like news stories and saying like, I put a hex on that one and then he died and I did this, that, and all these other things, and he rounds up by saying, what can your God do that can compare with this? And what he does with it is just so.
Oh, now I got to go home and look that up.
You've got to like go to YouTube. Yep, it is so awesome.
Wow.
And it is still like legit in 2023, almost 2024, and this thing was recorded in like 1990. And it's 35 years ago, and it is still so good.
C.S. Lewis would have loved it. I'll bet.
Yes.
I'll bet he would. Now there's a good
actually
piece of writing.
his answer was very Lewis.
Okay.
Yep. I won't reveal it. Like,
okay, no, don't.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
Don't
spoil it.
Yeah. Witch's Invitation, Carmen. Yep. You'll be glad you did. Yep. Okay, so it's 8:37. We're getting somewhere.
we are moving right along. Wow. 20 minutes to 9.
Okay.
Missing Star Trek,
I need to actually save this number. There's a couple of folks that texted, and I need to save their numbers and like add
save your voice. I'll just kind of hum along.
You're gonna hum Gordon Lightfoot?
Yeah. In the early morning rain. And let's see.
Don't you? Isn't it so sad that John Denver was such a like Crystal's new agey?
Was he really? Did he get in all that junk?
I think so.
I think later in his life. I never saw the movie Oh God, but it was quite a comedic thing. And George Burns, I think, played a really good God.
It was a great movie. I remember watching that when I was younger. I'm like, and just thinking it was so good.
He was in a couple of movies, John Denver.
Yeah.
And I really thought he did real well on screen. The plane that he was flying, that I picture in my mind a Cessna 150 or something flying across the Monterey Bay, and it wasn't that at all. It was one of these BD-5 little tiny jet thing, and they've got one of those jets out here at the airport.
At McAllister.
Yes.
Air Museum.
And it's just this really precarious little plane. And
they have the one they have. There's a prop version.
Yes, and they had a jet version.
But there was a jet version of it, and it is tiny.
Yes. Well, the thing is, the gas. I forget what the whole series of events, but there's a reserve tank that you can get to, but you've got to flip a lever that's back here, and took the thing off, and they hadn't filled up the tank, or something was wrong, and he could not reach the reserve tank thing, so it went down. So it wasn't like pilot error. It wasn't anything that he could have prevented. It was
taking off without a full tank of gas.
Well, yeah, there was the guy out at the airport knew this story, and I thought, I had no idea it was flying a BD-5. It changes the whole look of it. I wonder if he had room for his 12-string Taylor in the airplane. No, not
Probably
that little tiny
not
cockpit.
in that thing.
Nope.
Yeah, I was just there at McAllister like last week.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Aaron is in Civil Air Patrol, and they had their annual Civil Air Patrol like end of the year banquet.
Aaron?
Aaron, Aaron, my 16-year-old son.
Okay. Okay. I don't have your family tree down.
Yeah. What?
I don't know. Just Isaac. I met Isaac and Jacob.
I sent out the email.
I don't read email on weekends as well as I should. I go hang out at home with homeless people here on the underneath the Sistine Chapel. Tent City Chalet.
Too funny.
Chalet Place, Tent City.
Yeah. Ray's Chalet. That's what they call this thing.
It was Chalet Mall, and I remember when they
Chalet
built it.
Mall. Oh, like an outdoor mall. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember when they laid down asphalt for the first time, and you get your bike out and you just coast around in that freshly, it's all dark as the sun's gone down and you're just coasting over fresh. Riding bikes on fresh asphalt, it's just nothing better. Well, there is better
I can
stuff,
think
but,
of a few things that are better.
as a kid on a bike, I had my 5-speed Stingray, with the big high-rise handlebars and the shifter in the middle, and the banana seat. They were terribly uncomfortable.
I had a
but
banana seat
I
on one
rode
of my
that
bikes
thing
when I was a
for
kid.
decades. I rode it for a long time. I rode that thing from Queen Anne Hill to Whidbey, up to the middle of Whidbey Island, between my junior and senior years of high school. My buddies and I went camping. We rode our bikes up there. It was quite a trek.
You rode a bike with a banana seat?
Yeah. Yeah.
From Queen Anne to Whidbey Island?
Yes.
Wow.
I'll have to bring you pictures because you go, okay, which one's you, Brian? I'm the guy with scrawny, great tan.
Man, it's like a that's
Little
like a
scrawny kid.
screenplay. That's like Stand By
It
Me or
was.
something.
Well, the other two guys were photographers for the school paper, our Queen Anne High School paper, and so it's called. They called a slideshow of our event, a jaunt to Whidbey Island, or
a jaunt,
or Brian's first big break in showbiz. That was, I thought, a very fitting thing. We had a good time. How are we doing?
What I'm trying to
How's
figure
your-
out is why
how's your
like
mic doing?
7 people are watching.
I
us
think
right
they've
now.
walked away from their computer and it's just
Maybe
stuck
that's what
on.
it is.
They
That's
don't
so
even
funny.
know. They're eating their minutes. Yeah. I wonder if Margaret's still watching.
Let's
in
watch
lovely
these two
Austin.
guys sitting in front of a grocery store at night in front of an empty parking lot.
Next time we do
talking
this,
about when they were kids and their bikes had banana seats.
okay, Margaret, the heater, the whole Margaret. She and again, I was telling you about her junior year in Switzerland. Well, she decided to go back to Europe, and first thing she did, she took the train across the country, and then she took the train up and down the. We do sub audio?
You're good.
Up and down the East Coast, couch surfing with people that she'd met over the years, and she would couch surf. And I'm thinking I think she's like 21, maybe 22. She could be 20. Anyway, so she had airplane tickets to fly out in April from Seattle to, I think it was Moscow. So she flew to Moscow, and then she spent the next, I believe it was 2 months. We had a couple at our church that had a ministry in Western Ukraine. So she spent some time there in Ukraine, and then she took the train, and she rode the train from Moscow up all the way up to the north, where I think it's Finland and Sweden meet up at the top with Russia up at the north end. And I forget how many days it took her to get up there, but she would get off the train and she would meet people. Now, not speaking Russian, she didn't speak Russian, but she sure got along with people. But she tells the story of being.
And what year was this?
I'm thinking, well, let's see here. She was born in 90. And so if she was 20, then that would have been 2010.
10.
So it may have been 2010, 2012, somewhere around in there. So she went up there, but boy, while she was in Ukraine, she worked at this facility. It was kind of like a Christian center. They had a restaurant. They had housing for about kind of like a youth hostel, and they had Christian classes and school stuff there. It was quite a facility. And but she would go into town with these other two guys, and they had guitars, and she borrowed a violin. She plays cello, and she'd take a violin and she'd play her violin like she's playing cello. And anyway, the other boys I think had to leave, and she's just sitting there playing her violin, and somebody put money in her case, and she just kept playing. Like says, Dad, I played like every hymn I could think of, and she's playing, and they keep putting, and she didn't. It was kind of like behind her. She didn't even look at it, and when she finally stopped and turned, it's like there was like a month's worth of wages that people had put in her violin case from busking, basically.
Yeah.
There all by herself.
Where exactly?
That was in Ukraine somewhere in
Okay.
Ukraine, I believe. Is that right, Margaret? Did I get the story right? Anyway, but and then she came back, and she went through Romania. She went like 13 different countries. She went to Romania and this country, and then she went over to England and spent a week with some friends there. And then eventually she went up to Iceland because the airfare from Iceland to Seattle was really good. And that's my daughter. That's my daughter.
I want to go to Iceland. I'm not sure this is a great time to visit Ukraine.
Probably, maybe not.
Yeah. It's certainly not.
It depends
It's
on
certainly
your point
not
of
a
view.
good time to try to go from Ukraine to Russia.
No, probably not.
Sightseeing. Yeah. Go to go bring out your passport and
Right.
try to go through the where are you coming from? Ukraine. Officer, bring
Take a left.
handcuffs. Yeah, I don't think that would go super well.
No, it wouldn't. It's so sad what's going on in that part of the world.
Man, yeah, it is.
Wow.
It's just like, yeah, it's
Almost
amazing.
as sad as what's happened to your lovely coat here that got all burned up in the.
I'll patch
in the
it.
heat.
It'll be fine.
No, what's happening in Ukraine is much worse. So.
Yeah.
But we've got little feathers that are kind of floating around, little down feathers that are floating around the tent city here.
I still can't believe I looked at Gary Modine's comment and he was like, I went to Northwest too. What a great story. And my brain read, I went to Northwest Tool.
I read
And
the
it was a
same
phenomenal
thing.
story.
Is that like Harbor Freight?
Of course, I have been outside for 58
52?
hours and 47 minutes.
Right.
Almost 59 hours.
59.
So,
Wow.
so sorry, Gary.
Good job. And your voice is still working, although I should probably try to not talk so much, not get you. I can't even talk.
I can't stop myself, man. I like.
No, you can't.
If I like injured myself with my voice and ended up in the hospital and the doctors said you can't talk, right? They'd have to tape my mouth shut.
I was in a play, a Christmas play at our church. I went to a Presbyterian church on Queen Anne Hill called Bethany.
Now I'm waiting for my phone to blow up from the 6 people, they're watching. Like, yeah, you're right. They would have to tape your mouth shut. So,
There's a Christmas story called Jamal, and somehow I'm the token old guy in this play. A lot of kids and stuff, and they have a little fellowship hall, and they got a little stage, and so we're in there doing the thing. Well, I completely lost my voice. I couldn't hardly talk, and I've got one of the lead parts. I can't remember one of the elders. Just before 5 minutes before the thing's going to start, he said, "Come here, Brian." Takes me backstage. He gives me a shot of bourbon. No, brandy. He said, "Drink this." I'm like, okay. It's like, oh, yum. We don't generally keep stuff like that around our house. And I didn't know I've never had brandy before, but it was good. And all of a sudden, my voice worked. I go, well, now that's medicinal. This is good medicine if you're going to be on stage.
Brandy, huh?
And loosen up those vocal cords. Yep, it worked. And then right at the end of the play, I lost my voice again. Worked out pretty good.
No brandy and Gatorade Zero. I just checked ingredients.
No brandy.
So advice if you ever want to try to imitate Russian accent.
Yes. How do I do that?
Little piece of thing that will help make more authentic. Mary Beth is my cousin. Love you, cousin. And I know nothing about you not being able to shut up. That is not true. You know exactly me not being able to, everything about me not being able to shut up. But thank you. You're very kind.
Do they have like your housing down at the Union Gospel Mission, the singles housing? Do they have like are these like rooms of the long hall, and like you can have speakers and you can have morning announcements? Good morning, residents. Have
Good
some
morning,
advice for you. Good
residents
morning.
of Union Gospel Mission. It's now time for you to move into parking lot for calisthenics. You know, no
We have on the menu this today.
potatoes.
How do you say it? Scrambled eggs,
to this morning for breakfast, potatoes.
potatoes, and more potatoes.
I get it. No, true. Beth, apparently it's genetic in our family. My cousin Beth is saying she means she can't shut up either. And apparently it's genetic, it runs in the family.
Oh no, and I'm just feeding his.
Yeah. Okay, but
addiction,
anyway,
verbal
advice
addiction.
on the Russian accent.
Yeah.
So the Russian language does not have articles. It doesn't have and or the. So so that's not the chair. It's just chair.
Chair.
You know?
Okay.
So stool in Russian, which is really ironic, right? Because in English, a stool is a thing you sit on.
Right.
So in Russian, the word for chair is stool. So it's not like the stool. It's just a stool.
Take stool.
Yeah. And so you want to sound more Russian with your fake Russian accent. Just make sure you leave out words a and the. The Russian language does not have these words.
Okay.
And so,
but you're talking with the end of your tongue, right?
yeah. Well, and Russian
rolling.
happens sort of somewhat back down in here.
The way you're rolling.
And you Russian language trill R like Spanish
I
language.
I can't speak Spanish that way either because I need to work
so
on
it's
that.
necessary to be able to trill R.
Right.
But yeah. So just try to leave out a and the. So like I'm going to go get car. And it sounds more Russian when you do that. It just sounds more. It sounds. I mean, it's something you just make. It just sounds more authentic because it is more authentic. And try in your heart to, when trying to speak fake Russian accent, try to make sure you keep a posture in your heart of someone whose ancestors have been through great suffering,
grief,
great suffering. Okay. Yeah, and been shaped by great suffering, and somehow. It is the great task of noble strength to bear such great suffering as a people. And if with this in your heart and leave out a and the, you sound just like Russia.
How can we tie that together with the Christmas dinosaur singing in Russian?
Christmas
dinosaur.
This
is where we're thinking ahead.
Christmas dinosaur is a scandalous invention of NATO, an attempt to rot the brains of Russian people with such silly notions as
dinosaur
Christmas
singing with a
comrade. Mary Beth, comrade.
So Mary Beth is your sister?
Mary Beth Mohannan is my cousin.
Your cousin? Okay.
I have two cousins.
Yeah.
Two first cousins on my mom's side,
I wonder if
and then four on my dad's side.
Okay.
But my mom kept pretty good contact with her sister. She was very, very close with her sister, and so Mary Beth is the daughter of my mom's sister, my mom's older sister. And so Patsy, I don't know what year it was, but it would have been really, I don't know, 40, I'm trying to think, 43, maybe. No, that's not true. 38, 40, so it's like maybe 1945. My mom's sister had to have one of her legs, Beth, left or right leg amputated for cancer. But yeah, because
I mean, that would be like a teenager.
What's that?
Was she about a
no?
teenager?
She was like 6.
A little kid.
Yeah. And my mom was like 3 at the time, and so it probably would have been 1945, 1946, and all they could do for somebody, and so they like amputated her leg, sent her home, and they basically said, we don't know if we got it all right because they didn't have CAT scans,
right,
or PET scans. Left leg, she was 5.5. Yeah, I said like 6. I was close. And they didn't have CAT scans, and so they sent her home, and they basically said, if she's still alive 6 months from now, then she's probably going to be fine.
Okay. Yeah, that's the best they could do.
Yeah, because that was all they had, and amazing, and it was a very, very shaping event in my mom and in their family, but in my mom, like it really shaped my mom significantly.
Kids, that young, kids are incredibly adaptable I mean, it has a huge effect. But you're 6 years old. Like, whoa, yeah, that's just how life is. No, yes.
I don't know.
You're
I
never
mean,
6 years old.
all I
Okay.
know is it affected my mom very, very deeply,
I would think, yeah.
and she felt such a strong sense of like admiration
Mhm.
for she looked up to her sister so much, like she just thought like my sister is like this amazing human being who has lost a leg and has just kept trucking on, and
Mhm.
and she just idolized her big sister Patsy
Mm.
in these huge ways, and felt super connected to her through that suffering and that loss and trauma. And
That's right, because your mom went through the same thing with her sister.
yeah,
It
and
wasn't
so
just all by herself, and
yeah, and
Oh
so
gosh,
so
yeah.
they were very close,
Yeah.
and she would have been an Olympian
Think about
today
that.
with the advances in prosthetics. Yeah, well, and certainly was, at least in her heart, and so yeah. How do we get on this?
I don't know.
I don't know how we got on this.
We're talking about
This- yeah.
yeah.
Ничего не мерим.
Mm.
I don't remember. She minored in PE in college.
Minored in
with one
PE?
leg, minored in PE in college. Yeah.
My brother, fought in Vietnam, and the story goes he was shot down. He was in the Air Force and got shot down doing surveillance work in North Vietnam, and that screwed up his life forever.
Not on my bucket list. Like
but,
like not interested in being shot down in North Vietnam.
Yeah. Anyway, he came back home, and he was in the Air Force for a while longer, and then he was going to go back to school, and he decided he's going to get a degree in graphic arts. Went to community college, and about that time, computers were kind of like coming into their own, but they didn't have any computers at the college, so he studied for like a whole year and never once got to play on a computer, which was the latest thing. Well, also, my brother's colorblind. Like, really, lol? You be a graphic artist and you're colorblind? Okay.
Well,
some people they overcome obstacles.
But also, I mean,
Yeah.
line art, which is black and white, right?
Yeah.
Line art is like a really significant part of marketing. Is like just basic black and white line art. And man, my assistant at the Tacoma Rescue Mission was incredible at this stuff, actually. And she was like a real artist, and so she would actually do a lot of drawings for like our marketing communications materials, and but a lot of it she did in line art, and it's great. Like, you can really communicate a lot without any color. Ansel Adams managed to communicate quite a bit in grayscale and black and white, right?
Yeah.
Do you know who I'm referring to?
Who?
Ansel Adams.
Oh yes. Okay. Yeah, as a black and white photographer, he did all
Exactly.
kinds of things to increase the contrast and
Yeah.
get those incredible pictures that he
Yeah.
did.
So contrast is a huge component of visual communication.
Love black and white.
Color is important, but
Yeah.
you can totally be a graphic arts major without and being colorblind.
The engagement pictures with fiance number 3, we did those in black and white. It turned out beautiful.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Keep
I'm
bringing
sticking up for your
fiance
brother,
number
man.
3.
I'm sticking
What's
up for your
this
brother.
thing with fiance number 3? Let it go, Brian. You just have to let her go.
No,
Don't. It's been 41 years.
So fiance number 3 drove you into arms of your actual
Absolutely.
exactly. So you will
Absolutely,
forever
yes.
be grateful to fiance
Yes.
number 3.
And I'm still very, very good friends. Barbara and I are both very good friends with number 3. She was lived in Ellensburg, and she had
Okay, now
3
that's
kids,
interesting.
and she was very musical. She'd come over to the house, and we'd record songs that she'd written, and yeah. Anyway,
That's
Barbara and her got along great.
Okay, I'm glad to know
And
that
with
it's
fiance
peace.
number 1 too. I'm sorry, not fiance number 1. Fiance number 2, I've only talked to her once since we broke up. That's the way it goes.
So I told you a story of coming back from ranger school and girl, you know, that I was dating at times and thought maybe I was going to marry, and said, you know,
And she
told her
didn't
on
wanna
the phone,
be.
you know, yeah, thinking of being pastor, and you know, yeah,
You what?
yeah. No, I've not spoken to her once since you know we went out to dinner and you know and reconnected when I got back, and she was like, and she said, you know, I've done some dating. I did some dating while you were gone, and I liked it, and so I was like, what does that mean? And she's like, well, you know, like I want to see other people. I'm like, okay, yeah, we haven't spoken since, so not once.
You
no.
haven't, not once.
Nope.
Okay.
Yep.
Because
why?
Yeah, I mean, if the paths cross, if there's a reason, you know, if it presents itself that you can. But yeah, Glenn and I had a lot of mutual friends, so our paths crossed once in a while. And she married pretty quick. She got married pretty quick to a really great guy.
This is fiance number 3.
Number 3, yeah.
Well,
She
also
had,
though, you
so
know,
it was like
you
yeah,
were moving,
we're
you were
okay.
moving somewhat quickly, you know.
So
like Sputnik, you know.
But my buddy George and I would go over and we would do concerts and stuff over at Ellensburg at the coffee house, a little community center, and we just had a really good time. Just knew where the lines were, you know. Don't get too close. Just you know, don't give any kind of a foothold to temptation.
Yep. That's right. Yeah. So that's pretty empty parking lot.
That's
still.
I like the flagpole.
It's 9 o'clock on Sunday night here at the grocery store in Yakima, Washington, and well, that means it's midnight. Where Beth, you're on the East Coast time. If you're still watching, it's midnight. What are you doing? You should go to bed. You got to get up for work in the morning.
Maybe she's intrigued with our cheerful banter. And she's just like, what are they going to say next?
What insane thing is going to fall out of their mouths next?
We've decided.
Like, yep.
Yeah, we're going to stay. We're going to be another 3 hours here.
So what's funny is the time lag, right? Like it makes me wonder. When she said "yep," was she saying "yep" because it's midnight on her side, or was she saying "yep"? I wonder what stupid thing is going to come out of their mouths next.
Well, and when you're tired, when it's past midnight and you're a little extra tired, things seem funnier.
I'll admit I'm tired. She said
she loves hearing you talk in Russian.
She said both.
He's Russian. He's good time.
She had to check in and find out what was cousin Mike still conscious and crazy or not made it twin. Oh, okay. She locked the door. I think it's her way of saying.
Oh no.
Here, keep crazy Russian person away from door of grocery store.
Oh golly.
Sing Russian song.
Did you want to hear my?
What do you think I am? Dancing bear? You know?
No,
you cannot command. So let me tell you something about Russian. Vodka.
Maybe we need the camera closer for this.
Yeah, let me tell you something about the Russian men. They are not ordered around by women.
Good.
Yeah.
By golly.
That's right. No
Russian. Draw the line
no
somewhere.
Russian. Exactly. No Russian man ordered around by woman. Yeah.
They know which.
That's exactly right. Not even for vodka. But that is you do know how to get Russian men, you know, how to speak to, you know, the language for Russian men is vodka.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually interesting.
I feel like I'm watching an old James Bond movie. They've always got some Russian person there.
So this one is you'll probably find this interesting. The Russian word for water is voda.
Voda.
Just take the K out. Okay. Right? And so English, right? English rhymes by at the front end of the word. So Magic Mike or whatever, like that's how you make an so English likes to rhyme through alliteration, right? Mm-hmm. Because and Spanish tends to rhyme better, or Latin languages tend to rhyme better by the ends of the word. In Russian, it's sort of like the middle of the word, and it's with this K thing. And so the Russian word for bear is mishka, but the way that you make like Mike into Mike or Michael into Mikey, you know, like we put in English, you put a Y on the end.
Mhm.
In Russian, it's like a sh on the end. So Mikhail becomes Misha. And so Misha Mishka is like, you know, Mikey Bear, you know, is like in English, Mikey Bear, they don't sound anything,
No,
right?
nothing at
You
all.
know, but in Russian, Misha Mishka is, you know, like they sound like that, right? And so Voda Vodka, you know, like they that's like a play, right? You know, and so vodka is named vodka because it's basically voda,
water.
you know, exactly. Like it looks like water, it's clear like water. But to Russian soul, like water is to life, vodka is, you know, and so it's like it's a play on words, basically.
Oh, okay.
And but you have to know a little bit of Russian to understand like what a play on words the very name vodka even is. You know, like it's a joke. I mean, the name it's like saying this is like water to us. You know, it's.
I'll be pondering this as I slumber tonight. I'll be thinking, Vada.
Vodka.
The things you learn.
Vodka. You know, like you can almost hear Russian man stumbling back from, you know, from underground, from the
like a good
subway
SNL
station.
episode from the
Vodka. You
We're
know,
gonna play this next year at the Christmas party.
Once I'm done with eating the Christmas dinosaur. Christmas dinosaur, Russian Christmas dinosaur, come out on stage all drunk on vodka.
Holding a bottle.
I'm Christmas dinosaur. Drink too much vodka. You know, like yep, that's good. I like it. You know, yeah, yep. What if the Christmas dinosaur was Russian? You know, and the answer is he'd be an alcoholic.
He would be.
Dude, we would walk around Moscow. Like we'd go to the we'd go to the subway station, you know, in the morning to go someplace, and you would literally see dudes just crashed in the or if you were too late someplace, getting home, you know, you're on the you're on the 10 o'clock train or something, and there'd be just vomit on the floor and somebody passed out, and yeah, it's hard, man. It's like. A lot of struggle with alcohol. A lot of struggle with alcohol, and it actually is. I mean, we're joking about it. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is.
On
that note, should we throw up on the pavement here?
Yeah, no. But on that note, I could switch to a Scottish accent, you know, and. Apparently, I can only imitate the accents of people groups who really struggle with alcohol consumption.
we're seeing a pattern here.
Yeah. But you know, after Shrek, everybody can imitate a Scottish accent, right?
That's right. The guy who did the voice of Shrek, what's his face?
Mary Beth? What's the tally? We got to $60,583.40 the last time I checked, and so we made it. We did it. Thank you, God. God led folks to do it, and so like we did it. Like we did it, but we did it because the Lord led people to support the mission. And
there's 50 cents in here still. It hasn't been counted.
Well, actually, that other folks brought by $5, and so it's 583 goes to 588. So 60,588
more.
Yes, absolutely great. Thank you. Thanks for cheering on. Thank you for staying up late to watch your cousin be a fool. You know,
we're up to 909. We're getting there.
And Grade the Tin Cup is right. You know, so did you hear the story? So there's this guy named Dave.
Craig.
No, Dale Carpenter. Sorry, again, it's late. So Dale Carpenter was this neat guy in Yakima, and he was just like this champion of charities in town, and he started this thing of like camping out in front of this grocery store for 100 hours in the dead of winter with this thing, and he called it Operation Tin Cup.
He's dead now, right?
Yes, he passed away. Like
sleeping in a box.
No, I think
it's
like
just easy
I think he
cuddle.
got cancer and
Okay.
died prematurely. My
I don't want to
understanding.
make light of that.
I'll have to find that out, but my understanding is that he passed in his 60s.
Wow.
Yeah, and so.
But what a guy.
But so then there's another guy. So I didn't know Dale Carpenter, but I do know this other guy named Dave McKinney, and Dave inherited the tin cup from Dale, and Dave did the same thing for like 7 years, and then that sort of petered out right before I got here, and then COVID happened, and so it's been about 5 years without any Operation Tin Cup, and now we have resurrected Operation Tin Cup.
Thanks
and
to
I'm
Rob.
definitely and
Thanks to
so
Rob.
Dave McKinney brought me down the original tin cup that Dale Carpenter was using, and you're right, I am going to engrave it. I'm going to engrave it that like the Dale Carpenter tin cup or
Maybe
something like that.
engrave a cardboard box, shape of a cardboard box on there, or
I don't know, something.
maybe something.
Something.
Something a Russian.
Vodka.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not. Probably not. But
I was going to go Ranger again, but I've already run that into the ground.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I got that.
I think so. I am not responsible for any foolish thing that comes out of my mouth at this point after 59 hours and 11 minutes outside in front of
That's
this
a
grocery
marathon.
store. Who knows what insane, stupid thing is going to fall out of my mouth next? But
yeah, it's probably not healthy for me to be sitting next to you when you have been living outside for 59 hours.
Not healthy?
Yeah, it's probably, well, you don't have probably as
Psychologically
much
healthy?
control over your intellect as in, hey, look at that. Is that Barbara? Hey, Barbara finally showed up. She came back to say, you guys haven't been on for the last 25 minutes. No, we haven't.
No, we have. We know we have because
married
Beth has been
yeah.
Beth has been bantering back and forth.
Where on the East Coast does she live?
Are you still in Florida? Or are you back in the Maryland, D.C. area? I thought that I think that she was back. So they grew up in Baltimore areas, like suburb of Baltimore, and then I think for a while Beth was living in Florida, but I think she's back. Tallahassee. Okay, she is still in Florida.
Oh, Florida. Okay,
Yep.
That's the opposite end of the country. Wow.
Okay. Hey. Thank you for loaning me your husband. I have so enjoyed the time.
She brought her bagpipes, by the way.
Okay. He claims that you can play the bagpipes, the piano, and the harp while square dancing, all simultaneously while square dancing.
I tell people though that I play the bagpipes in case I end up in hell, and I play the harp in case I end up in heaven.
Okay.
Which actually doesn't have
Good strategy.
theology,
That's a very good strategy.
Except to a Scotsman, the sound of bagpipes is heaven. Wait, that's right.
Mike
so
Myers.
the reason that Scotsman invented the bagpipes is so that they could get a taste of heaven here on earth, since they're all going to the other place for good when it's over.
And here I thought it was to chase away the enemy.
No.
You're teaching me things new.
We should move out of the way so our audience of 7 people can enjoy a different pace
of
for a
6 or
while.
7 people. You know?
Yeah.
But from across the country, I'd like to say we have a national audience watching this right now. We have people watching us live in Tallahassee, Florida.
We got Margaret. Margaret texted us once. Oh, I thought
She said she said my dad is famous.
I told a few Margaret stories about how the heater. She gave us that heater there. Yeah.
Margaret, that heater has been so important for me for the last 24 hours of my life. If I ever see a daughter, I'm going to give her a big hug.
We burned up. He burned a hole.
I feel connected to her, even though I've not met her because of the heater. Like that heater keep you warm even on a cold night in the Scottish Highlands.
Mm-hmm.
That thing's pretty. That's right. Awesome. No, it's been great. The first day I was out here, it was pretty cold. I was like, because I didn't have a heater, and I was like having to jump around. And somebody online was telling me to do jumping jacks.
Well, did
right? And it worked. It worked for a little while, but you can only jumping jack for so long, right? Mm-hmm. Eventually, you got to put the jumping jacks down and like take a sip of your coffee or something, and then you're cold.
We got 15.
You need a pint, lad.
Yeah, there we go.
Almost done, Robert Broussard. We're almost done here. You can tell I've reached the terminal limit of my capacity to remain sane because now I'm speaking in accents. And so Beth is in the comment stream.
Yeah.
So Robert, you see the comments from someone named Mary Beth Bohannon. That's my cousin. She lives in Tallahassee.
It's late there.
It's very late there. She stayed up late because she wanted to see how it came out, and it came out $60,588.40. It's beautiful, is right. What a beautiful community we live in. Absolutely amazing.
Do you have many pictures from that part of your life when you were living in Russia, Moscow?
I've got a few.
That'd be so fun.
Oh, we'll have to come by and we'll pull out the
oh gosh, that would be fun.
the scrapbooks. That's right. God is good. So one of my favorite lines in Scripture is in Psalm 119, where the psalmist says, "You, O Lord, are good, and what you do is good." And I love it because what he's saying isn't, God, you do things that we've looked at and have adjudicated as being what we would call good, right? What the psalmist is actually saying is, God, good is who you are and what you do. And good is who God is, and good is what God does. And I just think that is so powerful. Like that is like the theology of that is just so powerful. Good is who God is. And good is what God does. And that's what the psalmist is saying when he says, you, O Lord, are good. And what you do is good, and so sometimes what God does is hard, right? But we look back on it and we can say it was good.
And he's love. So he brackets that around the good.
1 John 4:8. Yeah. Man, I read somewhere, I can't remember who it was. I wish I could remember who it was, but so I have to give credit somebody else on this one. I can't remember who it was, but I read somebody was basically saying, okay, that 1 John 4:8, that whoever loves is born of God and knows God because whoever does not love doesn't know God because God is love. Like that's not possible except because of the Trinity, because love is a relational construct, right? And so if God is love, not loving, right, but love, right? If love is an ontological property of God, if love is a property of God's being, right, then it must be that God is in internal relationship within himself, because love is a way of relating. And so
I think on that way.
Father, so another way to say this one's me. I can take credit for this one just a little bit. So the theological word that we use to describe the interior state of the Trinity is love. Love is the theological term for the interior state of the Trinity.
Yeah, you can look at it that way.
And then we're made in the image of God, which means that we're not just made to be creative or something. We're made to love. And so when Jesus was asked what's the greatest commandment, what's the most important thing God has ever said to people, right? His answer was not serve God or honor God or obey God, but love God. And then immediately right after it, he said the second commandment is like it, to love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? And he said everything else God ever told anybody only makes sense downstream from that. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments, And so if you try to understand any other instruction of God outside of our purpose to love, right? And so another way to say that is it is impossible to fulfill any commandment of God outside of the context of loving.
You've got to have love.
Yeah, like everything we do has got to be an act of love. And so whatever thing we're going to not do with ourselves or our own body has to be an act of loving ourselves enough to do good with ourselves, and loving God enough to do the right thing with ourselves, right? And everything that we're going to do for somebody or not do, like I'm not going to have, every affair we're not going to have, right? With your neighbor's wife or something, is not only to love God, but it's also to love your neighbor by not, thinking improperly about his wife. And to love her properly by not indulging in improper thoughts about her, but that's also how we loving, when we choose to not sin, we're actually sticking up for our own dignity.
I like that.
And so so but all of this makes sense if love is who God is. Because of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And so Beth says, if you love God, you then love others as God loves us, and that is what further in 1 John 4.
If you don't know God, if you don't love, you don't have God in you.
Well, but he goes on to say, no one has ever seen God.
Right.
But that when we love one another, His love is made complete in us. And so so man, God is so good, and He's so kind that He would let us participate in imaging His character to the earth by how we're by God's grace learning how to love each other, because we're so not very good at it, without His help. So
He met the goal.
Yeah. Dina just chimed in and she's like, "You are one tired dude." You can hear it in my voice.
His voice.
I'm so tired. I've lost any sense of self-control.
Is that her middle name or is that her maiden name?
Yakli is her maiden name.
Maiden name. Okay, Yakli.
Yep. Yakli. I just love saying Yakli with a fake Scottish accent. It's just fun.
Beautiful.
Yakli. Hey, Yakli. Yeah.
Careful.
So you can tell. You can tell I'm at the end of any modicum of self-control at this point.
Oh goodness!
Well,
we were having a good time.
We've been having so much fun.
It's the vodka.
It's the vodka. The vodka is there.
Oh my! It's a great way to wind this thing down.
Dina's laughing emoji says you're losing it.
Yeah, it's
so true.
And the audience, and our audience at home cannot even see my lovely and charming wife Barbara. You can.
She's standing off camera on purpose.
Yeah,
she's like, you can.
By the way, could you move the scarf to the side enough so he can see the logo that I stole this coat from Praise 106.5 up in.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a second. You stole
something
from a Christian radio station.
The chief engineer.
There's a backstory.
Chief engineer prerogative.
Yakli and Yakima.
Yeah.
I love it.
So anyway, it's a nice warm coat though, boy.
Yep. Yakli and Yakima. Oh, I know it's serious.
Is Yakli from Yakima?
No, Yakli. Dina was born in Longview, Washington, while her family was living in the Astoria area. They weren't living in Astoria at that exact moment, but
you said Longview.
Longview. Yep.
Okay, and their folks lived in Astoria.
More or less.
Yeah,
Warrenton, around
whatever.
Warrenton,
Sure.
Clatskanie,
where Margaret lived.
some seaside. that whole end, that whole end of things. And for most of her early childhood, and then Chuck Clevenger. Hey, this is Dan on Chuck's Facebook.
Hi, Dan.
Yes, we did. We made it to $60,588.40. Praise God.
We sure did. Dan, I threw your fish away. The leftover. It's gone. Well, it's in the garbage can over here if you want to fish it out, but it's gone now. Just want you to know.
Okay, so Rob Broussard has issued a word challenge. Yes, woohoo, Chuck, or woohoo, Dan on Chuck's Facebook.
You gonna slide in here? There's heat here. You need to come in around. Can you slide that way?
Yeah, actually, absolutely.
She's not cold, but it makes me feel better when you can enjoy some of this propane that we're buying here.
Come
on over here.
So,
you want me in the picture?
Yeah. Yep. No.
What
Yeah.
were you about to say?
Well, I was just about to say, you know, that we
There you go.
it's been so fun. The folks that you know have brought down stuff, and somebody brought me dinner, and the dessert in here is Rob Broussard. I hope you're watching. You know, is this little it was a
marshmallow thing and
yeah, this little marshmallow guy on top of and we were trying to figure out what the scarf was made out of, and we figured out it's made out of fruit roll up.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Peanut butter cup on top.
so
And a Reese's peanut butter cup on top.
And Barbara, I was trying to tell Mike about the marshmallow thing that happens when you now. What happens? How did this happen? It's somebody put it in the cockpit of the plane, and what?
Right, and then they were flying it and it kind of went crazy.
It
But
just
I don't remember well enough.
okay. It lost the cabin basically lost pressure, and the thing
The cabin
exploded.
lost pressure,
it
and the marshmallows blew up.
Blew up,
Everyone
and
gets
it's like-
scarred. They had to
It
grab
was-
the Band-Aids, and you know,
And that's what happened to flight. What is that one that out of Malaysia?
Lockerbie. No,
Oh,
no,
Lockerbie. No, there was one that
that went
down the
What?
787
Oh,
or something.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think that's what happened?
I think it
Is
was
that
marshmallows exploded.
I think it's. I think it's. That's.
They do think
That's
actually
probably. Those
that
are
it
probably
may
jokes
have-
in bad taste. We probably shouldn't
Yes,
make jokes
but
about.
they do think something may have
about
happened
airliners.
where they may have lost or lost the pilot may have lost consciousness or something like that.
I guess
Yeah, it was
maybe
probably
it's-
not because of marshmallows.
Maybe
No.
like ate the wrong thing. He was gluten intolerant, and you know,
Who knows?
went back to the bathroom. And
One would think they'd have acquired some kind of more knowledge about that whole incident. They found a section of the plane that washed up on a beach somewhere, but that was about it.
Robert Broussard is the pastor of Terrace Heights Baptist Church,
Okay.
and he texted me a word challenge and said I needed to use these 3 words in the live stream. I have accomplished said word challenge without anybody even noticing,
No, I didn't know.
because I weaved it in that naturally. Rob Broussard, kaboom!
Even
Like you don't even know what the words are at this point. I'll tell you, however, they were Band-Aid, fruit roll-up, and gluten intolerance.
well, all of those were just natural in the conversation.
You are
The word
witnessing.
challenge for that. That was you just did a word.
I just did.
Wow!
I just did
Well
a word
done.
challenge in your very presence.
Woo!
That's right. Don't mess with the
Man.
Scotsman. Don't issue word challenges to the Scotsman.
Oh.
What are you thinking?
Do you have Scottish in you?
I do.
Because Barbara that's one of the places we're headed when the whole
do.
dust
On my
settles.
on my mother's side, my mother's father. If you go up there, there's a lot of Duncans, and I'm on that side. You follow that. It's pretty straight line to Davy Crockett, sort of like Crockett's and Duncans and things like that. On my father's side, it's all England, you know. So my father, his mother, Clarice, she was if she'd done the work, she would have been a DAR, a Daughter of the American Revolution. Some Englishman named Burton goes back to from Clarice, from my father's mother, all the way back to 1650. Right, 1650. Had some land in the Chesapeake Bay outside of what was now Washington D.C. and for a while, and before they moved up in London into the country a little bit further. But yeah, pre-revolution, 1650. Got some ancestors that go back there on my father's side, but on my mother's side, it's mostly Scotsmen and fools.
Do you know what clan?
What?
Do you know what clan?
No idea.
I mean, we could be related.
John, I don't know.
I hope
yeah,
so.
I don't know. I didn't know.
You're the what clan are you?
Clan McLeod.
Clan
The
McLeod.
McLeods, of course.
I'm Clan McGoober.
What?
Dina's putting in rolling eye emojis.
Oh no!
Your wife's gonna make
No, oh, goodness.
She might not let me back into bed tonight
Oh,
when I
good.
get home.
The party's really going to start. Here comes
Take
Eli.
your Clan McGoober to the couch.
We've gone off the deep end here.
Oh my gosh, am I ready?
Later it
to stop?
gets. Oh. Have you met Barbara? Listen, Barbara, this is Eli. I and you've got 3 kids now? No, you got 2 with 1 coming.
2 on the way.
Right.
Yep, end of February.
And I think when we first started working on the intercom project, we were expecting number 1. Yeah, it's. Oh, you had one. Okay. All right. Yeah, I got to finish. We got to figure that out someday.
Where's the connection?
The Summit Thrift doesn't have. They want a mic on the front desk, and there was no way to get cabling up there, and now there is.
Tina says we may need an intervention at this point. Actually, the intervention has arrived. His name is Eli.
Go Niners.
Eli is here to collect up the tech, and so the intervention is the live stream is about to go away.
We've done.
Yes.
We have
So
filled the
you're
airwaves.
exactly right, Dina. We needed an
Yeah.
intervention, and there he is, right there.
This will continue
He's
tomorrow.
there to take it away from us. Save us from ourselves, man.
This will again.
Okay,
We'll pick
bye,
this up
bye, Beth. Love you.
tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. We'll pick this thing up live on KIT, but not really.
Save us from ourselves.
Oh, there's 9 people out there somewhere.
Okay. Hey, good night, everybody. Thank you. Love you. This has been so great. Thank you, man, Brian.
You are welcome,
It's been
Mike.
so much fun. And yep, we're all gonna tap out. I'm gonna end the live stream so Eli can take the tech away. All right.